Now introducing Black Desert's large-scale all-stars in Digital Guild, as well as Black Rose, with multiple bangers approaching from none other than Pecco and Vagabonds, as well as Shameless, Arise, and Soaked. But wait, there's more, with fraggers from all over family, as well as glorp shit. Don't think I forgot about Fremen, as well as Bentis, finally Downfall, and Sus Kittens.
What the hell are you?
Over 200 players. Nothing but bangers. Get ready. Super Black Desert Fraggers.
What is going on, guys? Hello and welcome to my Black Desert large-scale Fragger tier list. Now fellas, I'm not gonna lie, this video was a whole lot of work to make, and also as well as being a lot of fun, and it will probably inevitably be one of the most controversial Black Desert videos that are out there. With that being said, I do want to preface a bunch of stuff before we get started with the actual rankings. One of the big things being that I know that there are, of course, going to be some people that get upset with their ranking. Again, guys, it's just a subjective tier list, so if you feel like you got placed lower than what you deserve, then, you know, maybe you're right. Maybe you're not right. But at the end of the day, guys, don't take it too seriously. I will try to make it as accurate as possible, but yeah, let's get started. It's not really an easy task to rank over 200 different players within different metas, but of course, despite that, I will try to be as unbiased and as fair as possible with everyone, even if I don't particularly like the person that I'm ranking. The second point, guys, is to please note that I may have missed somebody along the way, but I really did try my best to include every single relevant large-scale player, even some lesser-known players or obscure players that are under the radar. So, if you somehow didn't make the tier list, please don't feel bad and don't take it personally. I'm only human, and of course that means that I will likely forget some people along the way. The third point is that this tier list is mostly going to be based off of consistency and overall chronological relevance. So, what this means is that if you were a big-time fragger back in 2021 or 2022, for example, but fell off big time, or maybe you just no longer play the game, you most likely won't show up on the list. The list is largely based off of the past year or so, and the reason for that is because in the past 12 months, we've experienced two different metas, and the current meta is honestly total garbage. So, this is to try and be fair to the players that were also still really good bangers before the DR stacking meta hit. Again, guys, in case it wasn't obvious enough, this is a large-scale main ball fragger tier list. There might be some exceptional flex players in here, but again, it's largely aimed towards main ball players, so unfortunately, you guys probably are not going to obviously see any shies, you're not going to see defense players, and you're most likely not going to see flex players. The final point that I have to make, guys, is that there will be a small bias regarding Rangers and Zerker specifically for the tier lists. Currently, there's just an abundance of Rangers on the list, and because of the fact that that class just naturally top frags harder than most, it means that most Ranger players are usually top paging. So, to make the list a little bit more accurate and fair, the Ranger rankings are going to be a little bit more strict compared to any other class, Otherwise, almost every ranger would be an A+ or S tier. And for Zerkers, it's basically the opposites. Zerker typically never really frags out in most situations, but there actually are some Zerkers that I will mention that I just feel like deserve a decent ranking, even if they're not necessarily top fragging. With that being said, guys, let's jump into the criteria for the rankings and how they actually work within this tier list, and let's get it started. Okay guys, I'm gonna pause it really fast right there. Hello, it's me from the future, and I just want to say really quickly, guys, before we get into the tier list ranking explanation, that it turns out that, you know, ranking over 200 people is a little bit of a difficult task. It's a little hard, you know? So with that being said, at the very end of the video, after we've gone through all of the rankings and all of the initial rankings, I'm going to go back to each tier very briefly and adjust some people's rankings around that I thought would be more or less fair, especially now that I've had a little bit more time to accurately gauge some people and have everybody laid out on the screen. So throughout the video, you might see a little notification pop up that says ranking updated. If you do see that and you feel like you've been unfairly ranked, please skip ahead to the end of the video where you can see the actual final adjusted rankings. And with that being said, let's actually get into the video, guys. So first off, we have the prestigious S tier. Now, my S tier is going to encompass a few things. The first is that these people are just simply best-in-class fraggers. This is to ensure that players on off-meta classes still get proper recognition. So for example, Succession Dracania, or Succession Megu, or Succession Meiwa, for example. Those are not necessarily meta classes, but there are still people playing them that will pull extremely good scores and have really, really good performance. And presumably, if they played actual meta classes, they would still pull similar scores to the people on those classes. So the second criteria for S tier are going to be meta definers. Now, these are players that have been the spearhead for classes that are, or maybe have been meta in the past, and are usually the ones that others look to for that respective class. These people typically make even off-meta classes work when they shouldn't, effectively pushing that class into the meta, even if it's just for them alone. Finally, the third criteria is going to just simply be the best players in the game. These people are, and most likely have been, the best large-scale players in the entire game for an extended period of time. Everyone knows who they are. They can merc into any guild and basically top frag in almost any situation or any cap, and have consistently been at the very peak of war scores throughout multiple metas. If you look at any war scores for these players, they will almost surely be at the very top a large majority of the time compared to other people, and they are just simply the best. Next up, guys, we have the A+ tier. Now, the criteria for this tier is going to be for players that can contest the performance of S tier players, and maybe even be amongst them, but they just don't quite have the edge to make into S tier, or maybe the legacy that pushes them just a little bit further. Nonetheless, these are still absolutely extraordinary players, and they can almost effectively be interchangeable with S tier. But of course, they're lacking just that small little bit of consistency or that X factor to solidify them into the next level. If you look at the war scores for these players, they will almost surely be at the top page a majority of the time. Below that, we have the A tier. The first criteria for my A tier is going to be for consistent top pagers. Now, to clear up any confusion, my definition of quote-unquote top page on war scores is essentially top 5, or maybe even top 7 if the scores and skill level are close enough. I consider this to be mostly fair due to obvious class power discrepancy, especially if we consider that said players are all roughly equal skill level. For an example, Ranger is much more likely to receive kills compared to a class like Mewa or Megu, etc. So, if two Rangers top frag at 70 kills and 65 kills in a war, they are just going to naturally push everything else down by two players on the list, even if the classes under them are performing extremely well in comparison. Finally, these are just excellent large-scale players. They're just really, really good. Even if their class doesn't necessarily facilitate them always being in top 5, you absolutely want them in your guild as they are still leagues above the average player. If you look at the war scores for these players, they will surely be at the top page a good majority of the time. Okay, so next up we have the A- tier. Now, I gave this tier a lot of thought, and I do feel like it has its place as opposed to just putting this particular group of people in B tier, because these players are just more consistent than B tier, but not quite as stable or consistent as the A tier players. These players are somewhere in between good players and excellent players. It really just depends on the day. You know, maybe the terrain is just bad, maybe they don't do that good on capped content, but maybe they're really good on uncapped. You know, you get the point. They can still be great players, and you still want them in your guild. They are just simply less consistent than above, and more consistent than below. Below that, guys, we have the B tier. Now, B tier players are going to be people that are just relatively inconsistent top pagers. So, again, you know, maybe they have a good war, they hit top 5 or they hit top 7, depending on the circumstances, but of course at a lesser rate than A- and the tier above. These people might also just be consistent mid-pagers. Now again, for clarification, mid-page is exactly as it sounds. If we take a look at a war score front page, which again consists of 20 people, they usually wind up landing around the 10th place area, which is again right in the middle of the page. Now, don't be mistaken, these are still pretty good players. Like, you know, they're good. These people usually make up the bulk of first page, usually the ones following quals all the time. You know, the good soldier follows orders. But perhaps they seldom have what it takes to push it to the next level, or maybe once in a while you'll see them in top page. If you look at the war scores for these players, they will surely be around the middle of first page, with some occasional performance spikes into top page. Second to last, guys, we have our C tier. Now, C tier players are going to be people that I would consider to be inconsistent mid-pagers. So again, you might see these people on the first page, but they might often be below 10th place and infrequently hit around mid-page and rarely top page. These players are usually the meat and bones of a guild, the true good soldiers that follow orders. They might not be all-star players, they might not ever top page or absolutely top frag, but they're most likely the reason why you won that base trade, or you killed the low recovery center. They might just be a Zerker that stunned 10 people. They might be a caster that got a nice heal off and it clutched the fight. You know, they have their moments. In my opinion, I would consider these people to be either average large-scale players overall, or in some cases above average, but just not quite meeting the regular performance of B tier and above. If you look at the war scores for these players, they will surely be around the bottom of first page, with some performance spikes into the mid-page. Finally, guys, we have our honorable mentions. Now, this tier is more or less going to be reserved as just a simple homie pass, or for players that have done large scale at some point in the game, but no longer do, and I just don't want to mistakenly rate them higher or lower than they would be if they played seriously or consistently again. Overall, this is just a slot for fun and to shout out some people. It's not meant to be taken super duper seriously. So yeah, that is the final tier for the list. Alrighty guys, and getting started off with an absolute banger for the tier list, we have Mr. Ham454, dude. Oh man, dude, Ham aka CTG, the Omega level gamer. Honestly, this guy is just an absolute legend, dude. He's a unit. He has been top fragging basically as long as I can remember in the video game of Black Desert Online. Absolute Omega legend on Suck Lawn. Pretty much one of the best Suck Lawns in the entire video game, like literally. There was just such a long period of time where this man would murk into basically any and every guild, top frag in that guild, and then also make guilds not want to fight the guilds that he's murked into because of the fact that he's in there. So, absolute Omega level unit, dude. And you know what's really funny too? You wouldn't really expect somebody that's this good at the game to also just be such a nice and chill and genuine person. Like, this dude is genuinely a really great fella. Just always a blast to talk to, always a really super good vibe, just super knowledgeable about the game, just legitimately all around one of the best players in the game. And with that being said, guys, y'all already know my boy Ham is going directly into the S tier. Probably one of the easiest S tiers on this entire list. I'm not gonna lie, just best in class fragger on Lawn and Megu and Deadeye, actual meta definer, and one of the best players in the game. And yeah, starting off strong with Mr. Ham. Next up, guys, we have Cerberus. So Cerberus is a succession caster that was previously in digital. I would say they're an okay player. They're not like an Omega fragger, they're not like a supreme gamer or anything like that. Just an overall solid, consistent player. You know, nothing really else too much to say about that. So with that being said, I would probably say C tier for the Cerberus. Alrighty guys, next up we have a bit of a controversial one. This time we have Charizard. So yeah, it's been a pretty long time since I've been in an alliance or a guild with Charizard, so I haven't really seen too many war scores of this fella for a bit. But nonetheless, this is a pretty controversial player within the BDO PvP community. And with that being said, I don't necessarily think they're like an excellent or top tier player, but I also don't think they're average or below average or bad. They're definitely not a bad player, but I don't think they're necessarily like super top tier like a Giga Gamer. So with that being said, I'm just gonna slap them right into B tier. I think they're just simply, you know, a good player. That's it. They can definitely hold their own. They've had some pretty good accomplishments, and yeah, simple B tier. Next up, guys, we have a little bit of an obscure player. This person isn't really known by a whole lot of people, I would imagine, but we have Cold, aka Lucille Foe. I believe that they did rename to Cold. So this is a player that was previously in Axiom, at least the last time that I saw them. I'm not too sure where they are now, but they were one of the basically only few people that were able to come anywhere close to my scores back in the day on my T1 alts, and I do think they're actually a pretty good succession lawn. Honestly, they're probably like one of the higher tier succession lawns in the game, in my opinion. Super chill dude. He's got a couple montages up on YouTube, if I'm not mistaken. And yeah, honestly, pretty good player, I think. I don't necessarily think they're an excellent or above player, but I do think they're better than good. They're somewhere better than good and less than excellent. I just think they're overall like a great player. Like, if you put them into an environment, they'd probably do pretty good, honestly. So, in my opinion, Mr. Cold, aka Lucille Foe, is going to get a nice A-. Okay, fellas, next up we have Pog. So, Pog, honestly, I think he's a pretty good player. He's been around Tatsu, he's been around Ventus. I think he had a little bit of a Vagabond's arc, and he does play, I believe, Succession Ranger, as well as Succession Musa. I've seen a couple war scores from him, not too many, but most of the scores I've seen of him have mostly been around the top page area, like top-ish page. So yeah, I think he's a pretty solid player. I think he is, in my opinion, better than good, but a little bit less than excellent. And the only reason why I say that is because, again, guys, A tier and above is just going to be so contested. I have to try to be really, really strict with these rankings. But nonetheless, I think he's somewhere around A or A minus. So we're just going to leave it A minus for now. And yeah, honestly, really, really good player. Next up on the list, guys, we've got Ein, aka Ian. I'm not too sure how to say his name. This guy's actually really damn good. I'm not gonna lie, this is definitely one of the higher tier casters in the game, at least from what I've experienced and from what I've seen. He's been in Show Nation for quite a long time. I think he had a little bit of a Peko arc, and now he's an Iconic. This guy's just honestly really good. I think personally, he's an excellent player. He was in the old Peko alliance with us in Soap as well, and he also did really, really damn good then. So yeah, easy, excellent player. Gonna drop him right into A tier for Mr. Ein. Next up, guys, we have a little bit of an obscure player again. This guy is going to be Erian. You might have seen him, maybe you haven't, but he is a ninja player. I actually don't remember if he plays Awakening or Succession. Don't get me wrong, there aren't that many large-scale ninja players to begin with, but I do definitely think that this is a very respectably good large-scale ninja player. There's probably going to be a couple others on this list, but yeah, I think this guy's pretty solid. I think, again, he falls around the realm of better than good, but not quite excellent tier, in my opinion. So we're just going to leave him right into the A- tier. Really, really good player on the ninja. Super rare class for large scale. Yeah, A-. Coming up next, guys, we have Filter. So Filter actually is one of our old homies. I think most people will probably know Filter more of a shot caller, because I believe that he shot called for Man Up, he shot called for EQ, he's done some shot calling for Goon as well in the past. But in terms of actual large scale, you know, just player skill, I do think that Filter is pretty damn good when he actually is given the chance to just play like a Fragger role. I'm gonna personally rate Filter an A tier. I'm going to give him an excellent player. I think when he was actually fragging out on the Musa, and when he plays caster, and he's not in shot caller mode, I think that he's an excellent player. Personally, that's just what I've seen, that's what I've been around. I'm trying not to be biased, but yeah, super solid dude. I don't really see him around too much these days, but nonetheless, I do think he's an excellent player. Okay, fellas, next up, we have Flowers. I'm not gonna lie, Flowers is a pretty chill dude. I like this guy a lot. Really, really nice fella. He has been on Awakening Draconia for honestly quite some time, maybe since Drax's release, if I'm not mistaken, and with a little bit of a Deadeye arc. But to be honest, this is going to be a little bit harder to rank purely for large scale, which is what this list is, simply because I just don't really see too much of Flowers in large scale. I think he's mostly known a little bit more for AOS and like other things like that, not necessarily like a super large scale player like some other people on this list, but I still think he's a good player. So with that being said, we're gonna put Flowers, if I had to rate him purely for large scale, I think we'll put him in B tier. I think he's a good player. I think he's better outside of large scale. So if this is like an AOS tier list or overall skill tier list, which it's not, you know, he'd probably be A- or A, but for the sake of the tier list, I think he's a pretty good player for sure. So we're gonna put him right into B tier. Next up, fellas, we have Kiseo. Kiseo? Not exactly too sure how to say that, but this is a Succession Ranger player from, I believe, originally Family. I could be wrong on that. And then they've also had a decent Epidemic arc along the way as well. Now, I'm not gonna lie, I've seen quite a few war scores from this person. They're usually doing pretty damn good. However, with that being said, it is a Suck Ranger, so if you guys paid attention to the beginning of my video, they're going to have to encounter a little bit of a Suck Ranger tax, because there are a lot of really, really good Suck Rangers on this list, and I do think they're also really, really good. So I'm going to say we're probably going to put Kiseo, we're going to put them into A tier. I'm going to leave it A tier. I do think they're an excellent Suck Ranger. Again, I have to be super duper strict with the Suck Ranger rankings because there are so many, and not everybody can be A+ or S tier on Suck Ranger. But despite that being said, I do definitely think that they're an excellent player, and they are for sure a consistent top Ranger. Definitely all around the board, great Ranger. Okay guys, next up, we have one of the homies once again. We have Murxi. So, Murxi has been a very, very long time succession witch. We've been in plenty of alliances together, played with and against her a lot of times. I do wholeheartedly believe that she is the best succession witch for large-scale Black Desert PvP. Not exaggerating, not joking, I definitely just think that she's the best. There's only one other suck witch on this entire list that even comes close, who I also think is extremely good. But yeah, all around the board, extraordinary, if not better than that player. Has pretty much been fragging out when witch is meta, when witch is not meta, before the buffs, after the buffs. Just all around the board, a really, really high tier player. Understands how to play witch in a rat meta in pretty much any environment, and is always top paging a large majority of the time with and against very, very good players in BDO. And with that being said, guys, I think that that qualifies as well as a best-in-class Fragger. I just think that they are a best-in-class witch, for sure, for large scale. And again, there's one other person that'll probably move up next so we can just get the 2 witches out of the way. But yeah, all around the board, top-tier player, always good. If she's in your guild, your ball is probably just that much stronger. Coming up next, guys, we have one of the, if not the only other succession witch that is on this entire list. There's just not a lot of people that play suck witch, in case that's not obvious enough. And this player is going to be Ela, aka Gokages. Now, I'm going to be honest, I wholeheartedly do believe that this person is essentially tied for the best suck witch for large scale, along with Murxi. They have just pulled ridiculously good scores in Siege. They've had some crazy sieges, they've had some really, really good node wars, are able to contest and even in some cases overtake other top tier players that are on this list. And overall, just an extraordinary witch. They can basically do it all as well. Bomb, play from range, great healing, great everything. So super duper top tier player. And I do think that they deserve S tier because I fully believe that they're also a best in class suck witch. These two are just the best at suck witch in my opinion. It's really, really hard to gauge which one is better than the other. I just really think that it depends on the day, perhaps. But yeah, overall, extremely good player, extremely good caster, and easy S tier for me. Alrighty guys, next up, we have a bit of an OG within the large-scale community. The surprise Pikachu himself, Mr. Liuty. So Liuty, guys, if you somehow don't know who this is a very, very long time large-scale fragger, and he's also been playing Suck Ranger for the past 4 or 5 years, give or take, and is also rank 2 on the War Hero rankings in-game, only being surpassed by Ham. So, he's been around for a very, very long time, obviously a very top-tier player on Ranger. Now, with that being said, guys, I do think that Liuty is an extraordinary player. However, he did take a very, very long break from the game. It feels like maybe a year break, give or take. I know he came back to the game maybe some months ago, and according to the rules of the tier list, guys, this tier list is mostly just going to be based off of chronological relevance for the most part. And while Liuty is for sure an extraordinary gamer and player, I do think that right now there are just a couple other Rangers that take the S tier, just because they've been playing consistently throughout the past several years and have consistently top-fragged in the highest level of environments. So with that being said, guys, I'm going to go ahead and give Mr. Liuty A+ tier. Still for sure a really great player, and you definitely want to merc him into your guild, but I just can't necessarily put him into S tier because the Suck Ranger tiering is so contested. And I do think that there are a couple of other Rangers that have been more consistent and high tier over a longer period of time. Coming right up next, guys, we have another one of the homies. We have Cosini. So now, Cosini, guys, I'm going to be honest, is another Omega level gamer. This guy has been on Awakening Wizard basically as long as I can remember, along with the occasional Mystic, but mostly widely known for the Awakening Wizard, and is inarguably, in my opinion, the best Awakening Wizard in large-scale PvP. For sure, for sure. I think the only people that come close are maybe Combat and Candice, but Cosini has just been him for a very, very long time. He's got some super banger montages on YouTube. He just is the Awakening Wizard. Everybody knows who Cosini is on Wizard. He's an extraordinary player all around the board. One of the best bombers in the game too. A very, very rare playstyle. And yeah, overall just consistently pulls top page scores, if not top frags, along with and against some of the other best players in the entire game. Your ball is just automatically way stronger with this person in your ball. Just, again, fantastic player. I don't even need to say much more. It's just an easy S tier. Easy, best in class, literally the best Awakening Wizard. Literally a meta definer on the Awakening Wizard. You know, one of the few people left playing the class whatsoever. And just overall, in my opinion, one of the best large-scale players in BDO. For a very long time, throughout many, many metas, and probably for more metas to come, as long as he's still playing the game. Coming up next, guys, we have TheNubs. So, TheNubs, I would honestly say, is a pretty respectably good player. We've been in a couple different alliances together across the history of BDO, and they've pulled some pretty good scores in comparison to the people around them. I would say though, however, that Nubs doesn't necessarily have a lot of high tier experience. I think they play mostly around mid tier or lower mid tier guilds depending on the situation. So it's going to be a little bit harder to rank them compared to other people that have, say, top fragged in high tier guilds. But with that being said, I still think that they're a good player, if not a little bit more than good, depending on the situation or circumstance. So I'm going to go ahead and put Nubs at the top of B tier for now. Respectable B tier. And yeah. Now, guys, we have everyone's favorite little damage fish. We have Alutia. So Alutia has also been around for quite some time within the large-scale community. Pretty much has been in Ventus for a very, very, very long time. But yeah, Alutia has been, in my opinion, a very, very good Awakening Valkyrie. When they were playing Awakening Valk, always used to get some really goofy feeds. And then after that, they have moved over to the Funny Fish, aka Suck Corsair, and was pretty much also doing a lot of work on Suck Corsair, not gonna lie. And then now they have innovated a little bit, and they've moved on to the HP Wusa, which, I'm going to be honest, has not really been popularized up until Alutia has really been playing it and kind of putting it in the spotlight. So, in my opinion, I do think that Alutia is a pretty top tier player on whatever class that they're playing and bringing to large scale. And they've got some pretty cool, pretty funny montages on YouTube as well, really good feeds. And so yeah, in my humble opinion, I do think that they were a best in class Awakening Valkyrie and Succession Corsair. Nowadays they play Suck Wusa and they're also pretty good on that. And I would say arguably are a meta definer for Suck Wusa with the HP Reflect build. So yeah, in my opinion, I think Alutia, the Funny Fish, is going to go right into S tier. Really, really great high tier player, has been consistent across multiple metas on many different classes and has still not fallen off. Overall, really great top tier large scale player. Alright fellas, next up, we have everyone's favorite, Polygon, dude. It's him, it's Polygon. So, oh man, what can we say about Polygon? So first of all, this is a relatively controversial figure within the BDO PvP community. This guy has been in many different guilds, either by choice or not, if you get what I'm saying. And yeah, they play Suck Ranger. They've been on Suck Ranger for quite some time now. I don't think that I've ever seen them on anything else. And with that being said, guys, honestly, just straight up S tier Ranger. You know, you might think I'm trolling, and that's because I definitely am. Now, I don't necessarily think that they're a bad player whatsoever. They've had some pretty decent more scores, but overall, I don't really think that they're necessarily that consistent of a player compared to the other Suck Rangers on the list. I don't think they're bad. You know, I think it would be a little bit of a mistake to say that they're a bad player, but I don't really think that they're on the tier of, let's say, Kiseo or Liuty or the people that are going to be in S tier coming up soon. So, yeah, I think solid, good player, but I think that's about it for Mr. Polygon. Alrighty guys, next up on the list, we have Vilsmeier Hack, aka Vils. So, Vils is a pretty chill fella. This guy has been playing Succession Draconia for honestly quite a long time. Probably one of the longer standing Suck Track players. And honestly, I do think that he is a very solid player. I think that he's an above average gamer for sure. So with that being said, we're going to put my boy Vils at the very, very top of C tier. Definitely above average. The only thing that's preventing him from being put in B tier or higher is just simply due to the fact that I haven't necessarily seen him in a lot of high tier guilds. So it's going to be a little bit more harder to gauge his skill level compared to the people in those guilds. Coming up next, guys, we have Vert. So, Vert is a Succession Hash player who has previously been in and around Show Nation, I believe, for quite some time. But he did take a very extended break for Throne and Liberty, I believe, for quite a while as well. But nonetheless, before he left to Throne and Liberty, I do believe this guy was performing quite well on the Succession Hash. I do think that he is arguably one of the best Suck Hashes in the game. Now, granted, there's not that many Suck Hashes, but he's still a really fantastic player. Definitely one of the best Suck Hashes in my opinion. And just off of seeing some more scores from Pain, which was another alliance that used to do capped content, I think he's a pretty solid player, like for sure. I think he's an above average, definitely better than good player. So with that being said, guys, we're going to leave him right on A- tier. Alrighty guys, coming up next we have Torty, aka Big Bad Tortoise. Now, Torty fellas, I'm pretty sure most people already know who this is, but in my opinion, this is one of the absolute best archers in the game for large scale for sure, and probably just in general PvP. This guy has tons of really, really good montages on YouTube. He's got a super duper good archer class guide as well. He has top fragged and performed extremely well in Digital, Corrupt, and many, many other guilds. Just an all-around fantastic, superb player. Now, Torty has taken a little bit of a step away from the limelight, I think, for many months now, and he's just enjoying his time in T1s, not really taking the game too seriously for a multitude of different reasons. But despite that, I still think that just the raw overall legacy of Torty and just his overall accomplishments in the game net him an easy S tier for sure. One of the best archers in the game, probably always will be unless he just hard quits BDO. And yeah, all around the board, S tier player. Coming up next, guys, we have our first Dark Knight player. We have DeathsGrip. So DeathsGrip isn't typically known as a large scale player. I'm pretty sure they are much, much more known in AOS. Unfortunately, this is obviously not an AOS tier list, but despite that, I do think that DeathsGrip is for sure going to land somewhere around this range. In terms of pure large scale, I would say that he's probably better than good. Probably like one of the best suck DKs for large scale, but I don't necessarily know if I can put him in A tier with a lot of the other people that will be in that range. So, because of that fact, guys, we're going to leave Mr. DeathsGrip around A- tier. And we're just going to reorganize this a little bit right there. And yeah, A- tier for DeathsGrip. Coming up next, guys, we have Horrendous. So, if I'm not mistaken, Horrendous is a long-time Succession LAN player. I do believe that they've been in Stray for a very, very long time, if not still are. And yeah, I think this is a pretty higher tier player. I haven't really seen them in quite a while. I know they used to murk out a good bit. I think the last time I've seen them was probably murking into Crawling Chaos when I also used to murk in there. And they used to get some pretty solid scores. Unfortunately, I don't really have a whole lot to base this player off of, because again, I haven't really seen them in the scene in a little bit of time. I think they either just mostly murk out or don't play that much. But with that being said, I'm probably going to give them A tier. I think they're probably an A tier Suck LAN player. Overall, pretty good, excellent player from what I've seen in the past. And yeah. Up next, guys, we have another Awakening Wizard player. One of a very, very rare breed. This time we have Candice. So, Candice, fellas, has been on the Awakening Wizard for quite some time. I think they've mostly been in and around Ghosts, along with a couple other guilds. And I think they're a pretty good player, honestly. They're pretty great Awakening Wizard. I don't necessarily think they're on the same level of Cosini or Combat, but despite that, I do still think that they are a very high tier Awakening Wizard. And with that being said, guys, I think I'm going to leave Candice in the A- tier. Now, the only reason why I can't necessarily put them in A or A+ tier is simply due to the fact that they haven't really been in around high-tier guilds. For example, Cosini has top fragged in and around very high-tier guilds, and the same thing with Combat. But Candice, I can't necessarily say the exact same thing, and despite that, I still do think that they're a great player. I just can't put them on the same level as Combat or Cosini. Coming up next on the list, guys, we have one of our first Succession Megus. This time we're going to be talking about Satire. So Satire, guys, in my opinion, is a very, very top tier Succession Megu player, and I believe that they also play Awakening Lan for small scale. But yeah, Satire has pulled some extremely good scores on Succession Megu. Honestly, probably one of the best Suck Megus that are in the game. The only unfortunate part is that he doesn't really play the game that much these days. I think he took a little bit of a step down from the game for various reasons. But even despite that fact, I think that when he was playing, he was still doing extraordinarily well on the Succession Megu. And I think I'm honestly going to have to put him in the S tier, more than likely. Yeah, I think it deserves S tier for sure. I think there's only going to be one other Suck Megu on this list that will be S tier, and that'll be coming up a little bit later, but yeah, S tier for Satire. Next up, fellas, we have our first Striker player. So we're going to be talking about ShowMeDaWay, and honestly, for a Striker player in large scale, I think this guy's actually pretty good. There's not very many Striker players on this list. I think there's probably, I don't know, maybe 2 or 3 if I remember off the top of my head. But this guy was in Soaked for a little bit, and I've seen some of his war scores, and honestly, he does pretty good on Striker. I'm not gonna lie, he does pretty good. I wouldn't necessarily say that he's a consistent top pager, but I would definitely say that he's better than good. So for that reason, we're gonna leave Mr. ShowMeDaWay in A- tier, which honestly I think is pretty damn good for a large-scale Striker. So yeah, A- tier for ShowMeDaWay. Coming up next, guys, we have a Succession Wusa player. We have BlackLightnings, aka Melanthia, aka Eminency, aka they go under a lot of different names. This guy is honestly a pretty solid player. I think they're also a relatively respectably good player, but I don't necessarily think that they are an extraordinary or excellent player or anything like that based off of war scores. Now, they have been in and around some relatively high tier guilds, and they've been able to pull their weight for sure. They've had some pretty decent war scores. And with that being said, guys, we are going to give Mr. BlackLightnings top of the B tier for BlackLightnings. Right at the top of B tier. I do think that he is currently the best one out of all these so far. Coming up next on the list, guys, we have an Awakened Musa player. This time, we're going to be talking about Carstellz. So, Carstellz, guys, is a long-time BDO large-scale Fragger guy. Probably one of the best Musas for BDO. I also do think that he had a Musa guide back in the day that got a crazy amount of views. This guy was top fragging in Crawling Chaos whenever I used to see him in CC. Also had a very, very good run in Digital. All around the board, super duper top tier Musa player, and with that being said, it's going to be a simple S tier for the Carstellz. Really, really great player. Unfortunately, doesn't really play the game anymore. I don't think I've seen him in quite a bit, but still an S tier player in my opinion. Next up, fellas, we're going to be talking about an Awakening DK player known as Mr. Durash, dude. So Durash is one of the homies, and honestly, this guy has been on Awakening DK for a very, very long time. Even when I was playing Awakening DK, pretty much known as one of the best Awakening DKs in the game for quite some time. Up there with basically Magic and Etsu and all of them. And also one of the very few Awakening DKs that can actually do anything impactful in large scale. So, in my humble opinion, I do think that Durash is an extraordinary player on Awakening DK. So, to be fair to the tier list with the rules, I'm going to put Durash in A+ tier. I think he's an extraordinary Awakening DK player. This man has been around the block for an extremely long time, and I do think that he is probably still one of the best Awakening DKs in the video game. He unfortunately doesn't really play too much these days. I think he's taking a little bit of a break, but in my opinion, in my heart, this man is for sure an A+ tier player on the Awakening DK. Next in line, guys, we have Tails. So Tails is another homie. Honestly, this is a super duper chill dude, and I do believe that he plays Suck Lon as well as DK and maybe a bit of Awakening Megu. I think it's a mix between all those three. And with that being said, guys, I think Tails is a pretty good player. I think they are a quote-unquote certified, respectably good player. I'm going to drop big homie Tails right near the top of B tier. I think they're a pretty good player, just as simple as that. Good homie, good person, and yeah, B tier for Tails. Alrighty guys, now we have another Succession Ranger player. This time we're going to be talking about Nfract. So Nfract, guys, is a player that I have also been in a couple of alliances and guilds with, and from what I've actually personally witnessed, they usually do pretty damn good. They're usually top paging on the Succession Ranger, pulling very, very consistent scores, and overall I do think that they classify as a relatively excellent player, if not better sometimes. So, with that being said, guys, I'm going to go ahead and drop Nfract right around next to Kiseo. I'm not really 100% sure who is better. It's really, really hard to tell, but I do think that they're both excellent Suck Rangers, and yeah, A tier for Nfract. Up next on the list, guys, we have a Succession Megu / Succession Ranger player. This time we have Axelton. So Axelton, guys, most people already know who this is, but this guy has been actually top ragging in Corrupt for a very, very long time from what I've seen, and has been an epidemic for the past several months, if not year, and is also top ragging in Epidemic, along with other very, very good players. So, all around the board, I would say for sure a best-in-class player on Succession Megu, as well as Suck Ranger, and they have just been top ragging for quite a long, long time. So, I think you guys know where this person is going to go. They're going to go right into the S tier for sure. That's an easy S tier. Again, guys, S tier I'm not going to necessarily order as much as the other people in these tiers. I think that everyone in S tier is all just really, really top tier in their own regard. So with that being said, it is going to be an S tier for Axelton. Coming through next, guys, we have Calb. So Calb, I was debating on whether or not I wanted to put onto the tier list because I do think that Calb is more of a small scale oriented player, you know, like AOS. And if you guys have played any AOS whatsoever in the past season or two, then you know who this is. Probably, not even probably, I think it is the best Awakening Sage for AOS. Unfortunately, this is not an AOS tier list, it's a large scale tier list, and I don't really have a whole lot of data on Calb because I've only started seeing him recently after the Awakening Sage buffs for large scale. But with that being said, I do still think that this is a pretty excellent player on the Awakening Sage for sure, and I have seen a couple of war scores that looked pretty convincing overall. So with that being said, guys, I'm just going to go ahead and drop Calb somewhere in the A tier. We'll drop him somewhere in the A tier, high A tier for sure. Definitely a very, very good Awakening Sage player, and yeah, easy A tier for Calb. Up now, guys, we have Coke. So Coke, I'm honestly not too sure what he's actually playing these days. I do believe that he is on the Awakening Dosa, and previously was a pretty big mega banger on Awakening Drac when it was meta, when it was ridiculously overpowered. But after Awakening Drac got nerfed, I started to see less and less of this guy. I'm not too sure if he went to Throne of Liberty or what happened, but I've only recently started seeing him again. So with that being said, fellas, I don't have a whole lot of data to go off of Coke because I haven't really seen too many war scores recently, but I would probably say that he's going to be somewhere around this range, the B to A range. So I'm going to go ahead and drop Coke somewhere near the mid or high mid A minus tier. I think that's a pretty fair tier for Mr. Coke. Okay guys, coming up next we have another long-time Fragger slash just overall pretty great player. We're going to be talking about Dabin. So Dabin has been around for a long time, performing exceptionally well in quite a few high tier guilds, I think most notably Corrupt, and he did also participate within the Great Show Nation. And yeah, overall I would say pretty much an extraordinary player. He's played most of the meta classes that have come out in the game, and I think one of the biggest pop out arcs for Dabin was during Sukwusa. So with that being said guys, we're going to give Dabin a top of the A plus tier in my opinion. I think he's barely about S tier, but I think there's just a couple other people that take the edge. But nonetheless, still definitely a top tier extraordinary player in my humble opinion. Coming up next guys, we have an Awakening Corsair player. We're going to be talking about LogicalSZN, aka LogicalSZN. So Logical I think is a relatively above average slash good player in the grand scheme of things. He's been around for quite some time, been in a various amount of mid-tier to low mid-tier guilds, and I would say he's a pretty decent player overall. With that being said guys, I think we're going to give Logical, in my opinion, it's going to be somewhere around B tier or top of C tier. I'm not really 100% sure how to accurately gauge this, simply due to the fact that Logical hasn't really played around too many high tier guilds, and there are just a lot of other people on this list that have played in and around, you know, high tier to top tier guilds. So with that being said, I think I'm going to drop Logical at the top of C tier. I think he's an above average player, and I think he's definitely better than the other people that will be in C tier coming up. So yeah, I think top of C tier, above average for LogicalSZN. Alrighty fellas, up next we have our first Succession Sage player of the list. We're going to be talking about Mr. MVI. So MVI is a pretty interesting one. This guy has been around for quite some time. He's been in a couple of guilds. I think he started off around Highfall, and also was in Reforged a while back with Blue Squadron, and then he had a pretty outstanding high tier arc. He joined Enemy and was also in ShowMe's, Show Nation, etc. And I'm not gonna lie, this guy was performing extremely well in Enemy as well as Show Nation. Just literally top paged a substantial amount of the time, contesting scores with Divios and a lot of other top tier players. And overall, I think this dude is really slept on. I think this is surprisingly one of the more obscure players that are on the list. I don't know if many people know who MVI is, but you guys are about to find out, because MVI is going straight to S tier in my opinion. I think this is one of the best Suck Sages in the game, and has been for a long time. Really chill dude, really underrated, under the radar for sure. But like I said, able to pull top tier scores within top tier guilds on a very obscure class. And yeah, easy S tier for MVI on the Suck Sage. Alrighty fellas, coming up next, we have another Suck Sage player, and also one of the homies as well. This is my boy Deathless. So Deathless has been in and around Epidemic for, I believe, quite a long time. I think that's the main guild that he's been in and around, and has been on Suck Sage for quite some time, and also somebody that I've helped out on Suck Sage a little bit. So definitely one of the homies. This is one of the boys here. And with that being said, guys, I do think if you asked me maybe 6 months ago, I would probably say Deathless is around above average, around C tier. But I do think he's made some pretty substantial improvements to gameplay, and overall is just a lot better on the class and large scale. So with that being said, guys, we're going to go and give Deathless somewhere around B tier. We're going to put my boy somewhere around B tier. Definitely above average. I would say more consistent than inconsistent mid-pager, but not quite top page or anything like that. But overall, solid, good player. Up next, fellas, we have a crowd favorite. We have the Chimster TV, dude. Chimmy. Alright, man, so what can we say about Chimmy? So first off, honestly, this dude is for sure, nonetheless, no doubt, an extremely powerful top tier player. This man has been top fragging in and around most of the high tier guilds in the game, including Digital and Black Rose. Now, most people are going to say that Chimi is only powerful right now because Awakening Dosa is so ridiculous, or, you know, Sage or whatever it is, but to be honest, this guy was pulling really ridiculous scores on Awakening Musa before he kind of popped into streaming and whatnot, and he was also doing a little bit of streaming before. So, in my opinion, he was already an extraordinary top tier player, and then just started to play more, you know, stronger classes, just more meta classes, and definitely now is at the very top of the totem pole, in my opinion. So yeah, I mean, if you guys haven't already found out where Chimi's going, it's not obvious enough, straight into S tier. In my humble opinion, one of the best large-scale players in the entire game, by far, is able to play basically any class right now. Just pick up a class, boop, top page or top frag. Extremely powerful player on the Dosa, becoming extremely powerful on the Sage as well. And basically just any class, just overall a really smart player, is able to understand the game at a super duper high level, and just also an extremely good vibe, man. Honestly, just in the same boat like Ham, just super duper good vibe, really good person, really funny dude, and yeah, easy super S tier for Mr. Chimi for sure. Alright fellas, next in line we have a Succession Zerker player. We have the Slinger of Gods, aka Godslinger. So now, Godslinger, guys, I know most people like to put down Godslinger, but in my opinion, this dude's actually a pretty solid Suck Zerker. You know, somebody pings it, we call the go in. This guy's in there shouting at 50 people, stunning a good chunk of them. You know, he's in there for sure. I think this guy is a pretty good Suck Zerker in the grand scheme of things. Obviously, it's going to be pretty hard to rate in terms of, you know, top page or mid page or whatever, because it's a Suck Zerker, right? So Suck Zerker typically is not really going to frag out like that. But with that being said, I do think that Godslinger is just a pretty solid, I think he's a good Suck Zerker, honestly. And with that being said, I'm going to put him somewhere around the middle of B tier. For sure. You know, he's a good Suck Zerker, will be on the call, will be CCing people, will be doing what needs to be done. Easy B tier. Okay, coming through next, guys, we are going to be talking about an Awakening Witch player. We're going to be talking about Mr. Dapper Dak. So, Dapper Dak, fellas, is a relatively new addition to the BDO PvP community. I do believe he started his adventure into BDO, if I'm not mistaken, not that long ago, as well as Black Desert PvP. And if I'm not mistaken, he does have a video series on YouTube where he kind of documents his progress and his journey, you know, going from basically zero to hero, so to speak. So, honestly, massive respects for this guy getting into PvP, especially on such a weak class like Awakening Witch. You really don't hear that very often. Like, that is pretty dang rare. I don't think there's any other, you know, standout Awakening Witches or anything like that that are even trying to get better at PvP. They mostly just PvE. But this guy does it all. You know, he's been streaming BDO for a good amount now, and he also does PvP, working his way up the totem pole, and honestly, that is just super duper respectable. I love seeing new players get into BDO, especially BDO PvP, so that gives this guy some respect points for me for sure. Now, with that being said, obviously, he is playing Awakening Witch, and he is relatively new to the scene, so of course he's not going to be like a mega fragger or anything like that. So we're going to put Mr. Dapper Dak around the middle of C tier, but I really do hope to see this guy continue to play the game and continue to improve. Super duper respectable and super commendable what he's doing, again, especially for the Awakening Witch. So hats off to Mr. Dapper Dak. Go check this man out on YouTube and Twitch, and I cannot wait to see his progress in the future. Next on the list, guys, we have an Awakening Dosa player known as Spades0524. So Spades is a Dosa that is most known for being in and around Epidemic, if I'm not mistaken. I'd say they're a pretty good player. They're a pretty solid player. They pulled some pretty respectable scores from what I've seen in Epidemic and also when we were allied with them. And with that being said, guys, I think Mr. Spades is going to go somewhere around the middle of B tier. It's a very solid, good player, pretty consistent player overall, all around the board. And yeah, solid B tier for Mr. Spades. Coming through next, guys, we have yet another Succession Sage player This time we're going to be talking about Toronto Blue Jays. So, Toronto Blue Jays is a Suck Sage guy that has been around Iconic, I believe, for the most part. And previously, way back in the day, he was in Nerds. And I know this because I was in Nerds quite a long time ago on my T1 alt account. But yeah, I think this guy is a relatively solid Suck Sage. Honestly, I've seen some decent scores from him. I haven't really seen too much, so this might be one of the more inaccurate rankings that I'll probably do. But this guy has performed pretty well in War of the Roses. Honestly, had some pretty banger War of the Roses scores. I don't know if it's like a pure black zone or whatnot, but we're going to give the benefit of the doubt and say that it's just raw skill. And with that being said, guys, I'm going to give Mr. Toronto Blue Jays somewhere around high, mid A- tier. We'll put him above here. I think that's a pretty decent ranking. Again, this could be lower, it could be higher. I'm really not 100% too sure. But from the little bit that I have seen, I think this is a relatively accurate judgment. So with that being said, A- for Mr. Blue Jays. Up next, guys, we're going to be talking about one of the more controversial figures in BDO. We're going to be talking about a succession line known as Into. So, in my opinion, guys, getting started straight off the bat, I do think that Into is a pretty top-tier Suck Lawn player. Now, I know most people are going to sit here and, complain about his character or what he does outside of war and whatever, and that's totally fine, but this isn't a tier list based off of personality and character, it's a tier list based off of skill, and men lie, women lie, and numbers don't. And the numbers show that Into has pulled some pretty good war scores for the fights that he's in, alongside other top tier players and against top tier players. And I have also personally witnessed some of these scores as well, being on my alt and soaked when we were allied with them back in the day. So, with that being said, I do think that Into is a pretty top tier, high tier Suck Lawn. When he's not yapping or if he's not inting bases or anything like that, this guy pulls some pretty good scores. So that being said, guys, we're gonna go put him somewhere around the top of A+ tier. I can't really give him S tier because there are a couple of other Suck Lawns that I think take the cake in terms of just overall, best Suck Lawn players. But I do think that this guy is pretty good for sure. Okay, fellas, next up on the list, we have, I think, our second Archer player. It is going to be Mr. Charles Zane himself, C. Zane. So now, C. Zane, guys, is a pretty interesting one, I will say. I think that this man has steadily and consistently improved over the past, several years to a very, very great degree. If you asked me maybe a year or two ago what I thought of C. Zane as a player compared to now, my answer would definitely be different. Nowadays, I think that this guy is for sure a top tier Archer. He's put in the work to improve not only as a player, but even as a streamer as well, doing really, really big things. So, that being said, guys, I've seen C. Zane a lot. This man is a pretty premier large-scale player. He's pulled some really, really good numbers in and around Epidemic. He's done really, really good in Corrupt, and basically wherever he's marked out to as well. So with that being said, guys, I do think that Mr. C. Zane is a pretty top tier player. I think he's an extraordinary player, and I'm going to put C. Zane at the very top of A+ tier. Now, some people might get upset at this, or even C. Zane might get upset at this, but the reason why I cannot put him on S tier for Archer is just simply due to the fact that there are a couple of other Archers that I think take the cake that have been around in high tier guilds performing for just a longer amount of time. But with that being said, if you guys paid attention to the beginning of my video, A+ tier and S tier are relatively interchangeable, and I think that C. Zane is probably one of the closest people that can get to S tier. On a good day, I think that he can still perform like an S tier player for sure. So yeah, A+ tier for Mr. C. Zane really has become an extraordinary Archer player, and definitely easily interchangeable with S tier. Next in line, guys, we have a Succession Wusa player. We're going to be talking about Mr. Mag Pulse. So fellas, Mag Pulse is a Suck Wusa that has been around the high tier PvP scene for quite some time. They've been in Immune, which is the Crawling Chaos guild. They've been in Enemy as well. They've been in Show Nation. They had a little bit of a digital arc. They've been in Soaked. They've been in some very, very respectable, very high tier guilds. And most of what I've seen of this person, they've usually always performed consistently very, very good. So, in my opinion, fellas, Magpulse, I think, is going to go somewhere in the top of A tier. I think that he is for sure a consistent top pager. He's definitely an excellent player on the Suck Wusa as well. Now, I don't necessarily have a whole lot of data to go off of, but the few wars that I've been in with him and the war scores that I've seen, this guy is most definitely an A tier player. If not, maybe perhaps A plus tier. But just based off of the knowledge that I have, definitely an excellent player. Gonna leave him right at the top of A tier. Up next, fellas, we're going to be talking about, I believe, is an Awakening Meiwa player. I could be totally wrong on that, but we're going to be talking about Akashi. So, Akashi, fellas, I previously have known them from Reforged for being an Awakening Meiwa. Now, granted, that is a essentially completely dead class, so I don't actually know what they're on, if they're still on it. But, we've seen some more scores. They are I would say they're a pretty good player. I would say they're roughly a consistent mid-pager from the scores that I've seen. And it's as simple as that, guys. That being said, we're going to drop Mr. Akashi into the B tier. We will drop him somewhere around here in B tier. Very, very solid, good player. Not bad whatsoever. And yeah, B tier for Akashi. Coming through next on the list, guys, we're going to be talking about one of the homies. We're going to be talking about Mr. Not Art. So now, fellas, Art has been in and around Guilds and Alliances with me and the boys for a very, very, very long time. Plays Awakening Zerker, plays Suck Ranger, and a couple other things at a pretty good level. Honestly, pretty good level. I'd say he's always been a relatively good player, always very, very consistent. May not be an all-star, ultra top frag or anything like that, but I still do think that when you need him to perform, he's there. If you need him to be on a good class, if your ball needs more meta, he's there. Overall, definitely a very good, very solid player, very consistent. And with that being said, guys, we're going to drop my boy Art somewhere around the B tier. Say right around the mid of B tier, and yeah. Okay, fellas, the next challenger approaching is going to be a certified banger known as BAM. So, BAM, guys, in my opinion, has been doing some top-tier stuff for a very, very long time. Now, he's been in Soaked for several years, for what I can see, and has always been a pretty much top-tier player in Soaked, fighting with and alongside the best players, as well as against the best players. And recently, has had a pretty big uprising on the Awakening Dosa. I would definitely say that this guy is honestly probably a top 1 or top 2 Awakening Dosa for sure. I don't think that anybody really comes close or similar aside from Shimmy, who is also, in my opinion, obviously a top 1 Dosa. So this guy is overall extremely good. Might not be known by too many people, but always performs at an extremely high level in Soaked. Also had a little bit of a digital arc for Guild League and large scale, and also performed extremely well there. And with that being said, guys, I think that definitely solidifies him into one of the best players in the game. Is also able to perform on Sage at a very high level, and presumably whatever other class he picks up, you know, just simply a straight up excellent player. Understands how to play the game at a very high level, and many classes at a high level as well. So with that being said, guys, we're going to put my boy BAM straight into the easy S tier, right next to Shimmy. Honestly, these guys are very similar players. They both only play meta classes, and they are both extremely good at said meta classes. So yeah, easy S tier for my boy BAM. Coming up next, fellas, we have, I believe, is a Deadeye player. We're going to be talking about Corrupt Gargoyle. So, Corrupt Gargoyle is also in Soaked. I do believe that they have been in Reforged / Dismantled and Vertex a while back. And yeah, I'm relatively certain that they play Deadeye. I could be wrong on that. But with that being said, guys, men lie, women lie, the scores don't. And the scores say that Gargoyle has been roughly around mid-page with some occasional spikes into top page. So I would say they're somewhere around this zone. And with that being said, guys, I'm going to drop Gargoyle right around the mid-ish of B tier. So, solid player, good player. Yeah, easy B tier for Gargoyle. Coming through next, guys, we have another challenger approaching, yet another certified banger. We're going to be talking about the Beef, aka Cal. So, Cal, guys, I'm pretty sure most people in the game already know who this is. Absolute ultra omega gamer on the Archer, and in my humble opinion, one of the best archers in the game for a long time, for a very, very long time. This guy has been in and around top tier guilds, performing at a very, very high level, has been extremely consistent in the Archer for a long, long time. Honestly, just overall is a very, very top tier player, for sure. It's just as simple as that. And with that being said, guys, I'm going to put Cal right directly into the S tier. Like I said, this is a best-in-class Archer. I think probably one of 3, maybe one of 4. There's not going to be too many, but there is one other person that will be an S tier for sure. That's an Archer. And yeah, overall, extraordinarily great player. Also super duper chill and humble guy. And yeah, easy S tier from a boy Cal. Okay, fellas, next up we're going to be talking about actually a Succession Mystic player known as Liar or Lear. I'm not really 100% sure how to pronounce it. But this player honestly is a pretty considerable banger within the Soaked community. They have pulled pretty consistently top page-ish scores overall, and for a class that's as obscure as Succession Mystic, I think that's pretty damn good. So yeah, overall, all around the board, I think really great, fantastic player. I have not personally seen a Succession Mystic do what this person can do. With that being said, guys, I think that they're just straight up an excellent player. We're going to put them somewhere around the mid of A tier, I think is pretty good. I'll put them around the middle of A tier. Definitely a consistent top pager, excellent Succession Mystic, and yeah. Alrighty, fellas, next up we have another powerful challenger approaching. This time we're going to be talking about the Azure Dragon himself. It is going to be Mr. Divios. So now, Divios, guys, I don't really need to give any type of long-winded explanation or introduction. If you guys have been playing BDO whatsoever in the past however many years, or if you're in the PvP community, you more than likely already know who Divios is. So, with that being said, guys, Divios is a very, very long time, super top tier, top-notch player, is pretty much one of the best, if not the best, Suck Sage and Awakening Striker. Legitimately top 1, top 2 on those classes for sure. Has been in and around only top tier guilds for his entire lifespan in BDO, such as Snake, Show Nation, and now Vagabonds, and has consistently top fragged and top paged in said guilds with and against the best players in the game since forever. So just overall an extremely knowledgeable player within the game, has also won many best in class tournaments for Striker, best in guild tournaments, also extremely powerful in AOS. Pretty much the man has really just done it all and has easily proven himself to be one of the best players in Black Desert, and will go down in Black Desert history as one of the best players and best PvPers in the game. So yeah, with that being said, I don't think anybody is going to be surprised, but the Dragon is getting dropped right into the S tier. Easily superb, spectacular player, literally a meta definer on the classes that he plays, and presumably will always be one of the best players in Black Desert Online. Coming through next on the list, fellas, we have another one of the homies. This time we're going to be talking about a super powerful Awakening Zerker player known as Gizmo. Now, Gizmo, fellas, might not be as well known as some of the other people that are on this list, but he is somebody that has been in and around the guilds that I've been in, and just overall is just a crazy gamer on Awakening Zerker. I mean, this guy just might be a different version of Kev, I swear. Overall, spectacular Fragger on Awakening Zerker, is able to just pull pretty consistent scores with a lot of other top tier players from when he's actually actively playing the game. And in my opinion, I think he's just overall an extraordinary player. It's quite sad that he doesn't really play the game too much these days, but whenever he does, this man is just right back in the saddle, always doing extremely good on a class that you don't really see too many people frag out on these days. Like, Awakening Zerker is honestly kind of rare. especially compared to other broken meta classes. So, with that being said, guys, I'm going to drop Gizmo right into the mid-high A+ tier. Extremely spectacular player. I wish he'd play the game more because this guy is just an absolute unit. So, yeah, A+ tier for my boy Gizmo. Coming up next, guys, another challenger approaching. We have one of the top tier homies. We have Mr. Encios, we have Dr. K. So now, Encios, guys, I think most people within the past couple months, maybe like 6 months to a year, most likely know Encios as a shot caller, but I know Encios as a shot caller as well as a pretty damn good top fragger. So, this man is a honestly super banger Awakening Musa, as well as a Succession caster. He has top fragged many a times in Corrupt, as well as Goon, as well as Old EQ, and really just a bunch of different guilds. And in my opinion, is a very top tier, extraordinary player, no doubt. It is kind of a shame that he's only shot calling these days because we don't really get a chance to see him just frag out and pop off, but I can absolutely assure you, in the 4 or 5 years that I've known this man, he is for sure comparable to some of the people in S tier. There's not a singular doubt in my mind. And with that being said, guys, I'm going to have to drop Encios at the very top of A+ tier, men. When this guy is in frag mode, he is for sure a very, very good profound fragger. Also, in my opinion, a really, really good shot caller. And overall, just one of my favorite people in Black Desert online the game. Just an awesome, awesome top tier fella. Yeah, nothing but good things to say about this guy. Easy A+ tier for sure. Coming up next, guys, we have somebody that I believe is relatively sleeper, relatively obscure, no Claire player. This time, guys, we're going to be talking about Deli. So, if you have been in or around Ventus, you probably know who this is. I think there probably are a good amount of people that know who Deli is. And with that being said, guys, Deli is a Succession hash player. And in my humble opinion, I think that this guy is the best and has been the best Succession hash large scale player in the game for honestly as long as I can remember. I don't really think that anybody comes close. I'm being completely honest. This guy has put up some ridiculously stupid scores on Suck Hash in places that really shouldn't be possible, like especially during, you know, Awakening Drac meta or Suck Wusa meta, or when bows are overpowered, which, I mean, they're always overpowered, but you guys get the point. This guy is just a profound player on Succession Hash. I don't know what he's doing. I don't know how he does it. I kind of wish that he streamed or had some type of YouTube video so I can see like what the heck is going on. But nonetheless, guys, with that being said, Deli is going directly into the S tier for sure. Just best in class Succession hash. Isn't really out there. I still feel like he's kind of a low-key player, but if you know, you definitely know. This guy is just ridiculous on that class. Yeah, don't know how he does it, but easy S tier for the Deli. Coming through next on the list, guys, we are going to be talking about the second Awakening DK on this list. We're going to be talking about Mr. Saggle. So Saggle, guys, I'm not going to lie, this is probably another relatively low-key player, but let me tell you, men lie, women lie, the scores don't. And this guy has been able to put up very, very contesting scores against a lot of other S tier players that are in Soaked, most namely people like Calb and Bam and Murxi, Cosini, etc. And mind you, this guy is playing Awakening DK. You know, not really known for being a pretty powerful class, but this guy somehow makes it work. I think that he is a very, very powerful player on the Awakening DK in large scale. Definitely, no doubt, an extraordinary player. And with that being said, guys, we're going to put him somewhere around the A+ tier. We're going to put him next to Durash, as I think that these two are both really, really good players on the Awakening DK. And yeah, it's just really impressive being able to put up similar scores to people that are also S tier players on better classes. So, that being said, easy A+ tier for the Saggle. Coming through next, guys, we have another Premier Awakening DK that I just had to bump up into the list while it's fresh in my head. But this time we're going to be talking about an Awakening DK known as Magic. So Magic, fellas, has been in and around some very, very top tier guilds, if not the best guilds, most notably Show Nation, as well as Peko for quite some time now. So Magic has pulled some pretty crazy scores from what I've seen during his stay in the Nation and as well as Peko. And overall, again, I think this is just the premier example of what the Awakening DK can do at the absolute highest level in large scale. I don't really think that there is a better large scale Awakening DK whatsoever. I think the only people that come close are, of course, Durash and Saggle. Maybe there's somebody that I'm missing, but yeah. With that being said, guys, I do think that Magic is the best Awakening DK for large scale, for sure. This man has just done extremely crazy stuff on this class in Node War, Siege, as well as Guild League. So Magic is going to go right into the S tier. Really, really fantastic player, and just best in class fragger on the Awakening DK. Coming through next on the list, guys, we're going to be talking about an extremely obscure class, but with a relatively known player known as Forest Hunter. So Forest Hunter, guys, I'm not gonna lie, this guy is an Omega level gamer on the Succession Musa. I don't know how this dude does it, but he is an absolutely extraordinary player on Succession Musa. In my opinion, the best suck Musa in the game for PvP, for sure. I think there's only one other person that comes close that we'll talk about a little bit later. But yeah, this guy is an absolute turbo banger. Has pulled extremely consistent top page, top tier scores within Digital as far as I've been in Digital. And yeah, just overall one of the best players in the game on a super duper rare class that nobody plays. Yeah, man, this guy is just crazy good on Suck Musa. And with that being said, he is going directly into the S tier. Best Succession Musa in my opinion, so he's just automatically a best in class fragger. Also one of the few people even playing that class to begin with, and also pulls consistently very, very good scores in Digital, and presumably many, many other guilds that he's been in. Next in line, guys, we're going to be talking about an Awakening as well as Succession Zerker player known as Graffent. So Graffent, fellas, has been a long-time Soak player, I believe, with a little bit of an epidemic arc, and they mostly play Succession Zerker, but they do definitely dabble with an Awakening Zerker, and I believe a little bit of Hash. So, fellas, with that being said, I do think that Graffent is a pretty good player. He's a pretty solid upper mid-tier player. They're usually around the mid-page, which is definitely not that bad at all. Very respectably good. And with that being said, guys, I believe that I'm going to put them somewhere around the B tier. For being a Suck Zerker player, they're always enabling many, many plays to happen. When they're on Awakening Zerker, they also do pretty damn good as well. Overall, around the board, very, very good player. And yeah, B tier for Mr. Graffent. Next up, guys, we're going to be talking about another one of the homies. We're going to be talking about Miss Macne. So, Macne, fellas, is also a player that has been with the group for a little bit in most of the guilds that I've been around, and I'd say is a pretty respectable player. Not gonna lie, a pretty respectable player. I do believe that she plays a decent bit of Suck Sage as well as Musa and Ranger. While she may not be like a super duper top tier fragger or anything like that, they are a very, very reliable player. If you need somebody in your guild to roll to something that is meta, she'll most likely be able to do it. Always following calls, always doing what the guild needs, and is a very, very good addition to most of any guild. Now, with that being said, guys, we're going to give a Macne around, I would say, the middle of C tier. Honestly, a little bit of an above average player, and yeah, really, really great person. Good to have in your ball, and C tier for the Mac. Coming up next, guys, we have another Archer player. This time, we're going to be talking about a fella named Sniped. Also, shout out to the Xbox Live profile picture, kinda cool. So guys, Sniped is a player that has been in Soaked recently, and I also do believe that they've been in and around Show Nation and some other high tier guilds. Now, to be fair, I do not have a whole lot of information about this guy in particular. All I have to go off of right now are the war scores from Soaked, and I can say that in Soaked he is performing pretty good. Honestly, usually around top page, contesting other really good players. So with that being said, guys, I'm going to drop Mr. Sniped into around the A tier, around middle of the A tier. Again, this is going to be one of the more inaccurate listings because I don't really know too much. Could be better, could be A+ tier, could be worse, but from what I've seen and witnessed, looks like a very solid, excellent player all around the board. Coming up next, we have a Succession Sage / Awakening Sage / Awakening DK player, otherwise known as me, dude. It's me, Mr. Viralium. Alrighty, fellas, so I'm not gonna lie, it's pretty goofy ranking myself, but nonetheless, here we are. So, what can I say, fellas? I've been playing Black Desert Online for quite a long time now, since I'd say about early 2017, and I only really started doing large scale around the beginning of 2022, maybe late 2021. And with that being said, fellas, we have pretty much either consistently top fragged or top paged in every single guild that I've been in, every single guild that I've merked into, including digital for the past year or so, pretty much since the very beginning of my Node War career for the past 3 years. And of course, if you guys don't believe me, you guys can join my Discord and see it for yourself with the proof. We've got all the scores in there for the past 3 years. I have also achieved rank 2 for the most Node War kills for a 2-year period. I think PA put it from around October 22nd to somewhere in 2024. I'll have an image on the screen of that. But yeah, only being beat out by Bodis, who has a couple thousand more kills. But those kills don't include my alt, which we already have several thousand kills on. So, I mean, technically, I should be rank 1 for that. Not gonna lie, dude. But anyway, guys, with that being said, I have pretty much outfragged or fragged alongside almost all of the S tier players as well, who are also extraordinary players, literally the best in class players in the game. And I also do consider myself to be one of the best large scale players in Black Desert Online. So, with that being said, guys, easy S tier for your boy, man. Easy S tier for your boy. I mean, you guys already know what it is. And yeah, that being said, man, let's move on to the next. Alright, now that we got that nerd out of the way, let's talk about an archer player known as Sergeant Soap. So Sergeant Soap, guys, I'm not gonna lie, I think this dude is criminally underrated. This dude is just an extremely good archer player. I've seen him rival, if not outperform, some of the people that are in S tier, and overall is just a really super duper slept on player. Now, this guy has been in Soaked for quite a long time, and I know some people might not take that as seriously, but as I said previously, this guy has contested scores of other really excellent archers like CZane as well as Cow, and in my opinion, I think this guy is going straight into A+ tier. This dude is ridiculously good in Archer. He's been an Archer player for a very long time, throughout the nerfs, throughout the changes, and throughout the little mini rework that they gave it. All around, extraordinarily good Archer player, super duper slept on, super underrated, and yeah, easy A+ tier for my boy Sergeant Soap. Okay, next up, guys, we're going to be talking about, in my opinion, another very underrated Deadeye player by the name of Tarkand. Also was previously a Sork player. So fellas, Tarkand is also a long-timed soaker, but they have also been in other guilds like Old Vertex, Dismantled, Isolated, and I think Chomies at some point. Now with that being said, guys, I'm not gonna lie, I also think that this fella is extremely underrated. They have pulled some very impressive scores on the Deadeye, and pretty much are able to contest and rival a lot of the other players that are in A+ tier or S tier. Now, they're not consistent enough, in my opinion, to net them an S tier best in class fragger for Deadeye, but with that being said, I do think that they are a very, very extraordinary player on the Deadeye. Like I said, able to pull similar scores to people that are in S tier within Soaked, and overall just a fantastic player on the class. So with that being said, guys, I think we're going to give them somewhere around the middle of A+. I think that they're a really, really good player on that, and yeah, hope to see them more on the Deadeye. Okay, fellas, next up we're going to be talking about an Awakening Dosa player, I believe, from Soaked as well. So this time we're going to be talking about Ashy. So, men lie, women lie, and the numbers don't, fellas, and the numbers say that Ashy performs pretty decently well. From what I can tell them, from what I can see, they usually perform somewhere around mid-page, if not a little bit higher than mid-page. It's like kind of inconsistent. And with that being said, guys, you already know the rules of the tier list. It's a little bit more consistent than B tier. It's not pure consistent mid-page. There are some spikes into like the upper top page area. So we're gonna leave Ashy somewhere around A-. We'll leave them there for now, an A-. Maybe we'll change it a little bit later. But yeah, so far A- for Ashy. Coming through next on the list, guys, we're gonna be talking about another one of the homies. This time, we have a Succession LAN player known as Calb. Now, fellas, I'm going to be honest, I think that this guy is a super duper banger on Suck LAN. This man has top paged and top fragged many, many times on North America, as well as SEA. Now, I know that for a fact because I've also top fragged alongside this man in SEA against some pretty powerful guilds. So, in my opinion, guys, I do think that Calb is one of the best Succession LANs currently in the game, at least for North America and SEA. Not too sure about other regions, obviously, but I think this guy is an extraordinary banger. I'm not gonna lie, I think that there are only maybe 2-ish people that are better than this person, and overall, they are, again, in my opinion, one of the best Suck LANs in the game. So, with that being said, guys, we're gonna drop Mr. Calb directly into high A+ tier. Easily an extraordinary player, has been able to contest a lot of other S tier players, including myself, and yeah, overall, just a really, really good banger, and I hope to see more of him in NA as well as SEA. Next up, guys, we're going to be talking about an Awakening Musa player that, as far as I'm concerned, is relatively obscure compared to most other gamers. So, this time, fellas, we're going to be talking about a player known as QZad. So now, fellas, I'm going to be completely honest, I didn't really know too much about this player up until fairly recently, and as far as I can tell, they've only been in Epidemic. I think that's like the only guild they've actually been in that's notable, besides Admiralty. So, yeah, with that being said, I have recently been put onto a couple of scores by this person, and I think quite some time ago they also were performing extremely, extremely well. But fellas, I must say, after seeing the said scores and after seeing the people that have been out-fragged by this person, in my humble opinion, I think that they might be one of the best Awakening Mooses in the game currently. I mean, like I said, boys, men lie, women lie, the numbers don't. And yeah, I think this dude might just be a best-in-class Awakening Musa player. There's probably only going to be one other Awakening Musa, maybe two other Awakening Musas on this list that are able to nab the S tier. But yeah, this guy is pretty damn good. He's been able to outfrag some other S tier players in the Epidemic side. So yeah, I think it's going to be S tier for Mr. QZad. Next on the list, guys, we're going to be talking about a player known as Sneaky Lone. So, Sneaky Lone, I'm going to be honest, I don't know a whole lot of them. The only thing that I really have to go off of are the scores from Soaked, and I'm also not actually even too sure what class they play. I think they might be a caster, but I could be totally wrong on that. But anyway, guys, with that being said, men lie, women lie, and the scores don't. And it looks like Sneaky Lone is most of the time around mid-page, with some occasional spikes into top page. So we're going to drop Sneaky somewhere around the B tier. We're going to drop them around, I'd say around like the middle of B tier. It's pretty fair. Pretty respectably good player. And yeah, B tier for Sneaky Lone. Next up, guys, we have another one of the great homies. This time we're going to be talking about a mostly Succession Zerker player known as Dullboy. Now, Dullboy, fellas, is one of the homies, and in my opinion is the definition of a good soldier. This man will play whatever your ball needs, whatever the guild needs. Need a Succession Zerker to engage and secure 20,000 CCs? He's there. Need some range to do a little bit of extra DPS? He's there. This guy, like I said, is the definition of the good soldier that follows orders. Overall, just a super chill fella. And with that being said, guys, I'm going to drop my boy Dullboy right into C tier. Definitely a solid, average to above average player. Always a good dude, and really taking one for the team by doing so many things on the Zerker for the boys. So, C tier for the boy Dullboy. Next in line, guys, we're going to be talking about an archer player known as Savantel. So, Savantel, fellas, seems to be a pretty respectably good archer player, I'm not going to lie. From most of the scores that I've seen, they are usually around mid-page or upper mid-page, pushing closer into top page, but not quite reaching the performance of, say, Soap or Sniped or Cow. And with that being said, guys, we're going to leave them somewhere around the A- tier. I'd say we put them around right here near the middle of A-. Maybe we'll move it a little bit later. But yeah, very good player on the Archer, very solid. So A- for Savantel. Next, guys, we have an Awakening Valkyrie, one of the very few Awakening Valkyries left in the video game, known as Canadian Corgi, aka Borgie. So, fellas, what can we say about the Corgi? First of all, I think Corgi, much like Czane, is honestly a player that has had an intergalactic glow up in terms of skill level and popularity, and honestly, very, very well deserved, if I do say so myself. Corgi has put in the effort and the time to essentially become the best Awakening Valkyrie in the game right now for North America, and I don't really necessarily think that there's anybody close. So yeah, really, really big props to Corgi. Honestly has evolved into a very, very top tier player, as well as being a best-in-class fragger on the Awakening Valkyrie, able to contest and perform with other people that are in Pekko and Vagabonds on a very, very unpopular class, being the Valk. So yeah, I think y'all already know where Mr. Borgie is going, the Lemonade Cat himself, going directly into S tier, dude. Awesome fella, super duper nice, super chill guy, and literally the meta definer for Awakening Valkyrie. Also rank 1 on AOS for the Valkyrie as well. Not that this is an AOS tier list, but still really awesome nonetheless. So yeah, easy S tier for Mr. Borgie. Okay, fellas, coming up next is going to be another Suck Sage player known as Nightmare. So Nightmare, fellas, is also one of the big homies. Has been part of the group for quite some time, and me and this guy go way back. And I'm not gonna lie, he is a very, very outstanding Succession Sage. I have personally also helped him on the Suck Sage, and really he's always pulled some pretty damn good scores. Is easily able to contest a lot of the people in S tier, including myself. And overall, I do think is a pretty extraordinary Succession Sage player. So with that being said, fellas, we're going to drop my boy Nightmare right into the A+ tier. Really, really fantastic homie. Kind of wish he played the game a little bit more, but yeah, easy A+ tier for my boy Nightmare. Coming through next, fellas, we have a Musa / Valkyrie / caster, I believe, known as Kotima. Not to be mistaken with Kozima. So with that being said, fellas, Kotima, I think, is a pretty fantastic player when he's actually able to do main ball stuff. Typically, this guy is doing flex or perma-scouting, but much like Filter, I think that when he's on frag mode, main ball mode, I think he's pretty good, honestly. He's a pretty good player. So with that being said, guys, we're going to give my boy Kotima somewhere around here. We'll put him somewhere around here. I think he's a pretty damn good player. Definitely more consistent than B, a little bit less consistent than A tier for sure. But yeah, all around the board, solid player. A- for my boy Kotima. Okay, fellas, now we have an Awakening Zerker / Succession Zerker player known as Dark Crusader. So Dark Crusader is also one of the boys from the old team, and he has been on Awakening Zerker for quite some time. Honestly, part of the very, very rare dying breed of Awakening Zerker in large scale, and I'd say Dark is a pretty respectably good player. He's had some pretty decent wars, not like an Omega Fragger or anything like that, but overall I'd say is a pretty solid good player on the Zerker for sure. And with that being said, guys, we're gonna give my boy Dark Crusader. We'll give him around a B tier. I think we'll give him around B tier. Very, very solid player. Relatively inconsistent top pager. But overall, yeah, solid player. Easy B tier for Mr. Dark. Next in line, guys, we're going to be talking about an Awakening Sorceress player known as SX. So, fellas, SX, this guy I think is usually doing flex, but despite him being on flex, is really able to pull some pretty damn good numbers compared to a lot of other people in main ball. Should also mention that this guy is in soaked and usually does pretty decent. Now, I will say though, according to scores, they are not a super consistent top pager, but they also are a little bit more consistent than just a regular mid pager. So I'd say they're a pretty good player on the Sorc for sure. They're definitely one of the better Sorcs in the game, at least from what I've seen. And with that being said, guys, I'm going to leave Mr. SX somewhere around the middle of A- tier. Somewhere around here. I think this is a pretty good judgment. Maybe it'll change later, but from what I've seen, definitely more consistent than the average B tier for sure, but not quite on the level as the A tier people. So yeah, easy A- for Mr. SX, and yeah, let's go on to the next. Up next, guys, we're going to be talking about a Succession Dark Knight player known as Biddies. So, Biddies, fellas, I'd say is also a pretty respectably good Suck DK player. Now, granted, Suck DK is really not a common class whatsoever these days. I mean, to be completely honest, Dark Knight isn't really popular or common whatsoever. But yeah, Suck DK is a little bit of an oddball. There's really not that many Suck DKs on the list. I think the only other Suck DK that is here is DeathsGrip. I could be wrong, maybe there's somebody else on this list that I forgot about. But despite that being said, guys, I think Biddies is a pretty respectably good player, as I said. And they're usually landing around the mid-page, which, to be honest, isn't really that bad for Suck DK. So, yeah, we're going to go ahead and give Biddies a solid B tier. We'll put him right around the middle of B tier. You know, nothing too extraordinary, whatever the case is. Again, it is Suck DK, but overall, all around the board, I think still a good player. Up next, guys, we're going to be talking about an Awakening Mystic player. Also plays a little bit of hash and a couple other things too. We're going to be talking about my boy Makito. So Makito, guys, I'd say is overall a very, very versatile and very, very smart player within the Black Desert large scale community. This guy is able to make things work that otherwise shouldn't work. Again, like the Awakening Mystic. Typically, you don't really see an Awakening Mystic or Suck Mystic on some off days frag out or do good, but Makito is somehow able to do it. Honestly, a very, very respectably good player. Somebody that has a pretty large wealth of knowledge about many different classes in this game, obviously including his own class, and is always able to make extremely good plays that enable the rest of the ball, and also occasionally frag out. Honestly, definitely a very, very good player. So, with that being said, guys, we're going to leave Makito somewhere around the A- tier. We'll drop him around here. I think when Makito is able to actually frag out and do work, this guy is pretty damn good. You know, he's doing pretty good in Old Goon days when we were in there, doing good in Soaked and a bunch of other guilds. So overall, I'd say definitely a pretty respectably good player. A- for Mr. Makito. Okay, fellas, coming up next, we have another challenger approaching, dude. This time, fellas, we're going to be talking about an Omega level Sorceress player known as Grim, aka Isaac. So what can we say about Grim, fellas? So first off, in my humble opinion, I think that this guy is the best Awakening Sork in Black Desert for North America. I think that he's just straight up the best. There's only one other person that's coming up next that I think is able to rival Mr. Grimm. But overall, from what I've seen, this dude is just an overall extraordinarily outstanding player on the Awakening Sork. It really just goes to show you how much of a skill gap there is compared to a lot of other Sork players in the game. And honestly, this guy is just able to frag out while on flex, which in and of itself is quite a big flex, if I do say so myself. So on any real given day, I mean, he is just easily top paging, if not top fragging, when he doesn't have to int bases or do flex stuff. And even despite that, I mean, still always pulling extremely consistently good top page scores throughout the entirety of his digital arc, and presumably even before that. Overall, just a very, very smart player when it comes to BDO, knows a lot about the game and how it works, including class matchups, and just really knows the game, like, in and out. Just an overall fantastically good player. And with that being said, guys, we're going to leave Mr. Grimm right on S tier, dude. Easy peasy S tier. Literally best in class Awakening Sork. And in my opinion, one of the best BDO large scale players in the game, not just for main ball, but for flex as well. It's super duper rare that you have somebody that can play flex that will also frag out alongside main ball players. So yeah, easy S tier for the sack. Okay, alongside that, guys, we're going to be talking about the only other Omega level Sork that is going to be on this list. And of course, we are going to be talking about Gunnism. So, Gunnism, fellas, is also, in my opinion, top 1 Sork in the game. I'm really not too sure who's better, either him or Grimm, but they're both fantastic players. And Gunnism has also been a part of the Hot Boys, you know, making some pretty banger montage plays, and has been just really an outstanding player in Vertex, Goon, Show Nation, and now Peko, which is basically the new Show Nation. So, yeah, overall, extremely powerful player. Definitely do not like seeing this guy within your backline, and really just one of the best Sorks in the game for sure. Always pulling some consistently top page scores in whatever guild that he's in, and overall just a fantastic player. Definitely one of the best players for Black Desert Large Scale, has been for quite some time. And with that being said, guys, going right into the S tier, right next to Mr. Sack, I think that these two are the best Awakening Sorks in the game, and it's not even remotely close to anybody else for sure. So yeah, easy S tier for the Gunnism. Next up, guys, we're going to be talking about a player by the name of Jaja X. So, to be completely honest, I don't really know a whole lot about this player other than the war scores that I've seen from Soaked, but nonetheless, they seem to be a pretty solid player. With that being said, they usually land around either mid-page or a little bit below mid-page. From what I've seen, they're usually skirting right below mid-page, around it. So I think for now, we're going to leave Jaja around high C tier. Definitely a solid player, probably above average player for sure. And yeah, easy C tier for Jaja X. Coming through next on the list, guys, we're going to be talking about one of the homies as well this time. We are going to be talking about Mr. 2. So, 2, fellas, is a player that plays quite a different bunch of classes, most notably Sage, Musa, Ranger, really a whole bunch of different things. Doesn't particularly play one thing, it's just overall, you know, jack of all trades type of player. Now, with that being said, guys, I do think that 2 is a player that has improved substantially over time, and usually is always willing to improve as a player. Honestly, very respectably solid all around the board. Definitely not an Omega Fragger or anything like that, but definitely not a bad player by any means whatsoever. So with that being said, guys, I'm going to drop 2 somewhere around the high-ish C tier. I'm going to put him around like high C tier. I think it's a pretty solid rating for my boy too. And yeah, overall around the board, definitely a solid above average player. I think that if he locked in on one single class, he would easily be B or A minus tier for sure. So yeah, C tier for my boy too. Coming through next, guys, we're going to be talking about a Succession Nova player known as Odd Having. So now, guys, Odd Having is a honestly pretty damn solid player on the Succession Nova. Now, with that being said, of course, obviously, Sucknova is for sure not meant to be a fragging class whatsoever. This is probably one of the least likely classes to frag out in Larcel, maybe unless you're like Rapture Spec or something like that. But with that being said, guys, I do think that Mr. Oddhaving is still a pretty good player. And with that being said, we're going to put Mr. Odd somewhere around B tier. We'll drop Odd somewhere around the middle of B tier. Honestly, very respectably good player. And yeah, easy B tier for my boy Odd. Coming up next, fellas, we're going to be talking about a Succession caster player, otherwise known as Bulu. So, Bulu, guys, I'm going to be honest, this guy just might be the best Succession caster in the game right now. They perform extremely consistently good in Vagabonds and have pulled some really impressive numbers compared to a lot of other people in S tier and really just a lot of other meta classes. So, in my opinion, guys, scores do not lie, as we've said before. I think Bulu is easy peasy S tier. Probably, again, like I said, the best Suck caster right now in the game. Especially compared to other casters that are in Peko Bonds. I think that they are just doing extremely good on this class, and they have been for quite some time. So yeah, easy S tier for Bulu on the caster. Next in line, fellas, we're going to be talking about an Awakening Dosa player known as King's Legion. So, King's Legion is an Awakening Dosa that has been in and around Soaked for quite some time now, and I would say that they are probably a pretty decent player. Now, with that being said, they usually are around mid-page, or typically under mid-page, and you guys already know, the numbers don't lie. And with that being said, guys, we're going to go ahead and put King's Legion somewhere around C tier. I would say somewhere around a little bit mid-high C tier. It's pretty fair for the King's Legion. And yeah, easy C tier. Coming through next, guys, we're going to be talking about an Awakening Sage player known as Alfred. So, I'm not too sure if this person has played anything other than Awakening Sage, but they are in Digi, and from the time that they've been in here, as far as I can tell, they have been on the Woke Sage. So, with that being said, guys, this person has performed pretty good, as far as I can tell, in Digital, usually performing relatively consistently in and around the top page. And I would also say that they're probably amongst the most consistent Awakening Sages that we have in Digital right now. So with that being said, guys, I'm going to go ahead and right now drop Alfred into around A+ tier. They do really good, and they are able to contest a lot of the people that are in S tier. Like I said before, are probably the most consistent Awakening Sage, give or take, so we'll probably revisit this later, but for now I think that Alfred is for sure A+ tier, if not A tier. So yeah. Okay, fellas, coming up next, we're going to be talking about another one of the homies. We're going to be talking about an Archer / Awakening Dosa player known as Scorn. So, Scorn is one of the homies that I've known for honestly quite a long time. And with that being said, I think this man has come quite a long way in terms of consistency and overall skill within Black Desert large scale. So, that being said, guys, honestly, I think my boy has evolved into a pretty fantastic player around the board and is able to mostly consistently top page. Now, this one is a little bit more complicated because I'd say, if I had to give a truly accurate ranking, it's going to be somewhere around the top of A- or the bottom of A tier. Like, it's just very on the verge of consistent top paging, but not quite around the area of A-. So what I'm going to say is we're going to put my boy around the bottom of A tier. I would say he top pages a little bit more frequently than anything else. It's really close, but still nonetheless a very fantastic player on the Dosa. In my opinion, one of the few actual good Dosas in the game. And yeah, A tier for Mr. Scorn. Coming up next, guys, is going to be somebody that I believe is a very, very underrated player. Goes by the name of Tivia, aka Manowan. So now, fellas, Tivia, I'm going to be completely honest, say it straight up, this is the best suck track on North America, and probably SEA, and probably in the game. I don't know if there's any suck tracks that play in EU or whatever, that, you know, there might be like some sleeper banger, but this guy is the suck track for sure. They have been on suck track for an extremely long time. They pull really consistently good top page scores and are able to contest a lot of other S tier players within Digital and Black Rose, and they are just a large scale nuts. They do super duper good in SEA, they do good in North America, and pretty much are just really an amazing asset to have in your guild, even despite it being, you know, Succession Drac, which is not really a meta or popular class anymore these days. They still make it work. They are the suck track guy. So with that being said, fellas, not only are they an absolutely extraordinary player for large scale, but they are quite literally the best suck track in the game. And yeah, you already know, Tivia going directly into S tier. Amazing player, best in class Succession Dracania, all around the board, absolute banger. Easy S tier. Coming through next, guys, we're going to be talking about an Awakening Hash as well as Awakening Sage player known as Cerberus. So Cerberus, fellas, is a player that has been in and around Soaked for, I would say, the past several months, give or take. And so far, they've been a relatively consistent, respectably good player. They are usually somewhere around the middle to upper middle top page, give or take. And with that being said, I think that they land somewhere around mid to upper A- tier. I'd say that's pretty fair. Usually around above mid page, but not quite consistent enough to reach A tier performance. But nonetheless, still a pretty good player. So A- for the Cerberus. Next on the list, fellas, we have an Omega level gamer known as Sweeps. I don't know which one to say all the time, I'm so sorry. But today, guys, we're going to be talking about the Awakening Nova, Mr. Swaps. So, fellas, what can we say? First off, this man is the only person, I swear to God, the only person that plays Awakening Nova for large scale, let alone at the absolute highest level of gameplay. You guys have seen the montages, you guys have seen the war scores. This man has been an absolute legend within Crawling Chaos, within Enemy, and of course previously and now within Digital. My boy is just literally a legendary gamer on a class that for some reason still remains to be extremely unpopular. Of course, we're talking about the Awakening Nova, and again is just by far the best Awakening Nova in large scale. I don't think that there is anybody that even comes remotely close, even if people were to start picking up the class. So yeah, what can we say, dude? Easy peasy S tier for my boy Swaps. Legitimately best in class Awakening Nova, has been for years on end, is an extraordinary player, is able to compete and contest with a lot of other people in S tier and all around this list. And yeah, just a straight up awesome fella. It's really sad that Awakening Nova got changed the way that it did, but nonetheless, this guy is still an epic Giga Gamer. So S tier for my boy Swaps, and on to the next. Coming through next on the list, fellas, we're going to be talking about a multifaceted, multi-class gamer, otherwise known as Scientist. So Scientist, aka my boy Zed, is honestly just one of those players that can pick up any class and just perform at a very high tier level. I have seen this guy do tons of work on Musa, Awakening Zerker, Guardian, Dosa, Wusa, Ranger. I mean, this guy has played a lot of different things at a very high level. Always been a very great player in my honest opinion. And with that being said, fellas, I think that my boy Scientist overall is usually a pretty consistent top pager, at least from what I've seen when I've been around him. He's also one of the boys from way back, and overall, I think that Zed is a pretty excellent player, in my humble opinion. So we're going to drop Zed somewhere around the mid to high A tier. Easily, for sure, an excellent player, is able to play just so many different classes at a pretty high level, has been in plenty of high tier guilds, and overall is just an excellent player all around the board. So A tier for my boy Scientist. Okay, now we're going to talk about another Succession Dracania player, also one of the long time homies. This time, fellas, we're going to be talking about Akusa. So Akusa, fellas, much like Tivia, is also a Succession Dracania purist. They have been playing Sucktrak essentially, I believe, since Sucktrak's launch, and previously before that, Awakening Meiwa, which is also probably now one of the rarest classes in Black Desert. But with that being said, guys, I do think that Akusa is honestly a pretty powerful gamer for sure on the Succession Dracania. In my opinion, one of the best Suck Dracs, not that there are many, but most definitely a great gamer on the Succession Drac. And with that being said, guys, we're going to have to drop Akusa into the low-ish A tier. I do think that they're an excellent player on the Suck Track. They are pretty much the epitome of what you want a bomber to be, which is also a pretty rare playstyle. You don't really see too many people that are, you know, bombers of like the old patches and whatnot, but this guy will and can get stuff done for sure. I think that they are an absolutely excellent Succession Dracania player, and yeah, easy A tier for my boy Akusa. Next on the list, guys, we're going to be talking about yet another challenger approaching. This time, fellas, we're going to be talking about the face of BDO himself, Mr. Choice. So, fellas, what can we say about Choice? So, first off, this man has been in and around BDO for as long as I can remember. This man is essentially the Succession Zerker. He also does play Awakening Zerker and has dabbled in a couple other things, but most people will know him for being the Succession Zerker. This man has continuously murked out and done frequently well in many guilds, has also done very well in family, and pretty much is overall a very consistent and amazing player around the board, I'd say. Now, with that being said, guys, in my humble opinion, Choice is one of the best-in-class Succession Zerkers. There is somebody else that I do consider to be best in class, maybe two other people, but Choice is just, I mean, he's just him, dude. He's just him. This guy is an awesome person, awesome streamer, also a fan of this fellow myself, and with that being said, guys, we're going to drop Choice right into the S tier. I don't think anybody's surprised. Again, best-in-class fragger on the Succession Zerker. Really rare class to see people frag out on, and is also a pretty damn good Awakening Zerker as well. So yeah, easy S tier for my boy Choice. Coming up next, fellas, I just had to bump this guy up in the list along with another Succession Zerker while we're on the topic. This time, fellas, we are talking about another Succession Zerker player known as Sucky Ducky. So, Sucky Ducky, fellas, is also one of the old-time homies. We used to be in quite a lot of guilds together back in the day, most notably Excalibur and then Goon. And I'm going to be honest, guys, this man is an absolute freak on Suck Zerker. This dude is probably one of the most profound fraggers on Succession Zerker that I have seen perform consistently in high-tier guilds like Goon and Digital. And honestly, this man is he's just super duper good on Suck Zerker, man. There's only one other person that I think is on pretty much the same level. And yeah, with that being said, guys, I'm going to have to go and drop my boy Sucky Ducky into S tier. I think this is an easy peasy S tier. Again, this guy legitimately frags out super hard on Suck Zerker for like 2-3+ years. I don't even know exactly how long, but yeah, this guy is absolutely crazy on the class. I do believe that he is in Iconic now, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, overall, all around the board, extraordinary gamer. Has also dabbled into Archer and a couple other things, but I know him, and I think most people know him for the Succession Zerker. Actual Giga Gamer, easy S tier for my boy Sucky. Okay, fellas, next up, we're going to be talking about, once again, another Succession Berserker player. I promise this will be the last Suck Zerker that we talk about for now after him. And this person is a player by the name of Obliterate. So fellas, I'm going to be completely honest, this guy is also a total monster on the Succession Berserker. I have seen this guy frag alongside and outfrag many other people in the S tier, including myself on Zerker, which again is just super duper impressive to me. I'm not gonna lie, it's a really, really impressive thing because this class is not really known for being a fragger. You know, most people just run in, yell, and then die. But not obliterate. So I think that this dude is an extraordinary gamer. He's been around the block on Zerker for quite a long time, and I also think that he's a relatively low-key gamer. I don't really think that a whole lot of people know who he is, but if you know, then you definitely know. And with that being said, guys, we're going to go ahead and drop my boy Obliterate somewhere into the A+ tier. Now, the only reason, and I mean literally the only reason why I can't put him in S tier is because Choice and Sucky Ducky have done relatively the same thing, but in higher tier guilds. So, again, I'm not saying that he wouldn't do the same thing, you know, if you put him into Digital or Goon or whatever the case is, but, you know, there's just more statistics and more info on these two players for high tier guilds than I have for Obliterate. But nonetheless, again, like A+ tier, this guy is an extraordinary Giga gamer and easily interchangeable with S tier. So yeah, easy A+ tier for Obliterate. Crazy gamer on Zerker. Next up on the list, guys, we have another one of the old homies from the EXO team. This time, guys, we're going to be talking about an Awakening Musa player by the name of Rage Gang. So, fellas, Rage Ook, aka Rage Gang, is a longtime Awakening Musa player, and they have been a pretty solid and respectably good player for the amount of time that I've known them. Always a very solid and good player, you know, not really an Omega Frag or anything like that, but definitely better than the average and above average player. So with that being said, guys, we're going to drop my boy Rage somewhere around the middle of B tier. Honestly, just a pretty good player all around the board. You know, very, very respectable scores, usually somewhere around the mid page with some occasional spikes into upper, mid, or top page. And yeah, easy B tier for my boy Rage Ook. Up now, fellas, we're going to be talking about a little bit of a visionary, if I do say so myself. This time, guys, we have a little bit of an Awakening Corsair / Awakening Guardian player mostly, and now Awakening Dosa, known as Vessel Vision. So, Vessel Vision, fellas, is one of the homies. I honestly do like this guy quite a bit. Super goofy, super funny fella. Has been in and around the BDO PvP community for a very, very long time. Most notably known for being in Dismantled and Reforged. Also had a little bit of a barcode arc. And lately, I believe Statistic and Iconic. So with that being said, fellas, I do think that Vessel is honestly a bit of an above average player within the PvP scene. Not really like an Omega Fragger or anything like that, but I do definitely think that he is a pretty good player for the most part. And with that being said, guys, we're going to drop Vessel honestly somewhere around the upper C tier. Honestly, definitely an above average player, respectably good. And yeah, C tier for my boy Vessel Vision. Up next on the list, guys, we're going to be talking about a Succession Megu player known as Alloy. So, Alloy, fellas, I believe that I first saw them somewhere around Havoc, and I do believe that they are in Iconic now, so Glorp. And honestly, I have to say that I do think that she is pretty damn good on the Succession Megu, which again nowadays is actually quite a rare class. You don't really see Suck Megu too much these days whatsoever. And with that being said, guys, from the scores that I've seen with and around her, I will say that she's a pretty great player around the board. And I think lands somewhere around the A- to A tier. So for now, I think we're going to put Alloy somewhere around the upper A- tier. I think that's pretty fair. All around the board, a pretty damn good player on Succession Megu, and also sounds super hot, so there's that. Easy A- for Alloy. Coming through next, guys, we have another one of the old homies, a Succession Sage / Awakening Zerker, and a Ranger player, and maybe a couple other things, known as Luna. So fellas, Luna is also one of the boys from the old team, and honestly I'd say is a pretty respectably good player. When we were in the same guild, and even beyond that, they pulled some pretty consistently good upper mid-page scores. So with that being said guys, I think I'm going to have to give my boy Luna somewhere around the upper B tier. I do think that they're a pretty good player. I don't really think they play the game too much these days, but when they were, definitely a very, very solid, good player for sure. Coming through next on the list, guys, we have our 100th player of the list. We're going to be talking about a player that usually plays Archer, I think, as well as Awakening Musa, and a little bit of the hash. We're going to be talking about Bodus. So, Bodus, fellas, is a player that has been around the large-scale scene for quite a long time. They have been in Isolated, as well as Mean Boys, Guilty, Circus, Bebop, and now back to Circus. Now, Bodus has also managed to secure and steal my rank 1 top node war kills in North America. We'll leave a picture on the screen of that. But I'd say overall is a pretty extraordinary player. I don't exactly know what they're playing these days, but like I said, they do play a couple different classes at a very, very high level. And with that being said, guys, we're going to drop Bodus somewhere into the A+ range. We'll probably go back and adjust this later. I'm not too sure if this should be higher or lower. But yeah, overall, all around the board, extraordinary player. I'm not going to be dropping Bodus into the S tier because, again, there are already a couple of other best-in-class archers and mooses and hashes, but I do think that they are an extraordinary player, have always performed consistently extremely well in large scale, and yeah, so far, easy A+ for the Bodus. Next up on the list, guys, we have an Awakening Musa Purist known as Ashen, aka Ashen 3. So fellas, Ashen has been along on the Awakening Musa for quite a very, very long time now. We used to be in the same guilds back in the day, most notably Excalibur, and for a short period of time with the Pekko Alliance. And I will say that I do think Ashen is for sure an extraordinary Awakening Musa player. This guy usually has always top-paged pretty much every single fight, very, very consistently, and in my opinion is also one of the best Awakening Musa mains in the game for sure. Very, very consistent player, very, very good, and with that being said, guys, we're going to drop Ashen directly into around A+. We're going to leave him around mid-high A+. Very, very fantastic player on the Musa, and yeah, A+ for the Ashen. Up next, fellas, we're going to be talking about a Succession Sage, as well as Awakening Dosa player, known as Chipu. So, Chipu, fellas, is a guy that has been on Succession Sage for quite a little bit of time. He's a part of the Cube gang, and has recently dabbled into the Awakening Dosa. I do believe that Chipu was mostly in and around Highfall, and is back to being in the Shameless Alliance. So, with that being said, guys, honestly, Chipu is a pretty solid player. Not really like super top tier fragger or anything like that, but definitely a very reliable player and somebody that is actively trying to get better at the game, which is very, very respectable because most people just kind of sit and plateau wherever they're at and don't really want to get better. So big respect points for Mr. Chipu for that. And with that being said, guys, we're going to drop Chipu somewhere around the mid C tier. Very, very solid player all around the board, and yeah, C tier for my boy Chipu. Coming up next, guys, we're going to be talking about an Awakening Zerker player known as Bad Noodle. So fellas, Bad Noodle is a long-time Awakening Zerker player. I've seen this guy around the block in large scale for quite some time now, and I do believe them to be a relatively high-tier Awakening Zerker for sure. Definitely putting up some very, very good numbers, usually floating around the top page, if not definitely very, very high mid-page, and has pretty much been in and around Barcode, had a little bit of an Ethereum arc, and now most notably Black Rose. So, that being said, fellas, I think Mr. Bad Noodle is going to be somewhere around the A tier, honestly. think we'll drop Bad Noodle A tier for now. Maybe we'll make this a little bit higher or lower at the end of the video. But for now, easy A tier for the Noodle. Next up, guys, we're going to be talking about a Succession Megu Purist by the name of Gaoyo. So, Gao, guys, I hope I said that right, is a long-time Succession Megu player, and in my humble opinion, is for sure the best Succession Megu for large scale, and maybe in the game for North America. Not 100% on that, but it definitely does feel like it. So Gao is a pretty powerful player, honestly pretty much always top page in Black Rose, always fragging out very, very hard, and also was the star damage dealer for Black Rose for a lot of guild leagues. So this guy is extremely potent on Succession Megu, still making it work in 2025 when it's an otherwise pretty mid, pretty tame class. And with that being said, guys, I think Gao is going directly into the S tier. Easy best in class fragger on the Succession Megu. Pretty much one of the few people that are actually making it work at a very, very high level. And yeah, easy S tier for Gao. Super fantastic player. Next up on the list, guys, we're going to be talking about a long-time Succession Ranger player, as well as an extremely long-time digital member. This time, guys, we're going to be talking about Technique. So, Technique, fellas, in my opinion, is the perfect definition of what it means to be an actual top tier, one of the best luck rangers in the game. This guy is consistently top fragging in, honestly, I would probably say about 70% of wars, it feels like. Always super duper top page, if not actually top fragging in first place. Really just the gold standard for how a Succession Ranger should be playing all the time. And in my opinion, is for sure one of the best suck rangers in the game for North America, for sure. Now with that being said, fellas, it's no surprise, Technique is going directly into the S tier. Pretty much one of the most, if not the most consistent digital member on the list amongst a few others. And yeah, is super duper reliable, super fantastic, powerful player. And easy peasy S tier for Technique, literal best in class Succession Ranger, and one of the very, very few Succession Rangers that will actually make it into the S tier. So yeah. Next up on the list, guys, we're going to be talking about yet another Succession Ranger player. This time, guys, we're going to be talking about Erian. And no, not K-pop Erian. So, what can we say about Erian, fellas? Erian is a relatively new addition to the digital roster, and I must say is honestly a pretty fantastic addition. They perform exceptionally well on the Succession Ranger, pretty much always landing somewhere around the top page, and honestly, in my opinion, is a very, very good upper top tier suck ranger for sure. Now, keep in mind, fellas, that this list has a little bit of a natural bias against suck ranger, because there really just are 55 million rangers on this list that usually perform well. But with that being said, I do think that Erian is pretty damn good. So we're going to drop them somewhere around the A+ tier. We're going to drop them high A+ for now. Maybe we'll change that a little bit later, but I really do think that they are an extraordinary ranger player in comparison to many, many other rangers that are in the game. And yeah, easy A+ tier for Erian. Okay, fellas, coming up next on the list, we're going to be talking about yet another Succession Ranger player, this time by the name of Brumba. So, fellas, Brumba has been around the block and has been playing Succession Ranger for quite a very, very long time. Also extremely geared. I'm pretty sure this guy is hard kept on the Ranger. Nonetheless, guys, he has been in Epidemic and recently has joined Digital. And I would say is performing pretty good in Digi, honestly. Pretty solid high-tier Ranger player, in my opinion. And with that being said, guys, we're going to drop the Brumba somewhere around A tier, honestly. Very, very solid player for sure. I'm not too sure who's better out of all these three between Nfract, Kiseo, and Brumba, but we'll leave Brumba somewhere around the mid-high A tier for now. Definitely a very, very solid player, pretty consistent top pager all around the board, and yeah, easy A tier for the Brumba. Up next on the list, guys, we're going to be talking about a tamer player, actually, this time by the name of Emma Watson. So fellas, Emma Watson is a long-time Tamer player. I believe that they've been in and around mostly Ventus. I'm pretty sure I've always seen them in Ventus. And from what I've been told and from what I've been instructed, they seem to be a very, very good player on the Tamer. Now, there's only going to be about, I think, 3 different Tamers on this list, and only one of the Tamers are going to be S tier, of course. Unfortunately, I don't have a whole lot of data on Emma Watson. It's just from what I've been told. I've seen a little bit of gameplay, but from what I can see, they seem to be a pretty good player. So with that being said, guys, we're going to drop Emma Watson somewhere around the middle of A tier, and we will most likely adjust this a little bit later towards the end of the video when we readjust people. But yeah, from what I've seen and from what I've been told, definitely a pretty excellent player on the Tamer, which is quite rare indeed. There's like 4 people that play this class in general in the video game. So yeah, so far, easy A tier for the Emma Watson. Coming through next on the list, guys, we're going to be talking about one of the homies. This time, it is going to be a Succession Megu by the name of Nagami. So, Nagami, fellas, is one of the homies from the group. Honestly, super duper chill dude, and has been on Succession Megu for a very, very long time, I believe, since the class actually came out. And with that being said, I think that they are a pretty great player on the Succession Megu. In my humble opinion, they're going to be somewhere around the A to A- range, give or take. Not quite a consistent top pager, but definitely more consistent than a B tier player, for sure, I'd say. So with that being said, guys, we're going to drop Nagami somewhere around this area of the A-, near the other Succession Megu. So yeah, maybe we'll readjust that in the future, but so far, easy A- for Nagami. Definitely a fantastic player, very great and very reliable all around the board. Next up on the list, guys, we are going to be talking about an Archer player known by the name of Shag Nasty. So fellas, Shag Nasty is an Archer player that has been in and around only Ventus, I believe. I don't think I've seen them outside of Ventus, and they've been playing the Archer for quite a long time now. I also don't really think I've seen them on anything besides Archer. Could be wrong on that. But with that being said, guys, Shag Nasty, honestly, this guy's a pretty damn good player on the Archer. I've seen a couple clips of this dude in the past. I haven't really seen a whole lot of war scores though, so this also might be one of the more or less accurate ratings on the list. But for now, fellas, based off of what I've seen and what I've heard from some other people in and around Ventus, I think that Shag Nasty is going to go somewhere around the A tier. Honestly, we're going to drop them right around Emma Watson. I think these are both fantastic players on their classes. I don't necessarily know if Shag Nasty is on the same level as, say, you know, Soap or Czane or Cow or anybody like that. But nonetheless, I do think that they are a fantastic player on the Archer. So A tier so far for the Shag Nasty. Coming through next, fellas, we are going to be talking about a pretty versatile player. I do believe that they play Succession Musa, along with a little bit of Dosa, previously Striker, and some other classes. This time, fellas, we're going to be talking about Purple Turtle. So, Purple Turtle, guys, this dude has been in and around the high-tier BDO PvP scene for quite a long time now. I remember, I think I first saw them around Goon or Stray. It was one of those guilds. And lately, of course, Black Rose and Digital. And I must say, I do think that they are a pretty fantastic player. Honestly, they are usually top paging in and around the top page very, very frequently. I do believe that they are currently playing the Suck Wusa HP build. I should also mention that they are one of the only other people that I've seen do the Succession Musa HP build, aside from Alutia. I think Alutia popularized it, but I've been seeing Purple Turtle on that for quite a while now. So with that being said, guys, honestly, all around the board, I think they are an extraordinary player for sure on whatever class they're playing. And as I said earlier, they are easily, most of the time, in the top page. So with that being said, guys, we're going to go ahead and drop Purple Turtle honestly somewhere around high A+ tier. I think they're a really, really damn good player on whatever class that they play. Super duper reliable and very consistent. And yeah, so far, easy A+ tier for Purple Turtle. Coming up next on the list, guys, we're going to be talking about an Awakening Striker purist known as King James IRL. So fellas, what can we say about King James? So first of all, this guy has been on the Awakening Striker for an extremely long time. I personally have not seen them play anything else other than the Awakening Striker, and if you've ever grinded on Arsha, there's a high chance that you've seen this guy open world. Um, that being said, guys, I do think that they are a pretty good player on the Awakening Striker for sure. They're one of the very few people that actually play Striker in a large-scale scenario. Now, I don't think they're necessarily an S-tier Striker for large-scale. I think there's only one person that's going to get that on this list. I do think that they are pretty good. Like, for what the class actually enables you to do and what the class actually is, I think that they're pretty fair, above average, you know, even better than good player on the Striker. So that being said, guys, we're going to put King James. Honestly, we're going to put King James next to ShowMeDaWay, because this guy also plays Awakening Striker, and then later on, maybe we'll adjust this, maybe this could be higher or lower, but so far, I think that these two are relatively close together. You know, maybe one is better than the other, but for now, we'll give King James IRL easy A- tier. Next up, guys, we're going to be talking about a Succession Corsair, as well as previously Succession Dracania player, otherwise known as Murxi. So, fellas, Murxi has also been around the PvP large-scale scene for quite a large amount of time now, and honestly, they have mostly been on Suck Track, and then more recently, the Succession Corsair. So with that being said, fellas, I do think that Murxi is a pretty fair player. I think that she's a good player, honestly, in the class that she plays. Now, is she necessarily like an Omega Fragger or anything like that? No, for sure, but I also don't think that she's a bad player average. I do think that she's somewhere above average and around the good range, if I had to say so myself. So with that being said, guys, we're going to put Murxi somewhere around the B tier. We'll leave her somewhere around the middle of B tier. I think this is pretty fair, honestly, given the classes that she plays and the performance that I've seen. Overall, a pretty good player. Definitely not bad. Not, you know, like a super giga top tier player, but very good, very solid player, very reliable. And yeah, easy B tier for the Murxi. Coming up next on the list, fellas, we're going to be talking about a Succession caster player known as Tezerene. Tezerene? I'm not too sure how to say it, so we're gonna call them Tez. Anyway, fellas, so what can we say about Tez? This is a very, very long time Shameless member, and they've been playing a Succession caster for quite a long time, I think up until recently, where they're having a little bit of an Awakening Dosa arc. But nonetheless, I do think that they are quite a powerful Succession caster. Honestly, they put up some very, very good scores, very consistent player overall, all around the board. And with that being said, guys, I think Tez is going to land somewhere either around A or A+. Now, this one I'm honestly not 100% too sure of, so we're going to leave them, honestly, we're going to leave them high A tier for now, and then later at the end of the video, maybe we'll either move this down or move it up. But yeah, fantastic, excellent player on the Succession caster. Very, very rare that you have good people actually playing this class, if at any at all. So yeah, easy A tier for the Tez. Coming up next, guys, we're going to be talking about a very, very long time Succession Wizard purist. This time, fellas, we have the Huntler. So, Huntler, fellas, honestly, is a relatively controversial figure within the BDO community, and has been known for being a Succession caster pretty much for all eternity. This guy is honestly pretty damn good on the Suckcaster. For sure, I think one of the best Suckcasters in the game. There aren't really many left that can actually make it work at a high tier level in high tier guilds, especially fighting other really, really good players. But Huntler just happens to be one of those people that is able to do that. And with that being said, fellas, I think that Huntler is probably going to go, honestly, in the S tier. We're going to put him right next to Bulu. I think that these two are both best in class wizard players. They're both really, really good in their own regard. I'm not really too sure if one is better than the other, but nonetheless, I do think that they're both pretty much some of the best people on that class currently. There is only one other person that I think is going to be on that level that we'll talk about a little bit later. But yeah, anyway, easy S tier for the Huntler on the Suckcaster. Okay, so next up, guys, we're going to be talking about an Archer player. This time, a player by the name of Zach is Kip. So, Zach is Kip, fellas, is an Archer that has been pretty much in and around Show Nation for as long as I can remember. They're now in Vagabonds, which is also Show Nation. And yeah, what can we say about Zach? Honestly, I think that Zach is a pretty solid player, and by solid, I mean he's probably one of the best archers in the game. Like, definitely a top tier archer for sure. I'm not 100% sure if he's going to be on like Torty or Calb level, but I definitely do think that he's up there with SZN and Soap and all of them. So for now, guys, we're going to leave Zach somewhere around here. I'm really not too sure who's actually better than who. We're going to leave Zach right here near the top of A+ tier, next to Sergeant Soap and next to SZN. Honestly, I'm really not 100% sure who's better out of all these three, so we're going to leave this here for now, and maybe I'll go revisit this later. But overall, all around the board, very, very extraordinary player on the Archer for sure, and has been on it for a long, long time. So, yep, easy A+ tier for ZagazKip. Next on the list, guys, we're going to be talking about a Succession Zerker player known as my boy Pedius, aka Speedy Pete. So fellas, what can we say about the boy Pete? First of all, this dude is also one of the homies, and honestly a very, very damn good Succession Zerker. This guy makes so many plays in the ball. I can't even count how many. Honestly, just always there when you need him, and still really doing consistently well on a class that, in my opinion, has kind of been falling off more and more over the past several months. But nonetheless, Pete still makes it work. Honestly, definitely a well above average and great Suck Zerker player for sure. And with that being said, guys, we're going to give Pete, of course, the Zerker ranking. So, you know, because Zerker doesn't really frag out like that unless you're crazy. So, in my opinion, I think Mr. Pete is going to go somewhere around the lower A- here, which honestly for Zerker, again, is really, really good. We're going to drop Pete somewhere around there in A- tier. And yeah, my opinion, great Suck Zerker, always making plays for the ball, literally always getting fat, high priority grabs. So easy A- tier for Mr. Pete. Okay, fellas, coming up next, we have one of my favorites in the Guild of Digital. This time, guys, we're going to be talking about a Succession Meiwa. Yes, a Suck Meiwa by the name of Siphons. So, Siphon, fellas, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. This guy is kind of built differently on the Suck Meiwa. He is one of the very, very few Suck Meiwas that I see at all in PvP, let alone a Suck Meiwa that actually does extremely well in large scale. With that being said, guys, I think that Siphon is an easy peasy S tier. This guy, in my humble opinion, is the best Succession Meiwa currently for large scale. There's only one other Suck Meiwa that I think is on a close skill level compared to Siphon. But yeah, this guy, super duper easy S tier. There is just like basically nobody else playing Suck Meiwa at his level and able to keep up with so many other meta classes like, you know, Sage, Dosa, Ranger, whatever. Just overall a fantastic player that powers up even more on Calb content. Really just a fantastic dude all around the board. And yeah, best in class Succession Meiwa. Not much else to say about that. Easy S tier for Mr. Siphons. Okay, fellas, so I had to actually go and get the only other Succession Meiwa that is on this list out there. So this time, guys, we're going to be talking about an old homie. This time, we're going to be talking about a Succession Meiwa known as Lewis. So what can we say about Lewis, guys? So first of all, I think that Lewis is also a super, super fantastic and extraordinary Succession Meiwa, and quite literally the only other Succession Meiwa that I've seen do just extremely, extremely well in large scale. We used to be in an old alliance together with Pekko, and this guy was one of the few people that is also able to keep up with me in kills, and sometimes even just surpass me in kills, and let alone on the Suck Meiwa. Like, actual legendary player and also legendary video editor. Y'all gotta check out his montages, shameless plug. But yeah, with that being said, guys, Mr. Lewis, I think, is gonna go right into the S tier next to Siphon. These two people, in my opinion, are the best Suck Meiwas for large scale in the game, and I don't really think it's that close either. Like, these two guys are just crazy. I don't know how they do it, but they definitely do it, and they do it often. So, yeah, easy S tier for Mr. Lewis on the Suck Meiwa. Coming through next on the list, guys, we're going to be talking about an OG Awakening Sage player by the name of Zethian. So, Zethian, fellas, has been around the block for quite a very, very long time. Pretty much always on the Awakening Sage. I don't think I've ever personally seen Zethian on a different class other than the Awakening Sage. And he's also been in and around Show Nation for quite a long time. So, with that being said, fellas, honestly, ranking Zethian is going to be a little bit harder because I don't really see him too often in large scale, and I also really haven't seen too many scores. So this one is going to probably be a little bit less accurate of a ranking. But with that being said, I think that we're going to give Zethian definitely above B tier. I think he's definitely better than a good Awakening Sage, but maybe not quite A tier. So I'm going to leave Zethian. Honestly, we're going to put him around the high A- tier, and maybe we'll change this later as I get more info or data. But yeah, honestly, a pretty great Awakening Sage, has been on the class for a very long time. And yeah, overall on the board, great player, A- for Zethian. Okay, fellas, coming up next, we're going to be talking about yet another Archer player. This time a pretty long-time Archer, and as well as Awakening Long, by the name of Yuki. Now, fellas, Yuki, I hope I said that right, is a pretty long-standing Archer player, and in my opinion, from what I've seen and from what I've heard, is likely one of the best Archers that are in the game and have been for quite some time. This guy pretty much regularly frags out within Vagabonds, and yeah, I think overall is a pretty fantastic Archer player. I won't lie about that. And with that being said, guys, I think that Yuki is probably going to be the last S-tier Archer. If I'm not mistaken, there might be one other person somewhere on here, but I do think that they are pretty much an extraordinary Archer player. Definitely one of the best, and like I said, they're able to top frag within the Vaga Nation against us and other guilds, and yeah, overall all on the board, one of the best in class Archer players for sure. Okay, so next on the list, guys, we're going to be talking about a Succession Megu player. Another Succession Megu, actually. There's not too many on this list. I think this is the 4th or 5th one, by the name of Ral. So, Ral, fellas, I believe is from Iconic, aka Glorp, and he's been on Succession Megu for quite a long time. I see this guy a lot in wars, definitely always hitting some really good 100s out on the Succession Megu, and in my opinion is a pretty great player on the Suck Megu. With that being said, guys, I think that Ral honestly is probably going to land somewhere around the A- tier. I'm going to put him next to the other two Succession Megus, Nagami and Alloy. I'm not really 100% sure which one is better out of these three, so we're gonna leave it like this, and hopefully this is good enough for now, but maybe later at the end of the video I'll look at some more scores and see who's actually better out of these three. But nonetheless, I think that they're all fantastic and great Suck Megu players in their own regard, for sure. So with that being said, guys, easy A- for the Ral. Coming up next, guys, we have a Succession Sage player, as well as a Suck Ranger, and maybe a couple other things that I might have forgotten. But today, guys, we're going to be talking about Pops Bowler. So, Pops, guys, is a player that has been in and around the Shameless region for quite some time now, and I've seen them mostly on Suck Sage, but I've also seen him on Ranger, and I feel like I'm forgetting something, but yeah, it's mostly those two classes. And with that being said, guys, I think that Pops is a pretty respectably good, honestly pretty solid player. And like most, the solid, respectably good players go into around B tier. So I think we're going to drop Pops. We'll drop Pops somewhere around the mid of B tier. Honestly, very solid, very reliable player. And yeah, easy B tier for my boy Pops. Okay, guys, next up we have an Awakening Warrior player that also plays on controller. This person goes by the name of Gamepad UI. So, Gamepad UI, fellas, is an Awakening Warrior, if I'm not mistaken, from Soaked, and as the name implies, they are indeed playing on controller. So, with that being said, gentlemen, men lie, women lie, the numbers don't. And Gamepad UI, I'd say, is a pretty solid above average player, given the fact that he's on Awakening Warrior on a controller in 2025. So, with that being said, guys, we're going to drop Mr. Gamepad UI somewhere into the upper C tier. Honestly, definitely an above average player, relatively inconsistent mid-pager, and yeah, easy C tier for Mr. Gamepad UI. Okay, coming up next, fellas, we're going to be talking about an Archer player, this time by the name of Moist Coitus. So fellas, Moist Coitus is an Archer that has been in and around Black Rose, I believe, for quite some time now, and honestly they seem like a pretty respectably good player. Not really like an A+ or S tier type of player, but most definitely not an average or above average. And with that being said, guys, according to the scores, I think that Moist is going to land somewhere around the B tier, honestly. I think, like, respectably high-ish B tier, according to the scores. And, yeah, easy B tier for Moist on the Archer. Up next on the list, fellas, we have yet another Archer player. This time we're going to be talking about an Archer by the name of Yarn. So, Yarn, fellas, not to be mistaken with the player Yarned, is a pretty long-time Archer player, and I've honestly seen this guy in and around some pretty top-tier guilds over a large period of time, even when I was, like, pretty much a smaller player. They've been in and around Vertex, Family, Show Nation, Vagabonds, and now back to Vagabonds. And honestly, I will say that I do believe that this is a pretty high-tier Archer. They've done a lot of really, really goofy stuff, and I do think that they are one of the top-tier Archers in the game. So in my opinion, I think Yarn is going to be somewhere in the A+ range. Now this one is a little bit harder because I'm really not too sure where they compare to Zach and Soap and C-Zane. I'm really not too sure who's better. I think that Yarn maybe is better than these two. So we're going to drop Yarn over here, right next to the A+ tier. Again, like, these people are, like, all pretty similar in strength, in my opinion, on Archer. But nonetheless, a pretty fantastic player. And again, this could be totally wrong. You know, Yarn could be better than C-Zane or vice versa or whatever. But I think that these are all very, very top tier Archers. So, yeah, easy A+ for the Yarn. Coming up next, guys, we're going to be talking about another Ranger player. This time by the name of Zandy. So, Zandy, fellas, I'm not gonna lie, this is probably gonna be one of the more inaccurate rankings because I just simply don't really see this person too much these days. I know, like, several months back they used to show up for a lot of uncapped and they were doing pretty good on those wars, but I have, like, such a limited amount of information on this player. I'm pretty sure that they play Ranger, and the few times that I've seen them, they've done good. But I don't necessarily know how they would compare to other Rangers on this list, like, you know, Nfract or anybody else in, like, the S tier, A+ tier. So with that being said, guys, we're going to drop Zandy pretty much right in the middle of A- tier, and I'll probably revisit this later once I get a little bit more information. But I can pretty much say for sure that they're definitely better than above average. I think they're probably better than good, but I can't say for certain how they compare to the Rangers in A or A+. So for now, we'll leave Zandy at A-. Okay, up next, guys, we have a little bit of a banger here. This time, guys, we're going to be talking about a long time Suck Lawn player, and now recently converted to the Awakening Megu. This time, fellas, we're going to be talking about an Omega level gamer known as Blue15. So, fellas, if you have ever played Node War, or if you have ever played War of the Roses, there is a pretty good chance that you have died to Blue number 15 before. Honestly, this is a pretty damn good player. I think this guy is honestly one of the best players in the game for Suck Lawn and Awakening Megu. This dude is, in my opinion, up there with Ham and, you know, Azurlia and, like, all the other, like, really big Suck Lawn players that you've seen for a long time. In my opinion, this guy is one of the star players of Shameless for sure, and has been for quite a long time. And overall is, in my opinion, a best-in-class Succession Lawn. And to be honest, probably also a best-in-class Awakening Megu. I mean, they're just a really damn good player, for sure. And with that being said, guys, I think that Blue15 is going to go directly into the S tier. Not really a big surprise. For sure, a legendary player on the classes that they play. Literally always top fragging or always top paging against very high-tier guilds in a high-tier guild being Shameless. So, yeah, easy peasy S tier for Blue15. Next up, guys, we're going to be talking about yet another banger. This time, fellas, we're going to be talking about a long-time Awakening Sage purist known as Reptiles. So, fellas, Reptiles, aka Dr. Snakes, this guy has been on Awakening Sage for, as far as I can tell, I think quite a long time. And he has also been on the class before it received its Omega buffs, so that deserves a little bit of extra respect and bonus points. I've seen this guy on that class for honestly quite some time now. I'm not too sure exactly how long, but nonetheless, they have been performing extremely well in Vagabonds, you know, aka Show Nation, and pretty much pull regular top page scores on the Awakening Sage, again, as well as before the big buffs. I'm pretty sure they were still on Awakening Sage, pulling really good scores, so honestly pretty impressive. And overall, I think that this is going to be the first and maybe the only actual Awakening Sage player that is going to be in the S tier. Again, they perform alongside other super duper fraggers and vagabonds, you know, like Yuki and Bulu and whatnot on the Awakening Sage, and have been performing for quite a long time on the class before it even got buffed. So yeah, I think overall a very, very fantastic and extraordinary player. For sure, an actual best-in-class Awakening Sage, and I think currently one of the best Awakening Sages in the game for BDO large scale. So, easy S tier for the Snake. Okay guys, this time we're going to be talking about one of the boys, and they are a Sucklon player as well as a little bit of Ranger and DK, and a couple other things, which is unfortunate because I wish they would just stick to one class. But with that being said guys, we're going to be talking about Reyna. So Reyna, fellas, is one of the homies that's been around the group for quite some time, and they most notably play the Succession Lon, and honestly I'd say are a pretty respectably good player on the Sucklon for sure. I wouldn't necessarily say, you know, like Ham or Blue 15 level, but nonetheless they are a pretty solid player when they lock in and play that one class. So with that being said guys, I think we're going to drop Reyna somewhere into the B tier. Honestly, like I said, a pretty respectably good player. Now, if he just literally locked in on only Sucklon or only one class instead of just playing too many classes, I think that they could easily push up to A- or maybe even A tier. But yeah, with that being said, easy B tier for the boy Reyna. Okay, fellas, next up we're going to be talking about yet another Ranger player, the 8 millionth one. But this time it is actually quite a very, very powerful banger by the name of Kill. So Kill, guys, honestly I think this guy is for sure a little bit of a banger on the Ranger. They have been fragging out in large scale for a very, very, very long time. Definitely one of the most consistent top tier Rangers that I've personally seen, played with and played against, mostly played against. But with that being said, I do think that they are an excellent player on the Suck Ranger, for sure a cut above the rest. And with that being said, guys, I think that Kill honestly is going to go into... I think Kill is going to go into S tier, honestly. This guy has popped off in so many different guilds. Popped off in Crawling Chaos, pops off in Shameless, pops off when he Murks out. And yeah, I think they're just overall a very, very fantastic player on the Ranger. Again, it's pretty rare to get S tier on this list as a Suck Ranger, but I do think that they deserve it. I do think that they for sure make the cut, and with that being said, easy S tier, best in class Suck Ranger for Mr. Kill. Coming through next on the list, guys, we are going to be talking about an Awakening Drak player turned Awakening Dosa, RIP Awakening Drak. This time, fellas, we're going to be talking about a player by the name of Dannerer, aka Dannerer. Alright fellas, so what can we say about the Dan? So honestly, this is a player that came over from the old Ethereum shift after Ethereum died. Came over with a bunch of other homies too that are all also gamers. And I've got to say, I think that this is one of the better additions to Digital for sure. This guy regularly top pages and can easily contest and compete with a lot of the people in S tier and A+ tier. Overall, all around the board, I think that they are a fantastic player. They performed very, very well on Awakening Drak when it was still a real class. And now, currently, they perform pretty damn good on the Awakening Dosa. So, say what you want about those classes, but nonetheless, this is a very, very fantastic player. And with that being said, guys, I'm going to drop Mr. Dannerer somewhere into the A+ tier. We're going to drop Dannerer probably somewhere around here, like high, mid A+ tier. Like I said, very, very fantastic player. Regularly is top page, easily around, you know, top 5, top 7, a pretty decent majority of the wars that we've been in. So, very, very high tier player on the Awakening Dosa and Awakening Drak. And yeah, easy A+ tier for Dannerer. Next up on the list, guys, we're going to be talking about another Suck Ranger player, the 9 millionth Suck Ranger, but this time also another banger by the name of Poogie. So Poogie, fellas, is a, I believe, Suck Ranger for large scale, and they double up on the Awakening Ranger with an AOS. And honestly, they do pretty damn good in Vagination. Honestly, I've seen some pretty good scores coming from them, and it seems like they're popping off pretty regularly. So, with that being said, guys, of course, it's gotta come under the Ranger debuff. There are 10 billion Rangers on this list, and not everybody can be S tier. But with that being said, I do think that Poogie is for sure one of the tippy top tier Rangers. So with that being said, guys, we're gonna put Poogie somewhere around the A+ tier. Honestly, we're gonna drop them next to Erian for now. Actually, you know what? We'll bump them up a little bit. We'll bump them up just a little bit ahead of Zach and Sergeant, so break up the little Archer comp a little. Yeah, for sure, a top-tier Ranger. They perform extremely well within Vaga. And yeah, easy A+ tier for the Poogie. Can easily contest S tier, and is more than likely S tier on some days as well. Okay, fellas, next up, we're going to be talking about a Scholar player. Just kidding, it's going to be another Suck Ranger player by the name of Ada. So fellas, what can we say about Ada? So Ada is a player that has been in Black Rose for quite a substantial period of time, and then recently made the swap over to Digital. So with that being said, I do think that Ada is a relatively high tier Ranger player. They usually perform, honestly, pretty well, usually in and around the top page, if not very, very high mid page. And yeah, I do think that they are a pretty fantastic Ranger player. And with that being said, guys, we're going to drop Ada somewhere into the A tier. I'm going to go ahead and say that Ada is probably going to be somewhere around here next to Nfract and Kiseo. Honestly, a pretty excellent Ranger. I wouldn't necessarily say on the same level as Technique or whatever, or Kill, but for sure a very, very consistent player, very, very powerful on the Succession Ranger, and yeah, easy A tier for the Ada. Next up on the list, guys, we're going to be talking about not a Succession Ranger player. This time, guys, we have a little bit of a rare class. We're going to be talking about an Awakening Hash Omega level gamer by the name of Kozima. Not to be confused with Kotima. So fellas, what can we say about Kozima? So first off, in my humble opinion, I do think that straight up, I think that this guy is the best Awakening Hash in large scale by far. There's maybe only one other person that comes kind of close to his level, but from my experience, what I've seen, and just playing alongside this guy in Digital, this dude is an Omega banger on the Awakening Hash. Pretty much the only Awakening Hash player that I've seen in the game do so good in large scale, and also the only Awakening Hash that I see contest basically everybody in S tier, if not out-frag people in S tier. Like, this guy is honestly kind of crazy on Awakening Hash. I don't know how he does it. I don't know what he's doing, but he's doing it really, really damn good, and he does it very, very consistently as well. So, with that being said, guys, this one is no surprise. My boy Kozima is going directly into the S tier. Literal best-in-class player on the Awakening Hash. I really don't think there's another Awakening Hash on the level of this guy for large scale. Maybe there's only one other person that comes close, but this dude is cream of the crop Awakening Hash large scale guy. So best-in-class fragger, and in my opinion, one of the best large scale players in the game for sure. Super duper powerful fragger, as I said, able to contest a lot of people in S tier, if not out-frag people in S tier in Digital. And yeah, all around the board, easy S tier for Kozima. Next up on the list, fellas, we're going to be talking about another Awakening Zerker player. This time, guys, we're going to be talking about a fella by the name of Eyes. So, guys, Eyes, I'm not going to lie, this guy's a little bit of a banger on the Awakening Zerker. There's a period of time where he was consistently top-paging on Awakening Zerker. Again, in a meta where Awakening Zerker just hasn't even really been that powerful of a class for quite a while. And I think is a very, very extraordinary player on the Awakening Zerker for sure. Definitely a higher tier player on that. And I think anybody that's able to contest like top 7 in a guild like Digital with a class like that has got to be very, very excellent. So with that being said, guys, we're going to go and drop Eyes, I think somewhere around the A tier. I'm honestly going to drop them next to Bad Noodle. I really have no idea who's actually better between these two. Not that it really matters, but there's not a whole lot of wars where I think I've ever seen both of them in the same war. So we might go back and revisit this later, but nonetheless, I think that these two are, of course, both excellent players. Eyes being definitely a top-tier Awakening Zerker for sure. Not that many of them in the game. And yeah, easy A tier for the Eyes. Coming through next, guys, we're going to be talking about a very, very obscure class. This time, guys, we're going to be talking about a class that is none other than Awakening Tamer. The person piloting it is going to be Mr. Pangoom. So, fellas, what can we say about Pangoom? Honestly, this guy is just an awesome dude all around the board. Super duper ultra good vibe. Really, really chill homie. And honestly, in my opinion, I think that Pangoom is... I'm not gonna lie, I think that this is the best large-scale tamer for sure. There's only maybe one other person that comes close, I think, on the list, but this dude has gotten some crazy scores on Tamer in Digital. Also used to be a big banger Vertex Fragger as well, and definitely has my respect for piloting such a weird, obscure class at such a high level. Usually you only see Tamers bullying people in AOS or like open world and stuff like that, but it is extremely rare that you see Tamers top frag in a top tier guild against top tier players. Like, that's pretty weird. So, that being said, guys, Pangu, this guy is awesome, and in my opinion, is for sure an S tier player, without a doubt. He is literally a best-in-class fragger on the Tamer, and honestly is just an extremely good large-scale fragger as well. You know, like I said, this is just maybe one of two people, like, in the game that play Tamer and large scale, like actual main ball Tamer. So to be able to do that at such a high level, extremely impressive. And yeah, easy peasy S tier for my boy Pangu on the Awakening Tamer. Coming up next on the list, guys, we have yet another extremely obscure class, piloted by honestly a legendary player. This time, fellas, we're going to be talking about a player that is on Succession Kuno, otherwise known as Florang. So, guys, Florang, oh man, I'm going to be honest, this dude is ridiculously crazy on Succession Kuno. I think that this dude, in my opinion, is probably just overall the best Suck Kuno in the game. Like, just straight up, not even just large scale, but AOS, small scale, like everything. He just might be the best all around the board. Dude, like, you guys have seen the montages, you've seen the war scores. This is the only Suck Kuno that I have seen in my life, in my entire BDO large scale career. So the past, like, 3-4 years-ish, I have never seen a Suck Kuno do what this man does. This dude is an absolute turbo freak on this class. I don't know what the heck he's doing. He makes this class look extremely overpowered, and then somebody else plays it, and they look like a baby that didn't get fed. So, I don't know. It's just, this guy's just a nut. He's really, really damn good. Easily, for sure, the absolute best Succession Kuno for large scale, as well as AOS, not that this is an AOS tier list, and is easily able to contest and compete and even outfrag people in the S tier, and has already done it previously in Digital, has done it in Family. Overall, all around the board, this guy's just crazy. Easy peasy S tier. It's one of the easiest S tiers on the list. Also a really, really chill dude. Had a lot of fun playing with this guy in dungeons and whatnot. But yeah, easy S tier for the Florang. Literal best-in-class Suck Kuno in the game. Easy S tier for Mr. Florang. Hope he comes back and plays the game more, because it's very sad that he quit. Coming up next, fellas, we have another Awakening Sage player. This time we're going to be talking about a Sage known as API, aka Bits. So, fellas, what can we say about Bits? So, honestly, first off, this dude has been on the Awakening Sage for a very, very, very long time, way before Sage became the Giga God that it is now, and is honestly a very, very great player on the Awakening Sage for sure. He's pretty much able to regularly perform at a pretty high tier, usually coming around, I would say, top of mid, if not top page itself. And with that being said, guys, I think that he is a pretty excellent player on the Awakening Sage. So we're going to drop Mr. API somewhere around, I would say, I'm going to say A tier. I think we're going to drop API somewhere around the A tier. We're going to drop him around mid A tier, like around this region, I think. I think that's pretty fair. Overall, pretty great player. I wouldn't say it peaks into the A+ tier. Some days, yes, but some days, no. So overall, easy A tier for my boy API. Next up on the list, guys, we're going to be talking about a long-time Succession caster player. This time, guys, we're going to be talking about a player by the name of Horrendous. So fellas, Horrendous has been a long-time Succession caster within Digital, and honestly I'd say is a pretty respectably good player. Now, they aren't necessarily like an Omega Fragger, I don't think they're on like, the Bulu level or whatever the case is, but they are a very, very reliable player, and one of the last remaining players on Succession caster, because it is, of course, a pretty dying breed. And with that being said, guys, I think that Horrendous is going to go somewhere around... I would say somewhere around B tier. Honestly, solid upper B tier. Definitely a great player to have in your ball, always having some really, really insane clutch heals and insane PAs, and is a very, very reliable player. Honestly, very respectably good for sure. So easy B tier for the Horrendous. Coming through next on the list, guys, we're going to be talking about one of the homies. This time, we're going to be on about a Succession Ranger player by the name of Intense. So, fellas, Intense has been with the group for quite some time, and I do believe they play mostly Succession Ranger, maybe a couple other things that I'm not really remembering, but with that being said, I do think that they are a very respectably good and solid Succession Ranger for sure. I wouldn't necessarily say like an Omega top tier fragger, but most definitely better than a lot of average and even above average players. So with that being said, guys, we're going to drop Mr. Intense, honestly somewhere into around the B tier. We're going to drop Intense around the mid-low B tier. Honestly, like I said, very, very solid, good player on the Succession Ranger. Always reliable, and also one hell of a guy. So, yeah, easy B tier for the Intense. Up next, guys, we're going to be talking about a multi-class player. I do believe that they play a little bit of Awakening Dosa, Awakening Sage, Striker, and probably a couple other things. This time, we're going to be talking about a player by the name of Zerker. So, fellas, Zerker, from what I can see and from what I've been around, honestly is a pretty good player on the class that they actually play. Definitely a relatively consistent player, especially in comparison to some of the other A-tier players and higher. And with that being said, honestly, I think Zerker is somewhere around A or high A minus tier. They're not really quite as consistent as A tier, consistently top paging, but they're definitely a lot more consistent than B tier. So with that being said, guys, we're going to drop Zerker, honestly, somewhere to the upper A minus tier, I think. Maybe we'll change this later, but so far, men lie, women lie, and the numbers don't, and the numbers say that this looks about right. So, yeah, easy A minus tier for the Zerker. Up next on the list, guys, we're going to be talking about a legendary multi-class gamer. This time, guys, we have an Omega level fragger by the name of Jinx. So, fellas, what can we say about the Jinx? So, first off, this guy is straight up one of the best Black Desert players in the game, in my opinion, not just for large scale, but just in general. Is a very, very intelligent player, and is also one of the main innovators of the game in terms of meta. So typically when you see a class become meta, it is usually largely due in part to this guy, along with maybe like a couple other people. But, Succession Musa, why did it become popular? This guy started fragging on it, and then everybody started catching on. Awakening Dosa, why did it become popular? Jinx picked it up, and then it just started trickling down. And, same as the story for many, many other classes. So with that being said, guys, I think that for sure, Jinx is literally the definition of a meta definer for sure, and is also consecutively a best-in-class fragger on said classes that he defines the meta on. So once again, the Succession Musa, the Awakening Dosa, Caster maybe like way back in the day, the list goes on. Overall, just a fantastic, extraordinary, super duper top tier player, one of the best large scale players, one of the most profound meta definers in the game for sure, and easily a best in class fragger on anything this guy touches. Overall and all around the board, literally an S tier legendary gamer. So gonna drop him right there. Easy peasy S tier, one of the easiest S tiers of the list. And yeah, that is going to be it for Mr. Jinx. Coming up next on the list, guys, we're going to be talking about another Succession Berserker player, actually. This time, we're going to be talking about a long-term digital Zerker known as Viven. So, fellas, what can we say about Viven? So, first off, this guy has been on Succession Zerker for honestly quite a long time. I don't really think I've seen him play anything else for large scale, but I will say in terms of the Zerker only rankings, this guy is pretty damn good on the Succession Zerker. Honestly, one of the premier playmaking Zerkers in the guild, is pretty much always engaging, always on time, getting massive amounts of CCs, getting high priority grabs, and overall and all around the board, just a fantastic player on the Zerker. So with that being said, guys, of course you already know this is going to be a suck Zerker quote-unquote rank, because Zerker doesn't really frag out like that. And honestly, I'm going to say that Viven is a pretty solid A tier. Like, in terms of, you know, just Succession Zerker playmaking and potential, we're going to give Viven somewhere around, I'd say A tier. Honestly, yeah. We're going to give him somewhere around, like, lowish A tier, which, again, for Succession Zerker ranking, this is really, really damn good. And it's obviously really, really hard to push this ranking even higher. But yeah, fantastic Zerker all around the board. Always on the ping where he needs to be, CCing everybody. And yeah, A tier for the Viven. Coming up next, guys, we're going to be talking about an Archer as well as a Dosa player, otherwise known as the M. So fellas, the M is a, I think, mostly Archer player that plays in the Soaked Alliance, and honestly, from what I can see, I think that they are a pretty good player. They've had some pretty decent scores. They usually land either around mid-page or upper mid-page, pushing into top. So with that being said, guys, I do think that they are better than B tier. I do think that they are a little bit more pushing into the top page, a little bit more consistent than B, but not really quite as consistent as the people that are in A tier. So with that being said, guys, we're going to drop the M, honestly, somewhere around the middle of A tier, I think, or A minus tier. Definitely a very, very solid player for sure, and they've had some pretty occasional spikes into top page. So overall, I think they are a pretty respectably good player for sure. So yeah, easy A minus tier for the M. Coming up next, guys, we're going to be talking about an Awakening Sage Pures player, otherwise known as Caffeine Addict. So fellas, Caffeine Addict is a digital Sage player and has also been on Sage for quite a very, very long time now, dating back to old Omniscient days. And I gotta say, I think that they are a pretty good player, but are relatively inconsistent compared to a lot of the people in A plus and A tier. So with that being said, guys, we're gonna drop the Addict, honestly, I think somewhere to the upper A minus tier. We're gonna drop them high A minus tier. Again, like, when they pop off really good, but the amount of times that they pop off and hit really high top page is not really as frequent as some of the other Sages like Alfred or some of the other people that are on this list. Nonetheless, still definitely a great player, just not nearly as consistent. So that being said, easy A minus for the Caffeine Addict. Coming up next, guys, we have another very, very rare Succession Ninja player. This time we're going to be talking about a fella by the name of Blintz. Now guys, this guy has been around large scale, popping off really, really damn hard on the Suck Ninja for a very, very long time. Like, since I was still a little pup in large scale, this guy was a banger, and honestly, he puts up very, very competitive scores with a lot of other classes, and in my opinion, I think that's really, really respectable. Suck Ninja is most definitely not a very common class that you see, especially being able to contest and compete with other, you know, super duper meta classes. And this guy has been in the class for years. I'm talking about, you know, 3-4 years, however many years, I'm not too sure exactly. But I do think that this guy is honestly a pretty damn fantastic player on the Ninja for sure. I think he's one of the best large scale Suck Ninjas that are still left in the game. So with that being said, guys, I am honestly going to put Blintz in A plus tier. I think that this guy is legitimately really damn good on the Succession Ninja, and I just think that he's an extraordinary player, for sure. Really, really solid player. So yeah, A plus tier for Blintz on the Suck Ninja. Coming through next, guys, this time we're going to be talking about another Succession Ranger player, as well as sometimes a Succession Kuno on Flex, otherwise known as Eric. So, fellas, Eric, I'm going to be honest, this guy is most of the time on, you know, flex, cannon duty, whatever, but I gotta say, when this dude is allowed to do some wacky main ball stuff on the Succession Ranger, they perform extremely well, for sure. I think that they have a very good grasp and understanding of how to pop off on flex as well as main ball, and of course this tier list is based off of main ball performance. So with that being said, guys, when this man is allowed to just pop off on main ball, I think that they do honestly pretty damn fantastic on the Ranger, especially in comparison to a lot of other top pagers and other Rangers in the guild. I think this guy honestly has really high potential to be a unit when he's allowed to be. So with that being said, guys, we're gonna drop Eric. Honestly, we're gonna put this guy at the top of A tier. I'm not gonna lie, I think that suit is top of A tier for sure. Like I said, when he's able to do main ball and goofy stuff on Tuck Ranger, really fantastic player for sure. I've seen this guy top page and top frag, honestly, on many different occasions. So yeah, easy A tier for the A-Rick. Next up on the list, guys, this time we're going to be talking about a very long time Awakening Valkyrie player. One of the very few Awakening Valkyries that even exist in BDO anymore. This time, guys, we're going to be talking about Popo Owo. So, fellas, what can we say about Popo Owo? First of all, I was in alliance with this guy quite a long time ago, back when Equilibrium was still a thing, for you guys that know what that even is. That was the old Abyssal and Flare Me alliance, so, you know, powerful mid-tier alliance. And this guy was usually always auto mega fragging in Abyssal, and pretty much the entire alliance. It was basically just me, him, and like one or two other people that were always top fragging. And I think that Popo was pretty much like the top fragger of that alliance for a long time. On Awakening Valk, by the way. So, you know, Valk definitely has gone through some changes and the meta has shifted a lot. I'm not really too sure how he's performing nowadays in Family, but nonetheless, I still do think that this guy is really a pretty big banger on the Awakening Valkyrie. Again, there's like, it feels like 3 people that play this class at all, and you know, even less that played it at like a really top level. But I do think that this is one of those Awakening Valkyries that does play it at a relatively top level for sure. So with that being said, guys, we're going to drop Popo honestly somewhere into the upper A tier. We're going to drop the Popo into the upper A tier. I think this guy's really damn good on the Awakening Valkyrie. Again, I don't know for certain how he's doing these days, so this is just my personal judgment on his player skill level. But yeah, I think easy A tier for the Popo Owo. Okay, fellas, coming up next, this time we're going to be talking about a long-time Succession Dark Knight, and as well as an Archer player by the name of ASAP. So, fellas, ASAP is a very long-time Succession Dark Knight player, and in my opinion, is easily the best Succession Dark Knight player for Large Hill. No doubt about that. He also does play Archer, I believe, for some wars as well. But again, this guy is pretty epic on both the Succession Dark Knight as well as the Archer. Like, actually easily able to top page a large majority of the time, and is a pretty fantastic player from what I've seen during his time in Digital. Unfortunately, he's no longer in Digital, but yeah, I think this guy is honestly pretty fantastic. And like I said, I think that he is the best Succession Dark Knight for Larksil. I think the only other person that is playing Succession Dark Knight that I can just think of at the top of my head is DeathsGrip, and maybe J-Step, if J-Step is even still playing the game. But with that being said, guys, I think that ASAP is a pretty fantastic player on both of the classes that he does play. I think we're going to drop the ASAP into the S tier, simply due to the fact that this guy is a best-in-class Succession Dark Knight fragger. And yeah, he does play Archer sometimes, but I've seen him play Suck DK as well. So yeah, easy S tier for the ASAP on the Succession Dark Knight. Next up on the list, guys, we are going to be talking about a very long time Succession caster main. This time, fellas, we're going to be talking about Bamboo, aka DigitalBot90. So, fellas, Bamboo has been a very long time Succession Wizard player, and in my humble opinion, I think this guy is an extremely powerful Succession Wizard. It kind of does make me sad to see how weak Suck Wizard is now these days compared to what it was back in the day, but nonetheless, this guy is for sure one of the more powerful top tier Suck casters that have been in the game for a very long time. Not gonna lie about that. And with that being said, guys, I think I'm going to drop the Bamboo, honestly, into somewhere to A+ tier. We're going to drop them into A+ tier. I'm not going to lie, Bamboo could probably even be an S tier Suckcaster for sure. I don't want to overinflate the S tier, but I do think that this guy is extremely damn good on Suck Wizard for sure. Super duper banger in large scale Node Wars and Siege, and also a super powerful player in G Leagues as well. One of the very few people that can make Suckcaster work in G League. Overall, just a super duper powerful player. And yeah, A+ tier for the Bamboo, and honestly can even be S tier for sure. Up next, guys, we're going to be talking about a long-time Succession caster player that has been in digital for quite a good amount of time. This time, guys, we're going to be talking about a player by the name of Frosty Edge. So, Frosty Edge, guys, as I mentioned, is a very, very long-time Succession caster player, and honestly, one of the few Succession casters that are left in the game that are actually worth anything. And I must say, I think they are a pretty respectably good player for sure. They're not like an Omega Fragger or anything like that. Like, I wouldn't say they're on, like the Bulu details level, Bamboo. But they are a very reliable and very respectably good player. And honestly, just pretty much improve the strength of the ball by a lot. So with that being said, guys, we're going to drop Frosty Edge honestly somewhere around B tier. We're going to put them next to Horrendous. I think these two are relatively similar players. Again, pretty respectably good, as I said, on the Succession caster. And yeah, B tier for the Frosty Edge. Coming through next, guys, we're going to be talking about another Succession Draconia player. This time we have a player by the name of Jubs. So fellas, what can we say about the Jabania? So first off, this guy is a very, very long time Succession Draconia player, at least from what I've known of him. But the thing is, I haven't really seen him in or around the large scale scene in quite some time, honestly. I think that he's currently in the Fremen Alliance, maybe muted, and has been pretty much a long time muted player. But yeah, this guy used to be an ultra overpowered banger back when Sucktrack was in its prime days, and was honestly probably one of the best people playing it at that time. But I'm going to be honest, like I said, I haven't really seen him pretty much actively in large scale for a very, very long time. I'm not even too sure if he's even still playing Succession Draconia at all. But with that being said, guys, I still think that they are an excellent player, even though my experience of them is rather limited. So this is probably going to be a little bit more of an inaccurate ranking. But I think we're going to drop the Jubs somewhere around... We'll drop Jubs somewhere low A tier. This could be higher, it could be lower. I'm really not 100% sure. I think that they definitely do have the capacity and potential to be a pretty excellent player, for sure. I just haven't really seen enough of them. So yeah, I think for now, it's going to be A tier for the Jubs. Next up on the list, guys, we're going to be talking about another extremely, extremely rare breed. This time, guys, we're going to be talking about a Succession Musa player by the name of Suna. So, guys, I'm going to be straight up honest. This is literally, I think, one of two people in Black Desert Online, North America, that actually plays Succession Musa. This class has got to be one of the most rare classes in the game, along with like maybe Scholar or something like that. I don't know. But anyway, this guy is a very, very long time Succession Musa player, and I do think that this guy is honestly a Giga Ultra gamer on Succession Musa for sure. I think if you're playing this class, you are either just a completely unknown PvEer, like some random obscure fella that nobody knows, or you are one of the best players on the class in the game. And honestly, I think that Suna fits the latter very, very well. Now, granted, I haven't been in or around the same guilds as Suna, but I have seen some more scores, and I have heard people say that Suna is for sure an extraordinary large-scale player and one of the best players on the Succession Musa. Granted, there's only one other best player on Suck Musa, but nonetheless, I do think that this guy is pretty damn fantastic for sure. So with that being said, guys, we're going to drop Suna honestly in the S tier. We're going to put them next to Forest Hunter, literally the only two Succession Musas that exist in this game, I swear to God. I really don't know which one is better. I can't say I've obviously seen a lot more of Forest, because Forest has top fragged and top paged in digital. So by that notion, maybe Forest is better. Maybe Suna will be better than Forest if he joins digital. I have no idea. But for now, we're going to leave Suna at S tier, because this guy is for sure a banger. And yeah, coming through next, guys. This time we're going to be talking about a long-time wizard player, also a little bit of a corsair, a little bit of a mystic, pretty much anything that can get the job done while effortlessly shot calling at the very highest level of the game. This time, fellas, we are talking about our glorious leader known as Loads of Money. So, fellas, obviously this one is just a little bit of a meme, but I had to throw Loads in the list because this guy, in my opinion, is the best shot caller in Black Desert Online North America, alongside with Roots, and honestly just makes the entirety of Digital and its players just that much more powerful. Clearly, Loads is not a main ball fragger. This guy is the shot caller for Digital, but nonetheless, I still feel like he deserves a spot on the list because he is just a fantastic shot caller all around the board, and by that notion, this man just enables everybody to be the best version of themselves for large scale, for sure. Always a blast playing in Digital with this dude shot calling, and with that being said, fellas, we're going to drop Mr. Loads of Money as the first entrant into the honorable mentions tier. Super banger fella, awesome guild, awesome shot caller, always a good time, and yeah, easy honorable mentions tier for Mr. Moolah. Coming up next, guys, once again, we are going to be talking about a relatively rare class. Honestly, this person plays two rare classes. This time, guys, we're going to be talking about an Awakening Valkyrie, as well as a Scholar player by the name of Swidex. So, fellas, I'm not gonna lie, Swidex is most definitely a pretty big banger on the Awakening Valkyrie, and one of the few remaining Awakening Valkyrie players that even exists in the game. I swear to God, dude, it's only like Corgi, Popo, Swidex, Lewin, and like maybe like one or two other people that I'm forgetting about. But nonetheless, this guy is a really fantastic player on the Valkyrie and has recently been dabbling into the Scholar as well. And honestly, he's doing pretty good on the Scholar, for sure. With that being said, guys, I do think that Swidex is a pretty great player for sure, especially on the Valkyrie, and is most definitely really, really powerful on the Scholar too. So, that being said, guys, I think I'm going to drop Swidex somewhere into... I'm going to drop Swidex somewhere into the mid-A tier, honestly. We're going to put him next to Popo for now. I'm really not 100% sure who's better out of these two, but I do think that they're both really fantastic on the Awakening Valkyrie. I've seen Popo do really good on Valk, and I've also seen Swidex do really good on Valk as well. I think they're both excellent. But yeah, for now, we'll leave it at this, and easy A tier for Swidex. Alright, fellas, coming up next, this time we're going to be talking about an Awakening Musa player by the name of Zerk OP. So, fellas, what can we say about Zerk OP? So, first off, this guy is one of the homies, and honestly, a very, very good Awakening Musa. Like, definitely a top-tier Awakening Musa for sure. Which is pretty cool because, honestly, there's so many Musas that play this game, much like Ranger, but there aren't really a lot of good Rangers or Musas at the top level. So, with that being said, guys, I think that Zerk OP is a pretty banger of a player. They usually do consistently very, very well, and I've seen them pretty much top page a lot of times, and even top frag sometimes as well. So, with that being said, I think I'm going to drop Zerk OP, honestly, somewhere into the A+ tier. Definitely an extraordinary player. Is for sure able to contest S tier players. Let's see, we're going to drop them somewhere next to Ashen. I'm not too sure which one is better out of these two, so we'll just put them together for now. But yeah, honestly, a for sure extraordinary Awakening Musa player, has been in Digital for a very, very long time, and always a banger. So A+ tier for the Zerk OP. Coming up next on the list, fellas, this time we're going to be talking about what I believe to be a Succession Wusa player by the name of Size. So, fellas, what can we say about Size? So, first off, I've known this player for being a Succession Wusa player for pretty much what I can tell. They have been in and around Hamra, Stray, pretty much Goon Alliance, and then had a very nice Black Rose arc as well. And let me tell you, this person might be extremely powerful. They were top fragging in the Goon Alliance on Stray side. They were top fragging really, really hard on Black Rose, along with other S tier players that are on the list. And honestly, they are just like a pretty fantastic player. I'm not gonna lie, they are really, really damn good at the game, for sure. Usually always top paging under pretty much any circumstance against any guild and in top tier guilds. So I'm gonna be honest, fellas, I kinda want to put this guy in S tier. I think we're going to put this guy in S tier. I think it's either going to be him or one other person that's going to be S tier for the Succession Musa. I do still believe that they play Succession Musa. But yeah, I think this guy just straight up might be S tier. Like, they're super duper good. If he's not S tier, then he's A+ tier. Again, maybe we'll revisit it after. But this guy is for sure either like super high A+ tier or S tier. So, for now, we're going to leave him at S tier because they really are a super duper fantastic player on the Succession Musa, and I think there's only one other person that comes close to skill level for the Sakusa. So, yeah, easy S tier for the size. Coming through next on the list, guys, this time we're going to be talking about a very, very long time Succession Ranger player by the name of Poros, aka Admirable. So guys, what can we say about the Poros? So first of all, this is a pretty long time digital player for, as far as I can remember, even like way before I even started doing large scale. I've seen them in Digi, and as far as I can tell, they've been on Suck Ranger for quite a bit of time as well. Now, with that being said, this one is going to be a little bit harder to rank. I literally had to go and dig through the archives for this one, because I do think that this player is super duper extraordinary on the Succession Ranger and are pretty much easily comparable to Technique and, you know, a lot of the other top tier Rangers on A+ and S tier. So with that being said, guys, I'm going to be honest, like, this one is pretty tough. I don't necessarily know if I want to put them in S tier. I do still think that Technique is a little bit more consistent from the scores that I've seen. But with that being said, I think that this guy might still be ridiculously powerful on the Ranger. Definitely one of the best Rangers in the game for sure. So we're going to drop them somewhere around... Honestly, we're going to drop them somewhere around high A+ tier. Can easily pass for S tier without a singular doubt in my mind. Again, it's just from what I've seen in scores like for the past like year and some change. I've really had to go digging to make a fair comparison, but yeah, I think they can easily be interchangeable with the S tier. But for now, easy high A+ for the Poros. Coming up next on the list, guys, this time we're going to be talking about yet another Succession Berserker player. This time, guys, we're going to be talking about a fella by the name of Fearomatic. So guys, what can we say about the Fearomatic? First off, I'm going to be completely honest, I think this guy is a super turbo ultra gamer on the Zerker. This dude is stupidly good. I've seen this man do really goofy stuff on Zerker, you know, including like top paging, just everything like that. I think they are easily one of the best Zerkers in the game, like especially frag mode Zerkers. Again, it's like really rare that you see somebody pop off super duper hard on Zerker like that. There's not really a whole lot of people in the game that I think even have the capability to do it in the first place, but I think this guy is 1000% up there with like Sucky Ducky and Obliterate, and you know, people like that that are just able to somehow top page and top frag on a class that usually shouldn't be able to do that. So, with that being said, guys, we're going to drop Fearomatic directly into A+ tier, right next to Obliterate. I think that these two people are just ridiculously good on Zerker. Like I said, Sucky Ducky, Fear, and Obliterate, I think these are just like the ultimate fragging Berserkers for sure. They're absolutely crazy at this class. I don't know how they do it, but they have done it, and that is pretty respectable. So, yeah, easy A+ tier for Fearomatic. Coming up next on the list, guys, this time we're going to be talking about yet another Awakening Musa player. This time, fellas, we're going to be discussing a banger by the name of Restart. So, fellas, what can we say about the Restart? So, first off, this guy is honestly an Omega level banger on the Awakening Musa. In my opinion, I think this is one of the best Awakening Musas for large scale for sure. There's not a whole lot of them, but based off of what I've seen, I think that Restart is able to pretty much consistently top page a lot of the time, and has also acquired some pretty nice top frags in digital as well. So with that being said, guys, I think Mr. Restart is honestly going to go directly into the S tier. I think that this is for sure a best-in-class Awakening Musa player. Again, there aren't too many. There are some extremely good Musas, but I definitely do think that Restart is for sure just a little bit above an extraordinary player. And so yeah, I think easy S tier for the boy on the Musa. Super duper powerful fragger, always usually top paging, and if not top fragging, especially on caps, really good banger. So easy S tier for the Restart. Coming through next on the list, guys, this time we're going to be talking about another Omega level gamer. This time, fellas, we're going to be talking about a fella by the name of Ratrospec on the Succession Nova. So guys, what can we say about Ratro on the Nova? So first off, in my humble opinion, I think that this dude is legitimately the best Succession Nova in North America. Like, just straight up the best. Not just for large scale, not just for small scale, but just literally everything. Small scale, AOS, large scale. This guy is the Succession Nova. I have never, ever, in my entirety of playing Black Desert, seen another Suck Nova do what this guy does in large scale. Like, it's just actually kind of crazy. You don't usually expect a Suck Nova to just jump into large scale and start, you know, top fragging or top paging, but I have seen this man do it on many different occasions and a couple different guilds, and yeah, I think that they are just simply the best. There's maybe only one other person that kind of comes close to the Suck Nova level of Ratro, but this guy is just simply different. He's just a monster in the class. And with that being said, guys, I don't think anybody's surprised, but we're going to be dropping the Ratro directly into S tier. Literal best-in-class Succession Nova. There is nobody that's on this guy's level, I'm pretty sure. Unfortunately, I don't think he really plays too much these days. I don't really see him too frequently in large scale, but this guy's legacy is so powerful, and he is just built so differently on the Suck Nova. This guy deserves S tier for sure. Coming up next on the list, fellas, this time we're going to be talking about our 5 millionth Succession Ranger player on the list. This time, guys, we're going to be talking about an Omega level Suck Ranger by the name of Doggo. So guys, what can we say about the Doggo? So first off, this person is ridiculously good on Succession Ranger. Honestly, in my opinion, probably one of the best Succession Rangers in the game that I've seen, at least. There's a lot of really good Suck Rangers that, you know, can play at a pretty top level. But, you know, if we're talking about the overall hierarchy of Succession Ranger, I think that this person is somewhere near the very top of the totem pole for sure. Now, of course, it's relatively difficult to quantify how good another Suck Ranger is compared to one another at the very top level, because sometimes, you know, the top frag for Ranger will just be interchangeable, but I do think that this person is for sure, without a doubt, one of the best. And with that being said, guys, I think I'm going to put Doggo right next to Technique for the Suck Ranger. I think that these two are just both ridiculous players. They're pretty much the gold standard for Succession Rangers, along with a couple other people, but these are the most consistent two that I've seen. And I've also witnessed Doggo not only top frag many times in digital, but also outperform Technique on certain occasions as well. And these two pretty much like trade places back and forth. So yeah, overall, super duper fantastic player. Definitely one of the best Succession Rangers in the game, in my opinion, along with a couple other people. And yeah, easy S tier for the Doggo on Ranger. Next up on the list, guys, we have another very rare Succession Meiwa. This time we're going to be talking about a fella by the name of Slurs. So guys, what can we say about the Slurs? So pretty much this guy is a pretty long time Succession Meiwa and has been in digital for quite a large amount of time, if I'm not mistaken. And honestly, they are a pretty good player on the Succession Meiwa for sure. They have some pretty good standout wars and are usually able to hit around mid-page, sometimes higher. So with that being said, guys, we're going to drop the Slurs somewhere into around... somewhere to A- tier. We're going to drop them lower-ish, A-. Honestly, I think still a fantastic player on the Succession Meiwa, just not quite as consistent as A tier, but a little bit more consistent than B tier. So, easy A- for Slurs on the Succession Meiwa. Coming up next on the list, guys, this time we're going to be talking about another relatively rare breed. We're going to be discussing a Succession hash player by the name of PVX. So guys, what can we say about the PVX? So first off, this guy is a relatively long time digital member now at this point, and honestly do think that they are one of the better top tier suck hashes for large scale. They definitely do really damn good in this class. I've seen them do a lot of crazy stuff for sure. And with that being said, guys, I think that they are a relatively excellent player, like without a doubt. Now, with that being said, they did take a little bit of a break from the game, so I think they are just getting back into the groove of things. But from what I've seen of PVX, like I said again, I think that they are a fantastic player on the Succession hash. And with that being said, I'm going to drop PVX somewhere around... We're going to drop them somewhere around A tier. We'll put them somewhere around A tier right there. I think they're really fantastic. Honestly, one of the few suck hashes that are even in large scale and performing at a pretty good level today. So yeah, easy A tier for PVX on the suck hash. Coming up next, guys, we're going to be talking about, I believe, an Awakening Mystic, maybe a Suck Mystic player, by the name of Kyreos. So fellas, Kyreos is a very long time Mystic player, and they have been pretty much in and around the Soaked guild for quite some time now, as well as I think Ventus. And yeah, I think they are a pretty fantastic player on the Mystic. I'm not 100% sure if they play Awakening or Succession for large scale. I want to go ahead and say that they play Awakening, but I could be wrong about that. But nonetheless, they pull some pretty good numbers and some pretty good performance for being on such an otherwise weak spec for large scale. You don't really see Awakening Mystic pop off like that, but they do pretty good on the Awakening Mystic. So with that being said, guys, we're gonna drop Kyreos honestly somewhere into A minus. I think they're pretty good. They're not quite as consistent as A tier, you know, like somebody like Liar. But they're definitely a lot better than B tier in my opinion. So yeah, I would say somewhere around A minus. Very great player on the Mystic for sure, especially considering it's large scale. So yeah, easy A minus for the Kyreos. Next up on the list, guys, we're going to be talking about yet another Awakening Berserker. Coming through this time, fellas, we're going to be talking about a fella by the name of BRG. So guys, what can we say about BRG? So first of all, this guy is a very long time Awakening Zerker player, and in my opinion, definitely one of the top upper tier Awakening Berserker players. I think that they're really good. They have been extremely good on this class for pretty much a really long time, and have joined Digital not that recently ago, and I think they perform pretty damn good on the Awakening Zerker for sure. Like, considering the class's limitations and how much it's fallen through the meta, you know, in 2025, I think that he is a fantastic player for sure on the Zerker. Now, with that being said, guys, this might be a little bit more of an inaccurate ranking because I don't really see Berg too often in wars. Maybe you see him, like, you know, every other week or a couple wars a week or whatever. And with that being said, from the scores that I can see where Berg is in, I do think that they perform similarly to Eyes and Bad Noodle. I'm really not 100% sure who's better out of these three. Not that it really matters, but as far as what I can see in terms of, you know, performance, they pretty much are all relatively interchangeable in terms of who's doing better than who during war. So because of that fact, guys, we're going to drop Berg honestly somewhere into the Awakening Zerker clump. We're just going to put all these three players together right here. So we got Berg, Eyes, and Bad Noodle. And I do fully think that they are all excellent players on the Awakening Berserker. Like I said, as far as I can see, during any given war, either one of these three players can pretty much outfrag one another. And yeah, easy A tier for the Berg. Coming through next on the list, guys, this time we're going to be talking about a long-time Succession Ranger player by the name of Yunsura. So guys, what can we say about Yunsura? So first of all, this is a pretty long time Suck Ranger player, and they've been in some notable guilds like Shameless, Vagabonds, and now very recently Digital. And I must say that they perform pretty decently well on the Succession Ranger for sure. Now, just going based off of what I've seen from the couple of war scores in Digital and a little bit of Shameless, they seem to be performing pretty good, but they're not necessarily as consistent enough, I think, to be an A tier. But they for sure are better than B tier, without a doubt. So with that being said, guys, I think we're going to drop Yunsura somewhere into the upper A minus tier. I think we'll drop them upper A minus for now. Maybe this will change by the time the end of this video is done. But so far, a pretty good player on the Succession Ranger, just not quite as consistent as A tier, and again, as I said, more consistent than B tier. So yeah, I think high A minus for the Yunsura. Coming up next, fellas, we're going to be talking about another Awakening Sage player. This time, fellas, we have a long-time Awakening Sage main by the name of Definitely a Bot. So guys, what can we say about Definitely a Bot? So first off, this guy has been on Awakening Sage for quite a substantial amount of time, and I do believe that they have been on the class way before the recent Omega buffs. They've also been a pretty long-term family member as well. So with that being said, guys, according to the scores that I've seen and just overall playing against this guy, I do think that they honestly are one of the better Awakening Sages in the game. Like, they are definitely pretty great on the Awakening Sage and are able to put up some pretty contesting scores with a lot of other top players in family. With that being said, guys, I think I'm going to drop bots. Honestly, we're going to put bot into somewhere around this range. I think I'm going to drop him next to Alfred on A+ tier. Honestly, I think this guy is pretty damn good on the Awakening Sage, and like I said, gets a little bit of a bonus point because he's been playing a Sage since before the Omega buffs and was still doing pretty good on it then. I've seen some pretty nice scores from this guy, so I think easy A+ tier for Mr. Bots. Coming up next on the list, guys, this time we're going to be talking about yet another extremely rare Awakening Tamer main. This time, fellas, we're going to be talking about a player by the name of Evil. So guys, what can we say about Evil? So to my knowledge, this girl is a very, very long time Awakening Tamer player in Black Rose, and I gotta say that they are pretty much probably one of the best Awakening Tamers for large scale by far. Not that there are many Awakening Tamer players, I think there's got to be at least like 3 or 4 on this list, if I'm not mistaken. But with that being said, they perform really damn good. In Black Rose, they are usually able to pretty much top page a good amount of the time, and being able to do that on such an obscure class like Awakening Tamer is of course really impressive. So with that being said, guys, I think we're going to go and drop Evil into the A+ tier for sure. Definitely an absolutely extraordinary Awakening Tamer player. As I said, is able to contest other people in S tier as well as A+ tier, and all around the board, just a fantastic player. So yeah, A+ for the Evil. Coming through next on the list, guys, we're going to be talking about another Omega level Succession Dracania that I almost nearly forgot about. I had to go back and add them onto the list. But this time, guys, we're going to be talking about a player by the name of Bath Soap. So guys, what can we say about the Bath Soap? So first off, I do wholeheartedly believe that this is also one of the best Succession Dracanias in large scale in the game for North America BDO. I have seen this guy put up some really crazy scores in pretty much multiple guilds, and whenever they used to Murk out, I think they are a really damn good player for large scale. As I said, for sure, pretty much top 1 Succession Dracania along with Tivia. And yeah, I think that they are just a ridiculously fantastic player for sure. And with that being said, guys, we're going to drop Bath Soap right into the S tier along with Tivia. I really do believe that both of these players are pretty much best in slot, best in class Succession Dracanias. I have never seen anybody else pilot Suck Track the way that these two people play it, and have continued to do so long after Suck Track's prime days. So yeah, really fantastic player, best in class on Suck Track, easy S tier for the Bath Soap. Next up on the list, guys, we are going to be talking about an absolutely legendary Succession Wizard player. This time, guys, we're going to be talking about a fella by the name of Details. So guys, what can we say about the Details? Honestly, first off, this guy is absolutely, without a doubt, one of the best Succession Wizards in the game, and has been for a ridiculously long amount of time. Like a really long time. In my opinion, they are pretty much the gold standard for Succession Wizards and what they can do in large scale, and has been and is able to frag out and compete easily with many other S tier players, A+ tier players, and just really everybody in general. And with that being said, guys, I think you guys already know where Mr. Details is going. Details is going directly into the S tier. I'm going to put him right next to the other Suckcasters that I also believe are really damn good. But yeah, Details, just a super duper fantastic player on the Succession caster, has pretty much stood on the Wizard for a very long time throughout all the nerfs, throughout all the changes, and is still able to make it work in today's meta, which is really impressive considering the other classes that are in the game. So yeah, super duper best in class Suck Wizard, easy S tier for Details. One of the best large scale players and one of the absolute best Suck Wizards in the game. Next up, guys, we're going to be talking about a Succession Wusa player by the name of Ansat Sujin. So guys, what can we say about the Ansat Sujin? So first off, this player has been on the Succession Wusa, I believe, for quite a substantial amount of time. They've been in a couple different guilds, most notably the Dynasty, Peko, Digital, and now back to Peko. And I've got to say, I think that this guy was a really big hidden gem in the Dynasty. I've seen them merc out to various different guilds and pull ridiculously good scores on the Succession Wusa, and I do believe that they are one of the best Succession Wusas in the game, in my humble opinion. Now, granted, I don't know if they're still playing Suck Wusa right now, because the class is a little bit odd if you're not playing the HP Reflect build, but nonetheless, the numbers don't lie, and the numbers say that Ansat is a pretty fantastic and extraordinary player on the Wusa for sure. I've personally witnessed it, I've played against them. I think that they are most definitely a really damn good player. So with that being said, guys, we're going to drop Ansat into high A+ tier. I think this is an easy high A+ tier. They might even be S tier on the Succession Wusa. The only reason why I'm not putting them into S tier is because I think that there is still one other person that we haven't spoke about yet that is going to take the cake for S tier on Suck Wusa. But once again, they can easily pass for S tier on a good day. Really just all around the board, a pretty fantastic player on the Wusa for sure. So with that being said, easy A+ tier for the Ansat Sujin. Coming up next on the list, guys, this time we're going to be talking about yet another very rare Succession Nova player. This time, guys, we're going to be talking about a player by the name of Yellowheart. So guys, what can we say about the Yellowheart? So first off, she has been on the Succession Nova for quite a very large amount of time. I don't think I've seen her on many other classes besides the Suck Nova, and honestly, in my opinion, is one of the better Suck Novas in the game, especially for large scale. Now granted, this is already quite a rare class, and it's even more rare to have a Succession Nova do good in large scale. But I've got to say that they have done pretty good in large scale on the Suck Nova, which again is pretty rare because this class is basically just, you know, kind of cosplaying as a brick. So yeah, with that being said, I think I'm going to go and drop Yellowheart into A-. I think that they're honestly pretty great on the Succession Nova. Now granted, like I said, this class doesn't really frag out, you know, like many other classes. But nonetheless, I still think that they are a pretty good player on the Nova for sure. One of the few Succession Novas that play in large scale that are actually able to make it work. And yeah, A- tier for the Yellowheart. Next up on the list, guys, this time we're going to be talking about another extremely long time Succession LAN player known as Grabler. So guys, what can we say about the Grabler? So first off, this dude has been on the Succession LAN for honestly quite an extremely large amount of time. For large scale, they do play other stuff for small scale like Zerker and Ninja, but this is obviously a large scale tier list, and with that being said, they have performed consistently great across their BDO career on the Succession LAN, have also performed very good in Black Rose, pretty much securing many top pages, and even occasionally the top frag on the Suck Lawn. So they are, for sure, without a doubt, one of the better top tier Suck Lawns that are in the game for large scale. And with that being said, guys, we're going to go ahead and drop the Grabler right around A+ tier. Pretty much easily able to contest a lot of people in the S tier as well as the A+ tier, and a pretty good player all around the board for sure. So easy A+ tier for Grabler. Next up on the list, guys, we're going to be talking about another extremely rare Awakening Nova player. This time, guys, we're going to be talking about a fella by the name of Ike. Alright, guys, so what can we say about the Eichel Jordan? So first off, this guy has been on the Awakening Nova for, honestly, I think a very long time. One of the very few people that are even still playing this class to this day. Unfortunately, Awakening Nova has not been doing that great, but that being said, they do perform pretty good on the Awakening Nova compared to many other people within the Black Rose and Digital Nation, and have been able to secure a pretty decent amount of top paging on the Nova 2 whilst on Flex. I do believe that they also are a Flex member. So with that being said, guys, we are going to drop the Ike somewhere around A tier. We're going to drop them around A tier. Honestly, a pretty excellent player on the Awakening Nova for sure, considering what the class is and what the class can actually do. Easy A tier for Ike on the Awakening Nova. Coming up next on the list, guys, this time we're going to be talking about yet another Succession Ranger player, but this time it is honestly a pretty damn good Succession Ranger. So with that being said, fellas, we're going to be talking about a player by the name of Hazy. So guys, what can we say about Hazy? So first off, this is a pretty long time Succession Ranger player. I don't think I've ever seen them on anything else other than Suck Ranger, and they've been in a couple notable guilds, most notably Vertex, Show Nation, and a little bit of a digital arc as well. And what I can say is that I think they've performed pretty damn good in the guilds that they were in. Now, it's been relatively difficult to find a lot of war scores for Hazy. They were in digital at one point, but trying to find war scores is just really like almost impossible. I probably have to dig back a lot, but the few war scores that I did see, they perform pretty good, honestly. I think they're definitely one of the higher tier rangers for sure. You know, up there with like Erian and Poogie and all these people and whatnot. So, that being said, guys, we are going to move Hazy into A+ tier. I think that they are definitely an extraordinary ranger for sure. I don't necessarily know if they're better than Admirable or Poogie or like, you know, Kill or Tech, but I've just seen a lot more of these players with more, you know, concrete evidence than I have for Hazy. But I do think that they are an excellent extraordinary ranger for sure. So easy A+ tier for the Hazy. Coming up next on the list, guys, this time we're going to be talking about a very special and rare class. This might honestly just be the rarest class now in the game, at least for large scale. And with that being said, guys, we're going to be talking about literally, I think, the only Awakening Ranger for large scale. Coming up, guys, we're going to be talking about the Greeds. So fellas, what can we say about Greeds? First off, this guy is hella chill. I like Greeds a lot. He's a really cool dude. And he is also a spectacular Giga Banger on the Awakening Ranger. This guy is literally the only person playing Awakening Ranger in main ball. There might be a couple people playing it in like Flex or, you know, some goofy stuff like that, but this guy is the only Awakening Ranger left in the video game. Rest in Pepperoni Flannels, that is still playing for main ball. And with that being said, this guy is able to do really good stuff on the Awakening Ranger in main ball, and is easily able to contest many other A+ and S tier players from what I've seen when he's been in Soaked and in Muted. This guy is just extraordinarily powerful somehow on the Awakening Ranger, and it's just really cool to see it. Nobody plays this class, and it is just like a very rare class, you know, especially after it got nerfed about 52 times. So with that being said, guys, we're going to drop Mr. Greeds into easy S tier. He's literally best in class Awakening Ranger. I've seen this guy frag out like literally top page and in some cases top frag against other really, really good players, including myself. And yeah, just all around the board, extraordinary player. Don't really know how they do it, but they do it, and they do it frequently. So, easy S tier from my boy Greeds on the Woke Ranger. Coming up next, guys, this time we're going to be talking about an Awakening Warrior player, as well as an Awakening Musa, I would say more these days. And with that being said, guys, we're going to be talking about a player by the name of Johnny5. So guys, what can we say about the Jonathan 5? So first off, this guy has pretty much come a very, very long way in terms of large scale. I do believe that he started BDO and large scale in general not really that long ago. I want to say like maybe like 2-3 years ago, give or take, which I would say is relatively new compared to a lot of people on the scene. And pretty much started off on Warrior, was doing pretty good on the Warrior, honestly, considering that class is really, really bad for main ball large scale stuff. And then, unfortunately, Warrior is not a real class, so he has moved over to the Musa Nation. Now, with that being said, guys, Johnny5 I don't think is like an Omega level fragger. I don't think he's like, you know, like a Chimmy Musa. But honestly, he is pretty respectably good. You know, he's definitely not a pushover on the Musa. Can definitely get a lot of things done and has improved a whole lot over time. And honestly, will most likely continue to improve. And he also does a little bit of shot calling too. So I'm not too sure if he's still shot calling these days. But this man is pretty versatile. He can definitely do it all. So with that being said, fellas, we are going to drop Mr. Johnny5 into, I'm going to say higher A- tier. We're going to drop him to like mid-high A- tier. Definitely a pretty good player on the Musa. I would say he's more consistent than, you know, like a B tier-ish skill level, but not quite on the level of A tier, A+ tier Musas. But with that being said, very solid player. And yeah, hope to see more from Mr. Johnny5. Coming through next on the list, guys, we're going to be talking about an extremely rare class once again. This time, fellas, we're going to be talking about Pangshan on the Awakening Corsair. So, fellas, what can we say about Pangshan? So, first of all, this guy is an absolutely extraordinary banger on the Awakening Corsair. At least that's what I know him for playing. I don't know if he's playing anything different these days, but I know this guy for playing Awakening Corsair, and I've personally not seen him on anything else. Maybe they dabble into like Ranger or something, but basically this guy has been a part of many different guilds, most notably Isolated, Ethereum, Fabled, and now he is in the Muted. And yeah, I think this guy honestly is a pretty extraordinary player for sure, and again, one of the rare people that are actually playing Awakening Corsair. I really don't think that there's any other Awakening Corsair on this list that has played it as much as Pangshan. And with that being said, guys, I think that this guy is a pretty turbo banger and also a best-in-class Awakening Corsair. So y'all already know, Pangshan is going into the S tier. Going to take away the S tier for the best-in-class Awakening Corsair. I sincerely don't think that there's anybody else that plays this class on North America. The only other person that I think plays it at a very, very high level is an EU, and that's Nintera. But of course, this is the North America tier list, so yeah, S tier for Pangshan on the Awakening Corsair. Next up on the list, guys, we are going to be talking about a very, very old-time banger. We have another Archer player that goes by the name of Giho. So, fellas, what can we say about the Giho? So, first of all, this guy is one of the OG Archer players. They have been playing Archer for a ridiculous amount of time, and in my opinion, they are definitely one of the top tier Archers that exist within BDO. And I'm pretty sure this guy actually invented or at least popularized skating, which was, I don't know if it still is, but it was a really, really big Archer movement mechanic that would allow you to just basically permanently move around, you know, with Archer. It was really, really cool. And not many people were able to do it unless you're actually good on Archer. So yeah, this guy is for sure one of the OGs and has pretty much come a really, really long way as well. They've been in different guilds like Goon, Orphans, Cackling Casket, Muted, and then pretty much back in Blitzed as I can see. So yeah, I think with that being said, guys, we're going to drop Giho honestly somewhere into the A+ tier. We're going to drop Giho next to Sergeant Soap and Kip and Yarn. I think these people are all just really, really damn good on Archer. Pretty much some of the best archers in the game. So yeah, easy A+ tier for Giho on the Archer. Coming through next on the list, guys, this time we are going to be talking about a very long time Succession Elan player by the name of Dial. So guys, what can we say about the Dial? So first off, I think this player is a relatively controversial figure within the BDO scene. Anyway, this guy has been online for quite some time, and honestly, you can say what you want about them in terms of their character, but in terms of the player skill, I do think that they are a pretty good Sucklan. Like, they're definitely not bad at Sucklan whatsoever. I've seen them put up some pretty good scores in Shameless as well as a couple of other guilds, and I do definitely think that they can hold their own versus a lot of other players in A tier and A+ tier, and maybe even sometimes S tier. And with that being said, guys, we are going to drop Dial somewhere into... I'm going to say somewhere into upper A tier. Honestly, I think they're pretty solid. They're a pretty consistent player on the Succession Elan. And yeah, easy A tier for the Dial. Coming up next, guys, this time we're going to be talking about a legendary Awakening Berserker by the name of Kev. So guys, what can we say about the Kev? So first of all, this guy is one of the OG legendary Awakening Berserker players that I think I've ever seen for large scale. I mean, you can go back on YouTube and check out this guy's ultimate weapon on Caltheon Siege. Actually a super duper banger siege VOD, and is honestly, in my opinion, just one of the best Awakening Zerkers in the game, period, for large scale. Like, this guy was him on Awakening Zerker, I think probably before anybody else, at least during the time that I played BDO. So yeah, this dude is an absolute unit on Zerker, and with that being said, guys, I don't think anybody is going to be surprised. We're dropping Kev directly into the S tier for Awakening Zerk. This dude is for sure an easy best-in-class super fragger on Zerker. Has just top fragged and top paged in so many different scenarios and so many different guilds. Really, really good guilds as well, by the way. You know, we're not talking about like some T1 banger over here. So, yeah, just crazy, crazy player, man. It's really a shame that he doesn't really play the game too much these days. Also, even more of a shame that Awakening Zerker is in such a weird spot. But nonetheless, this guy is elite. And yeah, easy S tier for Kev on the Zerker. Coming through next on the list, guys, this time we're going to be talking about a little bit of a multi-class gamer. I believe that they play a little bit of Suck Ranger, Awakening Zerker, Awakening Warrior, and maybe a couple other things. I'm not exactly too sure if they mean anything. But with that being said, guys, this time we're going to be talking about a player by the name of Loops. So guys, as I said previously, Loops plays pretty much a decent chunk of different classes. I don't really think that they necessarily stick to one exact thing. And with that being said, on the classes that they do actually play, they are pretty good on them. I would say they have a pretty good performance on most of the things that they play. And with that being said, though, they are relatively inconsistent in terms of when they actually top page. So this one is going to be a little bit of a hard one, because I'm not going to lie, I've seen this player just randomly top page, you know, like really, really hard sometimes in sieges, if not even top frag sometimes. And then other times, not so much. So it's definitely a little bit of a 50-50 kind of deal, which is going to make this a little bit more difficult to rank. So I think just because of the overall inconsistency in performance, we are going to put Loops somewhere, honestly, at the top of A-. Again, they easily have the capacity and the potential to be A tier, A+ tier, but I do think that they perform regularly better than, you know, like say like a B tier player. So yeah, pretty interesting player for sure. Can definitely top page and top frag, but is overall a little bit more on the inconsistent side. So with that being said, A- for the Loops. Coming up next on the list, guys, this time we're going to be talking about an Awakening Drag player turned Awakening Dosa. This time, fellas, we're going to be talking about a player by the name of Hot. So guys, what can we say about Hot? So first of all, this guy used to play Awakening Drac for quite a large amount of time, even after Drac received its really big jumbo nerfs, and has recently moved on over to the Awakening Dosa, the definitely superior class, and I would say performs pretty good on the Dosa for sure. Definitely a great Dosa player so far, is able to pretty much consistently hit either mid-page and digital with some good spikes into top page, and is overall a pretty fantastic player, I would say. So with that being said, guys, we're going to go ahead and drop Hot somewhere into the A tier. I think they are a pretty excellent player on the Awakening Dosa so far, have pretty much only continued to improve on it, and yeah, not that bad whatsoever. A tier coming out for the Hot. Coming up next on the list, guys, this time we're going to be talking about a long-time legendary Succession LAN player by the name of Azurlia. So guys, what can we say about Azurlia? So first off, this guy is surely one of the most banger Succession LANs that have existed on Black Desert for sure, and has pretty much top fragged in many relevant guilds like Black Rose, old Goon Alliance, I'm pretty sure Stray, and overall is just a really fantastic large-scale player along with the Succession LAN. Now, with that being said, they don't really play the game too much these days. I don't really see them around in wars a lot, so I don't really know if he's playing a whole lot, but I do know that he is also playing Awakening Megu, and is also very good on the Awakening Megu as well. But with that being said, guys, I think most people, including myself, know Azurlia for the Succession LAN. This man has been in some pretty good montages as well, and had some really fat clips. So with that being said, guys, for Azurlia, we're going to put him somewhere around... Honestly, I'm going to say really high A+ tier, even ahead of some archers and rangers. I think that this guy is just really ridiculously good. Can honestly even just be S tier. I'm not gonna lie, if he didn't like stop playing the game and just kept playing just consistently through, I think that this guy could even be S tier for sure. In my opinion, one of the strongest and best LANs in the game, has been for a very long time, and yeah, easy high A+ tier for Azurlia. Coming up next on the list, guys, this time we're going to be talking about another Awakening Musa player. This time, fellas, we're going to be discussing the Master Lardbar V3. Okay, fellas, so what can we say about the Master Lardbar version 3? So first off, this guy is one of Shameless's star players, and has been pretty much doing extremely well in Shameless, along with a couple other guilds that he's merked out to for a very long time. So with that being said, I do think that Master Lardbar is for sure like one of the best higher tier mooses in the game. Definitely at the top of the totem pole in terms of mooses overall, and I think that he is a pretty extraordinary player for large scale. Like, this guy definitely knows how and when to frag out, and is also rank 3 for the overall node war kills that PA tracked. It was like a 2-year period. I think I posted the image earlier when I was talking about myself on here, but I'm gonna post it again for Lardbar, and yeah, came in on rank 3, looking really good on the node war kills for the 2-year period. And with that being said, guys, we are going to drop Master Lardbar V3 into A+ tier. We're going to drop Lardbar next to Ashen and Zerker OP. I think that these three are all really super high tier mooses, and in my opinion are just really fantastic all around the board. So, easy A+ tier for Master Lardbar version 3. Okay, coming up next, guys, this time we're going to be talking about a very long time Succession Musa player, one of the few actual Succession Musa players remaining in Black Desert large scale. This time, guys, we're going to be talking about a player by the name of DQ7. So guys, what can we say about the DQ7? So first of all, this guy has been on Succession Musa for an extremely long time, and is also one of the people that have stood on the class throughout all the nerfs and throughout the meta shifts and everything like that. And I would say is one of the few people actually playing Succession Musa how it's meant to be played, so aka not the HP Reflect build that is also pretty goofy. So yeah, with that all being said guys, I do think that DQ7 honestly is a super duper extraordinary player on the Succession Musa, and in my opinion is one of the absolute best on the default Succession Musa. So once again, not the HP Reflect build. I don't even know if they actually do that or not. But yeah, if we are just going to be judging and ranking DQ7 off of the Succession Musa, which I believe is the only class that I've seen him on for large scale for a long time, then I'm going to go ahead and say it guys, I think that DQ7 is going to be S tier on the Succession Musa. I think that there is pretty much only him and maybe Size. I'm actually going to put these two together because they both play Saklusa, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, this guy has been on it for such a long time, has had some really good scores in Shameless, has also had really good scores in Glorp, and is the only person that I see that can still pilot the OG Succession Musa at an extremely high level. So, that being said guys, easy S tier for DQ7, best in class Succession Musa for sure. Coming up next on the list guys, this time we're going to be talking about an extremely long time Succession Ranger player and very long time digital member by the name of Red Dots. So guys, what can we say about the Red Dots? So first of all, this has been a really long time standing digital ranger, and I would say is a pretty damn good Succession Ranger for sure. Definitely always offering some very solid performance, and has consistently either mid-page or higher most of the time, and most of what I can see in digital. And yeah, I think they are a pretty fantastic ranger all around the board. Now with that being said guys, we're gonna go ahead and drop the Red Dots somewhere into around this area. I would say, based off of my personal experience and what I've seen, I think we're going to drop them next to Brumba. I think these two have honestly pretty similar performances. Now granted, Brumba has not been in digital for nearly as long as Red Dot, but there really is no other ranger that I have to compare it to close enough. So I would say, yeah, like upper A tier for the Red Dot. Honestly, a pretty consistent player for the most part, and definitely a great player on the Succession Ranger. Coming up next on the list guys, this time we're going to be talking about yet another Succession Ranger player. This time fellas, we have a very powerful ranger by the name of Sunshine246. So guys, what can we say about the 246th Sunshine? So first off, this guy is one of the star players of Shameless and has been for quite some time. I've seen some very respectably good scores from this guy, and by respectably good I mean really damn good. They're pretty much most of the time always top paging in Shameless, at least from the scores that I've seen. So a good amount of the time they're pretty much popping off. Definitely one of the better top tier rangers that are in the game for large scale, if I do say so myself. So with that being said fellas, based off what I've seen and what I've heard, I think that we're gonna have to drop the Sunshine246 into somewhere around this range. Definitely, I think, better than most A tier rangers. Not quite S tier. So we're gonna drop Sunshine. We'll put them next to Heron and Hazi. I think that's Hazi. I think they're really damn good. I'm not really 100% sure how they stack up against all the other rangers and archers, but I mean they do top frag and top page and Shameless a good amount of time, along with a lot of other A+ and S tier players, so that's got to be worth quite a bit. And with that being said, easy A+ for Sunshine246. Next up on the list guys, this time we're going to be talking about a little bit of a rarer class on this list. I don't understand why there's not more people playing this class yet, but with that being said guys, we're going to be talking about a Deadeye player known by the name of Elodie. So fellas, what can we say about the Elodie? So first off, I think that Elodie, first off, is a super duper chill person. I really like them a lot. and they are honestly a pretty damn good player on the Deadeye. I would say that they are one of the actual better Deadeyes that exist in the game right now. Now, for some reason, there's not that many Deadeyes. Deadeye's OP as hell, by the way. Roll Deadeye. Just kidding, just kidding. Don't play Deadeye at all. It's super duper weak. But anyway, I've seen them do pretty good in Shameless. They're most of the time, I would say, like upper mid page, maybe pushing into top page sometimes. I think that they are a pretty good player on the Deadeye for sure. I've also seen them pop off in SEA Wars, along with Ham and Calb and a couple other people that do North American SEA. So with that being said, guys, I am going to drop LOD, honestly, somewhere into the A tier. Somewhere in A tier. We're going to drop LOD right here, like in the middle-ish of A tier. I think that they're really good. I think that they're honestly a pretty fantastic Deadeye player, and they've only been getting better and better over time. And yeah, really, really great player. Easy A tier for LOD. Coming up next on the list, guys, this time we're going to be talking about another quite rare class for large scale. We're going to be talking about an Awakening hash main by the name of Disto. So guys, what can we say about the Disto? So first off, this guy is Digital's strongest troll by far, actual S tier troll, but also is pretty powerful on the Awakening hash for sure, has pretty much had a very, very good amount of standout wars and is usually able to pretty much hit mid-page, if not a little bit higher in Digital, which obviously, of course, is really, really good compared to mid-page for a lot of other guilds. And yeah, I would say that they are a pretty excellent player on the Awakening hash, one of the few people that actually even play Awakening hash in large scale to begin with, let alone actually do good with it, and, you know, pretty much top page or, you know, have the performances that they do. So, with that being said, guys, honestly, this might be a little bit of a hot take, but we're going to drop Disto directly into the S tier, dude. Honestly, I think he's just one of the best Awakening hashes, and the funny thing about that is that that's just cap. We're gonna put him into A tier. Also put him into upper A tier. Has some pretty good wars, is able to do consistently well on the Awakening hash, and is usually, like I said, consistently mid-page or higher. So yeah, easy A tier for Disto. Coming up next on the list, guys, this time we're gonna be talking about another quite rare class. This time, fellas, we're going to be talking about a Succession Megu player by the name of PK. So, fellas, what can we say about the PK? So, first off, this guy has been on Succession Megu for an extremely long time. I'm pretty sure they rolled to Suck Megu when it came out, and I don't really think I've seen them on anything other than Suck Megu ever since then, so pretty much staying very, very loyal to the Suck Megu, and in my opinion is for sure, without a doubt, one of the best Succession Megus in the game for sure. I think that they have performed consistently well across many, many guilds, like Old Goon Alliance, even Digital during their Digital arc, and whatever other guilds that they've been in since then. They are a really, really fantastic and extraordinary player on that class for sure. So with that being said, guys, I've seen them perform consistently extremely well versus many, many other A+ tier players and S tier players, and because of that simple fact, I think we're going to be dropping PK somewhere into the A+ tier for sure. Easy A+. We're going to drop them... Honestly, we're going to drop them high A+ tier. I think this player is ridiculously good. They have always been really, really good on Succession Megu, and like I said, have stuck with the class throughout all the nerfs. And yeah, easy A+ tier, can easily contest a lot of people on S tier. I don't necessarily know how they stack up to the S tier Suck Megus, like Axelton and Gaoyo, but nonetheless, they can probably even pass their S tier on certain days. So yeah, easy A+ for the PK. Coming up next, guys, this time we're going to be talking about an even rarer class. This time, fellas, we're going to be discussing an Awakening Valkyrie player by the name of YVVK. So guys, what can we say about the young Yivik? So first off, this guy is the fearless new leader of the Soak Nation, and honestly has been on Awakening Valkyrie for pretty much as long as I remember. I don't think I've ever seen them on another class, which to be honest is pretty typical for most Awakening Valkyries. I feel like you kind of just play Awakening Valkyrie, and that's just the class that you play. Like, you just have to main that class forever. So, yeah. Anyway, guys, with that being said, YVVK doesn't usually get to take on a fragging role most of the time. However, when they do, and when they are able to, you know, just play the game at a frag role in, let's say, capped content, I think that they perform pretty good for Awakening Valkyrie. I think they're honestly a little bit slept on, definitely a little bit underrated, because, you know, they're not like an Omega fragger or anything like that, but men lie, women lie, and the numbers don't. And the numbers say that YVVK is honestly a pretty good Awakening Valkyrie. So with that being said, guys, we are going to drop YV right into A- here. Honestly, pretty great on the Awakening Valkyrie. Definitely a very, very solid player. I have seen them for sure pop up on certain wars, even in places where you wouldn't really expect it. So yeah, easy A- here for YVVK on the Valkyrie. Next in line, fellas, we are going to be talking about yet another Awakening Musa player. This time, fellas, we have possibly the strongest Awakening Musa in Black Desert Large Scale. This time, guys, we're going to be talking about an Awakening Musa player by the name of Meph. So, guys, what can we say about Meph? So first off, this guy is a very, very long-time Awakening Musa player. I don't think I've really seen them on anything other than Awakening Musa, especially for large scale. And they've been in very, very notable guilds like Old Vertex, Black Rose, Show Nation, and now Peko most recently. And I've got to say, guys, this might be the best, if not one of the best Awakening Musas in the game, along with people, you know, like Restart and Chimmy. They have just put up some ridiculously insane scores. I mean, you know, you'll get like a screenshot of a war score from Peko or Cho, and you know, most people are doing pretty good. You know, maybe they got like a couple people that are on like 40 and 10, or, you know, 35 and 8, whatever. And then all of a sudden, this guy's out here at like 65 and 2. So yeah, they definitely know how to play the large scale video game at an extremely high level. Have always been a pretty big standout Awakening Musa for sure. And with that being said, guys, we are going to drop Meph directly into S tier. We're going to put them next to Restart, and later on I'll organize this and put all the classes together. But yeah, this guy is for sure top 3, top 1, whatever you want to call it, Awakening Musa. Ridiculously powerful player. Always has some insanely, like, silly KDA. I don't know, man. But yeah, easy S tier for the Meph. Coming up next on the list, guys, we're going to be talking about yet another Awakening Musa member. This time, fellas, we're going to be talking about another powerful Awakening Musa by the name of Sanzep. So, guys, what can we say about the Sanzep? So first off, this guy is yet another banger Awakening Musa player, and they have also been a very, very long time member of some really standout powerful guilds like Old Vertex, Black Label, Show Nation, and now, of course, the Peko. And I'm going to be honest, they are also an extremely powerful, extraordinary Awakening Musa, for sure. I think that this is definitely one of the better top-tier Awakening Musas that exist within the game, and have been for quite a long time. So with that being said, guys, we're going to drop Sanzep, honestly, somewhere into the A+ tier. I don't necessarily think that they're on the same level as Meph or Chimmy or the S tier Musas. Now, granted, it's still really close. You know, they're not getting like hard gapped or anything like that. But I think we're gonna drop Sanzep somewhere into the A+ tier, next to Zerk and Ashen and Lardbar. I think that these players are all extremely fantastic Awakening Musas. They can probably easily pass for S tier on any given day. I just think that players like Meph and Restart and Chimmy have a little bit of an edge on the class, but nonetheless, it is really, really close in terms of skill level between all these players. They're all really, really damn good. So, that being said, guys, easy A+ for the Sanzep. Coming up next on the list, guys, this time we're going to be talking about yet another extremely obscure class. Like I said, I think there's only maybe 2 other people on this list that even play it. This time, fellas, we have another Awakening Corsair player by the name of Solnir. So guys, what can we say about Solnir? So first off, this fella has been in and around Peko for honestly an extremely long amount of time, and we even were in an alliance with him back in the day when Soap existed, really fun alliance, honestly. Probably one of the most fun alliances that I've been in. And yeah, Solnier honestly performed really damn good on the Awakening Corsair. Super duper rare class. You basically just never see this thing anymore. And even back then it was still rare. We're talking about like a year and a half, 2 years ago, give or take. And yeah, I think that they are a really excellent player on the Awakening Corsair. One of the few people that were able to make it work, along with players like Pangshan and Terra. And with that being said, guys, we are going to drop the Solnier into A tier. We're going to drop them into A tier. For sure, an excellent player, without a doubt. Performed very good in Peko. And yeah, coming through next, guys, we have a relatively rare class, I would say, nowadays. It used to be an absolute titan for pretty much all content within the game. But with that being said, fellas, we're going to be talking about an Awakening Dracania main by the name of Precision. So guys, what can we say about the Precision? So first off, in my opinion, this guy is a pretty legendary gamer all around the board. They have been consistently one of the best players in the game on Awakening Drac, even well beyond all of its nerfs. And I do think that even before Awakening Drac was still just a really fantastic player. They're able to adapt and play pretty much anything that's meta. If you guys paid attention to the guild leagues after Awakening Drac got nerfed, they picked up Sork like it was nothing. And yeah, I think that all around the board, they are a super duper fantastic tippy top tier player. And for sure, a best in class Awakening Dracania. I don't think that there is another Awakening Dracania on this list, at least not that I can think of right now, that has even come close to the performance of Precision in basically all content. So with that being said, guys, we are going to drop Precision directly into S tier. Easy peasy S tier, literal best in class Awakening Drac. And honestly, it really is a shame they don't really play the game too much these days. I kind of wish they would come back, because they really were just one of the all-star players of Black Rose for a very long time. And yeah, easy S tier for Precision on the Awakening Dracania. Okay, fellas, next up, we're going to be talking about another Succession Ninja player. This time, fellas, we have an absolutely ultimate banger by the name of Armin. So, fellas, what can we say about the Armin? So first off, you guys already know who Armin is. I don't really need to give any type of grand introduction. But with that being said, I will give a little bit of an introduction in saying that this man is, for sure, I think, the best Succession Ninja for pretty much all content across the board in North America. So they are obviously rank 1 AOS Suck Ninja. I've seen them perform pretty damn good for large scale on the Succession Ninja as well. And even more so recently, they were doing really good in Family, and have been a part of many notable guilds like Corrupt, Black Rose, Digital Family, and so on and so forth. And with that being said, guys, I think that Armin is going to be taking the cake for S tier on the Succession Ninja. I think that this is for sure the only Suck Ninja that is going to be best in class for large scale. There is, however, one other person that I do think comes close for the Ninja, but nonetheless, Armin's legacy has just been really strong for a very long time. This guy has done a lot of crazy stuff on the Ninja, and honestly, I think once he gets some more gear, he'll probably be even stronger. So, that being said, guys, easy S tier for Armin, best in class on the Succession Ninja. Coming through next on the list, guys, this time we're going to be discussing an Awakening Striker Purist by the name of Pig. So guys, what can we say about the Pig? So first off, this guy has been in and around the Show Nation on Awakening Striker for pretty much as long as I can remember. I don't really think I can recall seeing Pig on any other class aside from Awakening Striker. And honestly, this guy is probably the best Awakening Striker in North America, maybe around the board, if not for large scale. So yeah, I don't really think that there is another Awakening Striker that comes close. Maybe Divios if he's actually bringing Striker to a war. Maybe, I don't know, Chief if he is still playing the game at all. But that being said, Pig is pretty much the best Awakening Striker for large scale by a very, very large margin, alongside with Divios, and has easily top-fragged Impeco in the new Vagination Guild, and is easily able to compete with other A+ tier players as well as S tier players. So, that being said, guys, we are going to drop the Piglet into S tier for the best in class Awakening Striker slot for sure. Next up, fellas, this time we're going to be talking about, honestly, probably one of the top 5 rarest classes. This time, fellas, we are going to be discussing an Awakening Ninja player by the name of Henny. So, fellas, what can we say about the Henny?
The Henny!
So, first off, this guy is an Awakening Ninja player that is, I believe, most of the time on flex. Now, of course, this is a main ball only tier list, but I had to include the boy Henny because this man does put in some really, really big work on the Awakening Ninja, and honestly gets some really, really damn good scores on Awakening Ninja on flex in comparison to people that are in main ball. So, definitely cannot overlook that. This dude is definitely a banger on the Awakening Ninja for sure. In my opinion, one of the best ones in the game all around the board. There's not too many people that even play Awakening Ninja. I think the other one that comes to mind is like Lock Jump or even like Yellow. I don't even know if they play Awakening. They might be suck. But with that being said, guys, I do think that Henny is a banger, considering that this man is on Awakening Ninja. So, due to that fact, guys, we are going to put the Henny right into A tier. We're going to drop them into A tier for sure. I think that they're a really, really great player. They put up some really nice scores on the Flex Awakening Ninja. Very comparable to main ball. And yeah, easy A tier for the Henny. Coming up next on the list, fellas, this time we're going to be talking about a little bit of an Awakening Sage Purist, as well as a little bit of Succession Musa. Coming up next, fellas, we have a player by the name of Jodam. So guys, what can we say about the Jodam? So first off, this guy has played Awakening Sage for quite a very, very long time, many years, dating back to earlier Omniscient days, then had a little bit of an Ethereum arc, and then now Digital. So with that being said, guys, men lie, women lie, and numbers don't. And honestly, the numbers say that Jodam is going to land somewhere, honestly, around, I'd say, probably upper A tier. We'll say upper A tier. They definitely are pretty good on the Awakening Sage for large scale, but in my opinion, are not as consistent as some of the other sages in A+. So for example, Alfred, and definitely a bot, and also not really as consistent as myself, or Reptiles. But with that being said, they are able to pull some pretty good numbers, and of course have recently had a little bit of a power spike after Awakening Sage's buffs. So, that being said, guys, again, it's going to be A tier for Jodam. Definitely a pretty good player on the Awakening Sage. Not quite consistent enough to land into A+ tier, but still a solid A. Coming through next on the list, guys, this time we're going to be talking about another relatively rare class. We're going to be talking about a Succession Corsair by the name of Kai. So guys, what can we say about the Kai? So first of all, this guy has been on Succession Corsair, I believe, the most. I think they also play Awakening Guardian, but they've been on Corsair for a very, very long time, and this guy was pretty much always a Tyrant in RBF, you know, along with a lot of other large-scale-esque type of stuff. And with that being said, I think that Kai is a, honestly, pretty respectably good higher-tier Corsair. Now, granted, they kind of took Corsair out back and shot it, and I haven't really seen Kai playing the game in a little bit of time, but from the scores that I have seen from him, and the gameplay that I have seen, I do think that he is a pretty excellent player on the Corsair for sure, and is definitely one of the better large-scale players. So with that being said, guys, we are going to drop Kai into around, I'm going to say into around A tier. Honestly, I think they're a pretty solid A tier player. Definitely excellent on the Succession Corsair. It's kind of a shame that they stopped playing the game as much. Like I said, I don't really see them too often these days. But yeah, when he was around, definitely a little bit of a banger on the Succession. Coming through next on the list, guys, this time we're going to be talking about what I believe to be a Succession Megu and or Succession Ranger. I'm honestly not 100% sure what they play, but this time, fellas, we are going to be talking about a player by the name of Byro. So guys, I'm not going to lie, this one will probably be a little bit more inaccurate in terms of rankings because I just simply don't know what they actually play. I don't know if they play Ranger or Megu or maybe something else entirely, but with that being said, guys, men lie, women lie, and numbers don't. And the numbers say that Byro has some occasional spikes into mid-page for digital, which is honestly pretty good. But I would say they are relatively inconsistent in when they actually do so. So because of that fact, guys, we are going to drop Byro somewhere into, I'm going to say somewhere into high A-. Like I said, they're definitely better than, you know, an average B tier player for sure. And they can maybe sometimes have A tier performance, but I think due to the general inconsistency, I have to give them the A-, which again is not bad. They're still a great player. They definitely still have some pretty good pop-up ores. But yeah, that being said, A- for the Byro. Coming through next on the list, guys, this time we have another Awakening Sage longtime purist. This time, guys, we're going to be talking about a fella by the name of Just In Case. So guys, what can we say about the Just In Case? So first off, I gotta say, this dude is for sure a top tier level homie. I really do like this guy a lot, man. Awesome dude. And has been on the Awakening Sage for really a long time. I think for maybe, you know, 4-ish years, whatever, since Awakening Sage came out. However long it's been. And I would say that they are a pretty respectably good player on the Awakening Sage for sure. Now, fellas, we do have a little bit of an issue. So, unfortunately, Justin does not really play Node Wars in large scale that much, and has even pretty much said it himself that he doesn't really necessarily care for the content, and I really do feel like that it would be a little bit disingenuous and a little bit dishonest to rank somebody that doesn't really play large scale Node Wars too often. So, because of this fact, guys, I think I'm going to drop Mr. Just In Case into the honorable mentions tier. Now, don't get it twisted. If I had to actually rank Justin, I would probably put him, honestly, somewhere into around the B tier. Like I said, I think that he is a pretty respectably good player. It's just, I'm not going to go out of my way to rank somebody that doesn't take large scale seriously and doesn't necessarily classify themselves as a large scale player. I think that Justin dabbles a little bit more into small scale and stuff like that, and he's even said it himself. So again, I'm not going to mistakenly rank somebody that isn't necessarily prepared to be ranked. But with that being said, he is still a Giga homie, and I think still a respectably good player on the Awakening Sage. And I really do hope that he continues to dabble into large scale. Honestly, I want to see this man become a banger large scale player. I think it's definitely possible. And yeah, honorable mentions for Mr. Just In Case. Coming through next on the list, guys, this time we are going to be talking about what I believe is an Awakening Megu and maybe a little bit of Succession Wusa. This time, guys, we are going to be talking about a player by the name of Bloom. So guys, what can we say about the Bloom? So first off, I do believe that this is a relatively long time Succession Wusa that has converted over time into the Awakening Megu Nation, and I will say that they honestly are a pretty respectably good player. Now with that being said, guys, men lie, women lie, and the numbers don't. And honestly, just going off of the scores that I've seen of Bloom in digital, I would say they perform pretty good in most of the wars that they're in. Now, they definitely do perform better than a lot of people in B tier. I would even say a lot of people in A- tier. but are not quite consistent enough in my opinion to make it into the A tier. So with that being said guys, we are going to drop Bloom somewhere into the upper A- tier. I would say upper A- is pretty fair, honestly. They do have some good amount of pop-up ores into the mid-page and etc., but overall, as I said, not quite consistent enough to be in A tier or higher. Nonetheless, still a fantastic player on the Awakening Megu. Coming up next, guys, this time we're going to be talking about another relatively rare class. You don't really see too many people playing it these days, but with that being said, guys, we're going to be talking about an Awakening Wizard main by the name of Combat. So guys, what can we say about the Combat? So first off, in my opinion, this guy is one of the best Awakening Wizards for large scale that have pretty much existed in BDO for a really long time. There's really not that many people playing Awakening Wizard to begin with, let alone people that actually make it work and can frag out in really high-end guilds like Corrupt, Cho Nation, Peko, and Black Rose. So with that being said, guys, I'm going to be completely honest. I think that I'm going to have to drop Combat. Oh man, you know what guys? I think we're going to do it. We're going to drop Combat next to Cosini. I think that these two are inarguably the best Awakening Wizards for large scale in BDO. I've seen them both do really goofy stuff in pretty high tier guilds, and I think that they are just pretty much the best Awakening Wizards in the game. I don't really think that anybody else comes close to these two guys' level. Maybe there is one other person that I'm missing, but yeah, Combat is, in my opinion, pretty much just as legendary as Cosini. I think Cosini has maybe a little bit more exposure, but these two are for sure the legends on Awakening Wizard. Now, it is a little bit of a shame that Combat doesn't really play BDO anymore. I think he has something going on with his work schedule, but I do hope to see him come back and, you know, join Digital again. And, yeah, easy S tier for Combat on the Awakening Wizard. Coming through this time, guys, we have another legendary super top tier gamer. This time, fellas, we are going to be talking about an Awakening Berserker player by the name of Oni-chan. So guys, what can we say about the Oni-chan? First off, this guy, in my humble opinion, is one of the best Awakening Zerkers in Black Desert, period. This guy is just all around the board an extremely super duper powerful player, and like I said, I think is pretty much one of the best Awakening Zerkers in the game and has been for a very long time. This guy has had some really crazy performances in Black Rose and is easily able to contest a lot of people in A+ tier as well as S tier, and is a very consistent Giga gamer on the Awakening Zerker. So with that being said, guys, we are going to drop Oni-chan, honestly, into the S tier. I'm going to put Oni-chan on S tier, pretty much right next to Kev. I think that these two are undoubtedly the best Awakening Zerkers for large scale that I have personally seen, and that's really saying something because there's not that many people that can make this class work at a very high level, especially frag out with it in large scale. But between Kev and Oni-chan, I think that these two players are pretty much legendary on the class for sure. And yeah, I think that deserves S tier for Oni-chan on the Awakening Zerker. Coming through next on the list, guys, this time we're going to be talking about a little bit of an Awakening Corsair banger. Again, a quite rare class considering the meta. This time, boys, we are talking about a fella by the name of Zephyr. So guys, I'm going to be honest, this one might be a little bit more inaccurate simply due to the fact that I don't really have a whole lot of scores from Zephyr, but with the little bit that I have seen of them in large scale, along with a couple other bits and pieces of information, I will say that I think that they are a pretty respectably good Awakening Corsair. Now, again, as I said, this is going to be a little bit more inaccurate. I'm not even 100% sure if they are still playing Awakening Corsair, but that is definitely the class that I've seen them on the most. And with that being said, fellas, we are going to drop Zephyr somewhere around, I would say, somewhere around the upper B tier. Honestly, I think that they are a really, really good player on the Awakening Corsair, and they perform pretty well within the Glorp Alliance, as far as I can tell. And yeah, easy B tier for Zephyr. Again, this could be very much higher, it could be lower, not 100% sure, but with the little bit of knowledge that I do have, I think it's going to be a high B tier for Zephyr. Next up on the list, guys, this time we are going to be talking about yet another Succession Ranger player. I believe this is one of the final 2 Succession Rangers on this list. And with that being said, guys, we are going to be talking about a player by the name of Rosie. So fellas, what can we say about the Rosie? So first off, this player has been in and around some very, very top tier guilds, most notably, of course, Digital as well as Show Nation. And they have been on the Succession Ranger performing really, really good at a super top tier level for the amount of time that I've seen them. Now, with that being said, guys, I don't have a whole lot of information on Rosie, because I'm not going to go back, you know, to look at war scores from 2-3 years ago. But when they were in the guild, from what I can see, they performed extremely well, pretty much alongside the performance of people like Technique and a lot of other rangers around the A+ level. And with that being said, guys, I think that we're going to drop Rosie into... Honestly, we're going to drop Rosie into the pretty much high A tier, or high A+ tier. I think that they are really an extremely good Succession Ranger. I'm not too sure how much they exactly stack up against, let's say, Admirable and Poogie and whatnot, but they can for sure contest S tier players performance-wise, and a lot of people in A+ tier, and honestly might even just be S tier on certain days. But once again, we already have 3 Suck Rangers in S tier. I don't think I'm going to be adding another Suck Ranger to S tier because that would just be way too many, but they are for sure a fantastic player on the Ranger, so easy A+ tier for Rosie. Coming up next on the list, guys, this time we have a player that, I'm going to be honest, I have absolutely no idea what they play. I think that they might be a Succession Ranger, but I could be totally wrong on that. So with that being said, guys, this time we're going to be talking about a player by the name of Cerberus. So guys, what can we say about the Cerberus? So first of all, this person is a player within Black Rose, and they perform pretty respectably well from what I can see. They're usually around upper mid page on Black Rose, with some occasional spikes into the top page. And with that being said, guys, we are going to drop Cerberus based off of the scores that I've seen, somewhere around, I would say, I'm going to say around the upper A-. Definitely not a bad player whatsoever. I do think that they can outperform a lot of people within B tier, and for sure some people within A-, but most definitely not consistent enough and doesn't really pull the numbers that would launch them into the A tier. So with that being said, A- tier for Cerberus. Alrighty fellas, this time we're going to be talking about yet another Succession hash player. Honestly, really not that many Succession hashes that are on this list, but nonetheless, here we are. And with that being said, guys, we're going to be talking about a player by the name of Revye. So fellas, what can we say about the Revye? So first off, this is a long-time Succession hash player, if I'm not mistaken, and they have been in a couple notable guilds, most notably Shameless, and then a little bit of a Faded and Iconic arc, and then now they are testing the waters within Digital. So with that being said, guys, there's not a whole lot of data that I have to go off with this player. I've seen maybe a handful of war scores from Shameless, and then of course there's probably like a handful or less of scores from Digital from the short amount of time that they've been here. And I will say that they are a pretty respectably great player on the Suck hash from what I can see. Now, I don't necessarily think that they're, you know, like going to be Delhi level or anything like that, but I definitely do think that they are better than B tier and probably a majority of A- tier. So with that being said, guys, I think that we're going to drop Revye somewhere into, I'm going to have to say somewhere into low-ish A tier. We'll say low A tier for now. Honestly, like I said again, this could be lower, it could be higher, we're really not too sure. And again, they really haven't been in digital for that long either, so there's only like 2 or 3 wars that I have to go off of, and they've done pretty good in those 2 to 3 wars. I think they landed upper mid-page-ish, around the mid-page area, which is pretty good. So yeah, A tier for the Revier. Okay, fellas, next up we're going to be talking about a little bit of an Awakening Drac previously, and then now currently, I believe they're playing Awakening Dosa. This time, guys, we're going to be talking about a player by the name of Hendrix, aka Mikey. So guys, what can we say about the Mikey? First off, this guy is Digital's strongest chat PvPer, man. If you need to piss somebody off, you can surely throw Mikey at them, and he'll get the job done. But on a serious note, this man has been playing Awakening Dosa for quite a bit of time now. I think one of the earlier people to pick up the class and start playing it in large scale, along with people like Rujinx and Chimster. And I will say it has a pretty fair, pretty solid performance within Digital. Now, with that being said, I think that Mikey is a little bit more on the inconsistent side when it comes to scores. Sometimes this guy is in like mid-page, like high mid-page, top page, sometimes sub-mid-page. It kind of just really depends, and I think just due to that general inconsistency, I'm going to have to drop Mikey somewhere into the A- tier. We'll give him A-. Definitely, I think better than run-of-the-mill B tier. Not quite as consistent as an A tier though, so we're gonna have to leave him around A- tier, which is pretty fair. And yeah, definitely has the potential to pop off and do really, really good. But again, the consistency is just not quite there. So A- tier for the Hendrix. Coming up next on the list, fellas, this time we're going to be talking about another long-time Succession Sage player, as well as recently a Deadeye player. So fellas, with that being said, we are going to be talking about a fella by the name of Norelio. Alright guys, so what can we say about the Norelio? So pretty much this guy has been in and around, I think, most of all the relevant large-scale Node War and Siege guilds, such as Abyssal, Digital, Dismantled, Showme's, Goon, Statistic, Family, and now back to Family. And yeah, he's pretty much done it all in a lot of different guilds, either mid-tier or higher, and has performed pretty excellently in all of those aforementioned guilds. Norelio is also one of the OG long-standing Succession Sages, along with Divios, as those two people have pretty much played the class before I even got onto the Suck Sage, and have done really, really crazy stuff on it as well. And so with that being said, guys, comes the next question. Where do we put Norelio, man? Where do you guys think Norelio is going? In my humble opinion, I think it's going to be either A+ or S tier, for sure. But with that being said, we do already have 3 Suck Sages in S tier, and I really, really don't want to add any more than 3 of the same class for S tier, because I just think it's going to be a little bit too much. But with that being said, though, there is not anybody ranked S tier for Deadeye. So I'm going to keep it a buck. I think that Norelio is going to go into the S tier. Pretty much best in class Deadeye as far as I can tell right now. I don't think that there's anybody else doing what Norelio is doing on Deadeye. I have no idea why nobody is playing that class for large scale. It's really, really criminal. And of course, nonetheless, a really, really excellent top tier Sage as well. As I said, has done really, really ridiculous stuff on that class for a very, very long time. So I think all around the board, a very fantastic and above extraordinary player, and has been for a very, very long time. So, S tier for Norelio. Coming up next, guys, this time we're going to be talking about what I believe is the final Succession Ranger on the list, finally. This time, guys, we're going to be talking about a player by the name of Rylock. So, guys, what can we say about the Rylock? So, first off, this guy is a really, really long time Succession Ranger player, and honestly has been in quite a few high-tier notable guilds, such as Peko, Cho Nation, had a little bit of a Corrupt Arc, Epidemic, and now back in Peko. And I've got to say, they have performed pretty consistently great across pretty much every guild that I've seen them in. Now, with that being said, I haven't seen a whole lot of war scores, but I have seen enough to pretty much, I think, relatively accurately compare them to other Suck Rangers on this list. And with that being said, guys, we are going to be dropping Rylok. Honestly, we're going to drop Rylok somewhere into the very, very high A tier. We'll drop him very high A tier, pretty much next to Nfract, Eric, and Kiseo. I think that all these Rangers are really extremely good and extremely potent at what they do. And yeah, easy A tier for Rylok on the Succession Ranger. Next up on the list, guys, we are going to be talking about another Deadeye player. Honestly, not that many on this list. This has got to be, I think, like 1 of 4, 1 of 5 maybe, it feels like. But this time, guys, we are going to be talking about a player by the name of DV McQueen. So, fellas, what can we say about the Queen? So, first off, DV McQueen is, I believe, a longtime Glorp member, and also was in Havoc for a brief period of time. Now, I can't really say how they've done in Havoc because I've only been in Havoc for a short amount of time myself on my alt, but I can say that within the Glorp Alliance, it looks like that they actually do pretty good. Honestly, like, they are definitely a respectably great player on the Deadeye, and again, there's just for some reason not that many people playing this class. But with that being said, guys, I think that we are going to drop the Queen into... I'm going to go ahead and say upper A- tier. Honestly, I think that they're better than B tier, but not quite as consistent as A tier. But nonetheless, they seem to be doing really, really damn good on the Deadeye for sure. So, with that being said, guys, easy A- for the cutest Deadeye, DV McQueen. Coming up next, fellas, we have the second to last Succession Sage for this tier list. And this time, guys, we're going to be talking about a player that goes by the name of Veritas Lux Mia. So, guys, what can we say about the Veritas? So, first off, this is one of the homies. Honestly, a very, very chill guy. And one of the fellow members on the Cube. Not that many Suck Sage players that are left, let me tell you. And Veritas, funnily enough, as far as I can see, has only been in one singular guild for like the past 4 years, with that guild being none other than the powerful Donger. So, with that being said, guys, this one is going to be probably a little bit more inaccurate. I don't really have too many war scores to go off of, and again, it is just one singular guild, so it's not like, you know, other people where I can compare them and be like, oh yeah, this person was, you know, fragging Epidemic, or this person fragged on Digital. But with that being said, I do think that they are a pretty knowledgeable and pretty decent player on the Succession Sage for sure. And with that being said, guys, we are going to drop my boy Veritas into the B tier. Solid B tier for Veritas for sure. Honestly, like I said again, this could be way higher, it could be lower. I honestly have no idea. We need to get this guy into a serious Siege guild immediately, and then see how he performs. But for now, easy B tier for the boy Veritas on the Suck Sage. Coming up next on the list, guys, we are going to be talking about the final Succession Sage. As long as nobody else pops up later that I just remember last second. This time, fellas, we are going to be talking about a very, very good fella by the name of Grimkill. So, guys, what can we say about the Grimkill? First off, this dude is absolutely amazing. Most definitely a high-quality fella and one of the homies in Digital. And honestly has been quite a few notable guilds. I would say most notably Ethereum and now Digital. And has also been playing Black Desert for an extremely, extremely long time. I think dating back to the early alpha or early beta stages of BDO. So really an extremely knowledgeable and potent player when it comes to BDO overall. Now with that being said, guys, Mr. Grimkill was in Ethereum and was performing pretty respectably well in Ethereum when they were up and live, and granted that guild had a lot of competition because when they were a thing, they pretty much absorbed a bunch of really random top fraggers and like some of the best players in the game, and Grim was still able to hold his own in Ethereum, and then now is pretty much testing the waters in Digital after taking an extremely long break from the game, I think maybe like 15-16 months. And with that being said, I think that they are starting to find their footing, and they are starting to honestly perform pretty respectably well within Digital. I mean, even just last Siege, they hit first page, which is really good. So yeah, with that being said, guys, we are going to drop Grimkill for now into... I'm going to say into A- for now. And honestly, I think this is a pretty solid A-, because again, Grim took a very long break from the game, and there's not a whole lot of scores to really go off of. I don't have access to Ethereum scores, and again, he's only been a part of not really that many Digital Wars, and yeah, honestly is a really amazing prospect. I think that he is improving rapidly for sure, and I think that in the future, this man can easily be A tier or even higher. So yeah, for now, A- for the lad Grimkill. Coming up next, guys, we have the very final succession hash that is going to be on the list, as far as I know. This time, guys, we're going to be talking about a suck hash by the name of Zethril. So guys, what can we say about Zethril? So first off, this guy used to be a Succession Megu, and pretty much played Suck Megu for quite a long time, and then obviously the class has pretty much fallen off really hard. There's not a whole lot of people that play it, unless you are just a true Succession Megu purist, and now Zethril has been on the Succession hash for quite a bit of time, and I would honestly say is pretty damn good on the Suck hash for sure. He is not only one of the best suck hashes in my opinion for small scale stuff like AOS, but honestly in Digital is able to perform really good on the Succession hash as well. So with that being said, guys, we are going to be dropping Zethril into around... I'm going to say A tier next to PVX. Honestly, both of these two are really big bangers on the Succession hash. And as far as I can see from the scores that I've dug up, they perform relatively similar. So I don't really know which one is better out of the two, but they're both really good on Suck hash. In my humble opinion, Zethril is able to easily hit around mid-page plus, and same thing with PVX on a good handful of wars. And with that being said, yeah, A tier for Zethril on the Succession hash. Coming up next on the list, guys, this time we're going to be talking about a little bit of a multi-class gamer. I have personally seen this person on Ninja, as well as Awakening Zerker, and now I believe Awakening Dosa. That being said, guys, we are going to be talking about one of the final hot boys, known as a square cow, aka Migs. So guys, what can we say about the Migs? First off, this guy is one of the long-time hot boys and has pretty much been a very powerful unit in many notable guilds such as Old Vertex, Digital, Goon, Shameless, Cho Nation, and then now Peko. And honestly, even dating back to the old Prime Goon days, this man was top fragging and doing all types of ridiculous stuff on, I believe, Awakening Zerker and maybe Ninja around that time period. So, nonetheless, with that being said, guys, this man is a pretty powerful unit and pretty much extraordinary banger on most of any class that they actually pick up and dedicate themselves to, and has been a very large-scale unit for a long time. So, with that being said, guys, Mr. Mixius Maximus is going to be the final S tier of the tier list. This guy is, for sure, in my opinion, one of the best large-scale players, and I do think that most people would also agree. And so, yeah, giving it off the final S tier of the list onto Mr. Migs. Coming up next on the list, guys, this time we are going to be talking about what I believe to be an Awakening Dosa player. I'm not exactly too sure what they played before Awakening Dosa, But here we are, and we are going to be talking about a player by the name of Drag and Drop. So guys, what can we say about the Drag and Drop? So this player has been a pretty long-term Black Rose member and performs, I would say, pretty decently well within the Black Rose, and collectively winds up somewhere around the mid-page-ish, if not sometimes a little bit lower. So with that being said, guys, we are going to be dropping the Drag and Drop into... Honestly, we're going to put Drag and Drop into the A- tier. They definitely have some wars where they perform pretty well, but they are relatively inconsistent on how good they do on any given war. So I would say that they definitely perform better than, you know, a regular B tier, but most definitely not consistent enough for A tier. And I do think that some of the other people on A- tier just perform a little bit more consistent than Drag and Drop. So with that being said, guys, A- for the Drag and Drop. Next up, fellas, we are going to be talking about the second to last ninja on this tier list, and it is going to be none other than the final hot boy known as Block Jump. Alrighty, fellas, so what can we say about the Block Jump? So this guy has been a long-standing member of many notable guilds, such as Old Vertex, Cho Nation, Digital, Goon, Shameless, Pecco, and then now back to Pecco. Now, Block Jump, honestly, is one of those players where pretty much everybody knows who this is. They are a pretty long-term ninja player, and they have been for basically as long as I can remember. Now, with that being said, guys, I'm going to be completely honest. Ninja has not really been on the stronger meta side of classes in quite some time now. I think that you really do have to be built differently to pilot and make that class work in a large-scale scenario. There are pretty much legitimately only, I'm going to say, less than a handful of people that I think are really, really crazy good on Ninja and large scale. One of them is an SCA by the name of Destro. If you know, you know. And there's really not that many. So, with that being said, guys, if you asked me to rank Block Jump, I would say maybe like a year and a half ago, I would say, honestly, easy S tier or easy A+ tier for sure. Absolute turbo banger on the ninja, you know, super duper absolute legendary gamer. But unfortunately, times have changed, the meta has changed, and people have changed. And with that being said, I, in good conscience, cannot put Block Jump into S tier or A+ tier because, once again, fellas, men lie, women lie, and the numbers don't. And it does make me very, very sad to see one of the legendary hot boys take a little bit of a fall from grace. But in my opinion, fair is fair. And with that being said, guys, based off of the scores that I've seen, I would say recently, within like the past 6-ish months, if not more, we are going to give Block Jump around, I would say, A-. Now, again, some people might think that this is going to be too harsh or too low, but once again, fellas, the numbers just simply don't lie. And while I do still think that Block Jump definitely has a lot of amazing potential and has been pretty much a top tier player for a long time ago, I think right now there just are a couple other people that are still pulling strings on Ninja and making it work, and I think that Block Jump maybe just needs a little bit more time to adapt. Definitely not a terrible player or anything like that, but I just think that the Ninja is just unfortunately in not that great of a spot right now, and I do hope to see Block Jump pop off on probably a different and more meta class for sure. So with that being said, guys, easy A- tier for the Block Jump. Coming through next, guys, we have, I believe, the actual final Succession Sage of the list, as well as a Succession Witch. This time, fellas, we are going to be talking about a player by the name of Divinus. So, guys, what can we say about the Divinus? First of all, fellas, this guy has been a very, very long time member of Black Rose and has pretty much been on the Succession Sage for a long time, at least from what I can remember, as well as Succession Witch, and I would say that they are a relatively respectably good player on those two classes for sure. They've had some pretty decent wars in the Black Rose, and I would say, according to the scores, they are usually somewhere around mid to sub-mid page, so honestly really not that bad. And with that being said, guys, we are going to drop the Divinus into... Honestly, we're going to drop Divinus into A-. Honestly, a really, really solid player. I would say better than B tier for sure, but doesn't quite have the A tier edge. But nonetheless, still a really, really solid player. Definitely not bad whatsoever. Is able to get a lot of work done on the caster as well as the Sage. And yeah, easy A- tier for Divinus. Up next, guys, we are going to be talking about the final Succession Ninja of the list. This time, guys, we're going to be talking about a player by the name of Pinders. So, fellas, what can we say about the Pinders? First of all, this guy has been a pretty long time Corrupt member. I don't really think that I've seen them in any other big guilds aside from Corrupt. And with that being said, they have honestly performed extremely well as far as I can see and have seen in Corrupt on a class like Ninja. Now, this is one of the handful of people that I was talking about earlier that is somehow able to perform on Ninja at a really, really high level and is able to pretty much consistently top page in top guilds and against other top guilds, which for a class like Ninja is honestly pretty impressive. So with that being said, guys, we are going to be dropping the Pinders into around... I'm honestly going to say around A+ tier. Honestly, I really do think that they are a really, really fantastic player on the Ninja, and one of very, very few people that are able to even pilot this class at such a high level and really do anything remotely worthwhile for large scale. So yeah, easy A+ tier for Pinders on the Ninja. Up next, guys, we're going to be talking about the final Awakening Valkyrie player of the list. This time, guys, we have a player by the name of Lewin. So, guys, what can we say about Lewin? First off, Lewin is a very, very long-time Awakening Valkyrie player, and honestly has done some pretty disgusting things on this class for many, many, many years. Lewin has also been a part of a few notable guilds, most notably Isolated, Goon, Guilty, Black Label, Shameless, Pecco, Daga, and then now back to the Isolated. So with that being said, guys, I can't say that I've seen scores from Lewin in a very, very long time, but I do know that this guy used to be, honestly, a pretty big Omega banger on the Awakening Valkyrie. In my opinion, definitely one of the better Awakening Valkyries that have existed in BDO across the period of many, many years. And so with that being said, guys, this one might be a little bit more inaccurate, because again, I don't necessarily have access to every score that has existed ever. But despite that, I think we are going to be dropping Lewin, honestly, somewhere into... I'm going to say somewhere into the A- tier. For sure, I think that they are really an amazing player on the Awakening Valkyrie, and it honestly is a little bit of a shame that the meta has changed so much into this weird, goofy DR stacking meta, and pretty much pushed away a lot of Awakening Valkyrie players. But nonetheless, I still think that Lewin is a great player on the Awakening Valkyrie, and honestly, easily has the capacity to be an A tier player or even higher once again. So yeah, A- for Lewin. Up next, guys, we are going to be talking about the final Awakening Striker of the list. This time, fellas, we have an extremely long-time Awakening Striker purist known as Deags. So, guys, what can we say about the Deags mode? So first off, Deags is a pretty long-time Black Rose member and has also been a part of some other big guilds like Old Barcode, Snake, and Enemy, and then now, of course, back to Black Rose. So with that being said, guys, Deags obviously is a flex member. They don't really do main ball, at least not as far as I know. But with that being said, Deags puts up some pretty damn good scores on the Awakening Striker for being in flex. I've seen them on pretty much many occasions hit around top page or, high mid page in Black Rose, which is really good considering that this man is doing mostly flex duties all the time, but nonetheless is still a very fantastic player on the Awakening Striker. I definitely think he is one of the better Awakening Strikers in the game for sure, and has been for quite some time. So with that being said, guys, we are going to be dropping Ambassador Deags mode into around the A tier. We're going to drop Deags in the A tier. I think honestly he's a pretty excellent player on the Awakening Striker. Has done some really goofy stuff in large scale as well as open world. If you know, you know. So yeah, easy A tier for the Deags mode. Coming through next on the list, guys, this time we're going to be discussing a long-time Awakening Musa player, as well as a very long-time Digital and Black Rose member by the name of Oliver. So fellas, what can we say about Ali? So first off, this guy is a flex member of Digital. He is not exclusively a main ball member, and I know people might be asking, well, why do you keep adding flex members to the tier list? And the answer is actually quite simple. It's because sometimes said flex members are allowed to either just play as main ball members or don't have too many flex things to do, or they just perform so good that their scores are pretty much identical to that of a main ball member. And I do believe that Mr. Ali is one of those people that falls into that category, along with Isaac, as well as Kozima, and maybe a couple other people. So with that being said, guys, this may or may not be a little bit more on the inaccurate side, but I will say, just pretty much going off of scores that I've seen when they're actually allowed to do main ball stuff and not doing, boring flex stuff, they perform extremely well on the Awakening Musa. I do think that for sure they are an extraordinary player, also a very smart player in terms of how you should actually be playing the game, and is just really analytical when it comes to a lot of BDO stuff. So with that being said, guys, having a powerful Awakening Musa with also a relatively high IQ level seems to be quite rare in BDO. But not quite rare for the Oliver. So with that being said, guys, I am honestly just going to go drop Ollie directly into A+ tier. I think this guy is absolutely awesome when he's able to just frag out and generate a lot of kills for main ball, and like I said, is a pretty fantastic player. I pretty much have no doubt in my mind that if he just was relegated to a main ball only role, this dude would easily be top paging pretty much all the time. And yeah, easy A+ tier for Oliver on the Musa. Coming up next on the list, guys, this time we're going to be talking about the very last Awakening Zerker on the tier list. This time, guys, we're going to be talking about a fella by the name of Slimes. So guys, what can we say about the young Slimes? So first of all, this guy is a really long time Awakening Berserker player, and in my opinion is most definitely one of the better higher tier Awakening Zerkers in the game. I've seen this guy do a lot of work within large scale, and he's been in some notable guilds like Isolated, Kindred, Peko, and then now in the Black Rose. So guys, with that being said, based off of the war scores that I've seen, a couple of scores from Peko, and now a few wars from Black Rose, I can say that I think this guy is honestly most definitely a banger. He definitely is really good in large scale, and as well as being very good on the Awakening Zerker. So with that being said, guys, we are going to be dropping Slimes into... Honestly, we're going to put Slimes into A tier. For sure, we're going to put Slimes into A tier. We're going to put them next to Bad Noodle, BRG, and Eyes. It does look like that Slimes has some pretty comparable scores to Bad Noodle, if not getting a little bit more kills. But from what I can see for the most part, like I said again, these four kind of have very similar performances. It really just depends on the day and depends on the node. I'd say that they are all really fantastic players, and Slimes is most definitely one of them. So yeah, easy A tier for Slimes on the Awakening Zerker. Fantastic Zerker. Coming up next on the list, guys, this time we are going to be talking about a relatively obscure player. They do play a bit of Succession DK, as well as Succession Sage and Awakening Sage. This time, guys, we're going to be talking about a player by the name of True. So guys, while True is not necessarily a super known fragger or anything like that, I figured I'd include another one of the homies from Tatsuo, because I do think that they are a, honestly, pretty respectably good player. I think that even people in mid-tier and lower-tier guilds still deserve some recognition for being good. Of course, not everyone in the game is in a literal top 5 siege guild, but nonetheless, I decided to add True onto the list because I do think that they are a pretty good player. So with that being said, guys, we are going to be dropping the True into around, I would say, I'm going to say upper B tier, like high B tier. I think that they are a really respectably good player. I've seen some pretty impressive scores from them within Tatsuo, and yeah, easy B tier for True. Really great player. Up next on the list, guys, this time we are going to be talking about the final Awakening Valkyrie of the tier list, and this one may or may not come as a surprise to some people, but I just had to add them onto the list because, in my opinion, this is just absolutely a legendary player. And of course, while this list isn't necessarily aimed towards very, very older fraggers, this guy has honestly just made such a massive impact on the Valkyrie community and was pretty much the sole reason that spawned many other top tier Valkyries like Corgi. So with that being said, guys, we are going to be talking about an absolute retired legend. We're going to be discussing Raiden GTR. So guys, first off, we've got to hit F to pay respects to Raiden. I do believe they have fully quit BDO. I could be wrong on that. Maybe they're just chilling out and, like, you know, on an alt or T1 or something like that. But to my knowledge, they have unfortunately quit BDO. They are no longer actually playing. I don't see them in any Discords or anything like that, including the Valkyrie Discord. But with that being said, I've got to say nothing but good things about this guy. This man is the Awakening Valkyrie. He is just the Valkyrie. This dude is pretty much the reason why people have either picked up Valkyrie or have gotten better at it, and I can name just countless other Valkyries that have just looked up to him and taken lessons from this guy, because he really was just one of the great people to do it first, and has done it for a very long time. Also a very profound player within the Show Nation, has been pulling some pretty ridiculous performance and scores for his entire career, and overall was honestly just a really super duper chill guy, for sure. My few interactions with this dude were honestly really awesome. Definitely one of the more humble and laid back people of the top tier BDO PvP community, if I do say so myself. And with that being said, guys, this is going to be the actual final S tier ranking, unless something changes later, wink wink, of the tier list. And of course, you already know, I'm going right next to Mr. Borgi. Just absolutely legendary player, literally the Awakening Valkyrie, and one of the best players in large scale, for sure. So yeah, easy S tier for Raiden GTR. Coming up next on the list, fellas, this time we are going to be talking about a long-time Succession Meiwa player, this time by the name of Prime. So fellas, what can we say about the Prime? So first off, I honestly haven't really seen this player in quite a significant amount of time. I think the last time that I saw them, besides Soaked, was back in Crawling Chaos days when CC was still alive, so it was quite a long time ago. I think that was like 2 years ago. But they recently came back and are now playing within the Soaked Nation, and honestly, they are pretty much still performing as exceptionally well as they did in Crawling Chaos. So, with that being said, guys, the numbers don't lie. I do think that Prime is honestly a pretty fantastic player on the Succession Meiwa, and they have been doing pretty good stuff in that class for, again, like I said, over 2 years, if not more. And yeah, that being said, fellas, we are going to be dropping the Prime into... Honestly, we're going to drop them, I think, in A+ tier. I think we can drop Prime in A+ tier. Really a pretty fantastic player all around the board, and like I said, has consistently really high top paged in quite a few different guilds now, like Stray, Soaked, and Old TC. And yeah, I think easy A+ tier for Prime on the Succession Meiwa. Coming up next on the list, fellas, this time we're going to be talking about a player that I believe is on the Awakening Sage, and we are going to be talking about Aegon. Okay, fellas, so what can we say about the Aegon? So first off, this is a player that I think has been on the Awakening stage for a little bit of time now. I'm not too sure if they were playing it before the buffs or not, but that's what I last remember them on. And they've been in some pretty notable guilds like Brutal, Notorious, Family, Vagabonds, and now back to Vagabonds. So with that being said, guys, men lie, women lie, and of course the numbers do not. And with that being said, I will say that Aegon honestly performs pretty well within the Soaked Nation. They are usually pretty much always in and around the top page as far as I can see, and they are relatively consistent with it as well. So, due to that fact, guys, we are going to be dropping Aegon into... I'm going to say into around A tier. We'll drop them in A tier. Pretty much a relatively consistent top pager. Definitely doing pretty good on this age. So yeah, easy A tier for the Aegon. Coming up next, fellas, this time we are going to be talking about a very, very long time Awakening Musa player. This time, guys, we're going to be talking about a fella by the name of Games. So guys, what can we say about the Games, aka Venex? So first off, this is a dude that has been on the Musa for a very, very long amount of time, and they've been in a couple notable guilds, such as Old Vertex, Family, Goon, Chomies, Vagabonds, and then of course, now within the Pecco. So fellas, with that being said, I will be honest, I think that this ranking is going to be a little bit more on the inaccurate side, and the simple reason for that is that I just simply do not have war scores dating back to all the guilds that Games has been in, and the last time that I've seen him in a guild with me at the same time was in old Goon days when I used to Murk in, and that was about 2 years ago. But with that being said, going off the little bit that I have seen, I think that we're going to drop Games, honestly, somewhere probably into this range, I would say, initially. But honestly, for now, boys, I'm thinking that we're going to drop the Games probably somewhere around like the mid A tier. I'm really not too sure if this should be higher or lower. I'm going to keep it a full buck. I don't think that they're necessarily a B tier player. I think that's like a little bit low. I'm not too sure if they're going to be around this range or upper A plus tier, but if I had a little bit more to go off of or to compare them to, I would probably say that they're probably under Ashen and Zerk level and like Oliver level. Like, I don't necessarily think that they're A plus or S tier, but for sure they got to be around A to A minus. So yeah, for now A tier for the Games. Coming through next on the list, guys, this time we are going to be talking about, I believe, the final Succession Ranger of the list. This time, guys, we are going to be talking about a player by the name of Jet. So fellas, what can we say about the Jet? So first off, fellas, to my knowledge, I do believe that Jet has been a long-time Suck Ranger. I've seen them pretty much mostly in Show Nation for the longest time, and then of course nowadays Vagabonds. But yeah, I will say that I don't really have a whole lot of information on Jet either, but this is a player that I was going to include a little bit earlier, and then I had to redo the list a little bit, and I really do think that they are a pretty extraordinary Ranger from the few scores that I have seen, and just from what other people have said as well. I just simply don't really see them too much around these days. I'm not too sure if they're still like soft retired for large scale or what exactly they're doing, but when they were playing the game, I do think that they were a pretty substantial banger from what I remember. So with that being said, guys, I think that we're going to be dropping the Jets. Oh man, honestly, I'm going to put Jet in somewhere around the, I'm going to say upper A plus tier. Honestly, we'll say upper A plus tier. This could be, like, again, a little bit more inaccurate. I don't know if they're necessarily better than, you know, Poogie, Rosie, Admirable, etc., etc. There's so many, like, really top tier Rangers that are kind of scattered in a bunch of different guilds, and obviously it's pretty hard to quantify who's going to be better than who. But nonetheless, I still do think that they are an extraordinary player on the Ranger from what I remember and from what I've seen. So, yeah, for now, A plus tier for the Jets. Coming through next on the list, guys, this time we are going to be talking about the absolutely final Awakening Wizard of the tier list. Unless I missed somebody, but I don't think that I did. This time, guys, we're going to be talking about an Awakening Wizard / Succession hash by the name of Adi. So, guys, what can we say about the Adi? So, first off, Adi is a relatively long time Awakening Wizard and Succession Hash player, as I said, and they have played in a couple of guilds, most notably Gang, Family, GVG, Vertex, Ash, Epidemic Arc, and then now back to the Ash. So fellas, with that being said, I will say that I think Adi is definitely a respectably good player on the Awakening Wizard, as well as the Hash for sure. Now, I have personally seen them more within AOS than I have seen them for large scale. So this ranking is going to be a little bit tailored to that, because a lot of the other Awakening Wizards on this list have played in high tier guilds, or they've been around, you know, a little bit longer in like higher tier style fights. And I do believe that Adi plays mostly in and around T1s. So with that being said, guys, we're going to be dropping the Adi, I'm going to honestly say, probably it's a upper B tier. We'll drop Adi into upper B tier. I do think that they are a pretty respectably good player on the Awakening Wizard, and I have seen them do a lot of work too, especially on the montages. But again, it's going to be hard to give them any bit of a higher ranking, because all the other wizards on the list, like I said, have played in higher tier guilds, and I haven't seen Adi in any Sea Shields aside from the Epidemic Arc. So we're going to drop Adi for now in the B tier again. Pretty good player on the Wiz and the Hash for sure. I just need to see a little bit more, and then they can easily probably be A- or A tier if they actually join a Sea Shield. Coming up next, guys, this time we're going to be talking about the final Awakening Hash of the list. This time, fellas, we're going to be talking about an Awakening Hash main by the name of Heart King. So, fellas, what can we say about the King of Hearts? So, first off, this guy has been an Awakening Hash main for quite a substantial amount of time, and has been doing really good on it for quite a while as well. I've seen them pretty much a lot in AOS. I think I've honestly seen Heart King more in AOS than I have in War, but they do both, and they do both pretty damn good for sure. So with that being said, guys, I have seen some more scores coming from Mr. Heart King on the family side, and I've got to say I think that he performs pretty well, especially in accordance to other people that are within the A+ tier and S tier that we've spoke about already. And at this point, I would say there's only like what feels like 4 to 5 Awakening Hashes that actually play it good. So yeah, with that being said, guys, we are going to be dropping Heart King into, honestly, we're going to drop Heart King into A+ tier. We'll drop Heart King into A+ tier. I think this guy's a pretty extraordinary player on the Awakening Hash, one of the long-term Awakening Hash mains, and performs regularly very well within small scale and large scale. So again, it's pretty impressive. Definitely a really great player on the Awakening Hash. And yeah, A+ tier for Heart King. Coming up next on the list, fellas, this time we are going to be talking about the final Awakening Warrior of the tier list. I don't think that there are many Awakening Warriors on this list at all. I think there's actually only 1 or 2. If that, maybe 1. Gamepad UI, I don't even know, but anyway, guys, we are going to be talking about a player by the name of DBM. So fellas, what can we say about the Deadly Boss mod? So first off, this guy has been on Awakening Warrior pretty much for as long as I can possibly remember. I don't think that I've seen this guy on a different class aside from Warrior. And honestly, that's pretty impressive. It is admirable to just play one class instead of rerolling to every other class every 2 months. And so with that being said, guys, DBM has been in several notable guilds such as Family, Goon, Enemy, Corrupt for a while, and then now mostly Epidemic and Muted. Now with that being said, guys, of course, Awakening Warrior out of all classes within main ball is most definitely not a fragging class. I don't think that you will ever see a Warrior in current BDO 2025 top frag unless something is going horribly wrong within the other players' heads. So with that being said, I will say that I do think that DBM has performed pretty respectably great for playing Awakening Warrior in a main ball setting in some relatively high tier guilds like Corrupt, and then now current Epidemic is pretty much able to hold his own versus a lot of other really great players that are in the A tier and higher. And with that being said, guys, I think that we are going to be dropping DBM into, I'm going to say into the A tier. We're going to drop DBM next to Liar. Again, like, these are pretty strange classes for large scale. You don't really see people playing Awakening Warrior, and you don't really see people playing Succession Mystic. So with that being said, like I said previously, guys, I think that they are a pretty fantastic player on the Awakening Warrior. Definitely not an Omega Fragger, but they have gotten extremely competitive scores to a lot of other people on much stronger classes. And yeah, A tier for DBM. Coming up next on the list, fellas, this time we're going to be talking about the actual final Awakening Warrior on the tier list. I did lie a little bit. I said that DBM was going to be the last one, but here we are, guys, and we are going to be talking about a long-time Awakening Warrior player by the name of Biseptimus Prime. So, fellas, what can we say about Sunny, aka Biseptimus Prime? So first off, guys, this guy is just an absolutely legendary unit on the Awakening Warrior. The only thing that is truly sad about this placement is the fact that Sunny doesn't usually play large scale. He is definitely more known for doing other things outside of Node War and Siege. But with that being said, in my heart, in my eyes, Sunny is still a legendary warrior for sure. Also a best-in-class warrior tournament winner. So with that being said, guys, obviously Bicep doesn't really do any large scale, but I still wanted to include him on the list just for fun, and because this guy is an epic level unit. I actually love this guy so much. And yeah, that being said, fellas, we are going to be dropping Mr. Biseptimus Prime into around honorable mentions, baby. Straight into the honorable tier for sure. This guy is epic, and I'm sure if he was playing large scale on the Warrior, he would easily be a tier higher for sure. But this is just mostly for fun, so we're putting my boy into honorable mentions for the Biseptimus Prime. Finally, guys, we have reached the absolute very end. This time, fellas, the moment that you've all been waiting for. The final boss. Now, fellas, I'm going to be completely honest. If you guys don't know who this is, I'm already disappointed in you, honestly, because this is the legendary player known as Kythar. So fellas, what can we say about the Kythar? So first off, this guy has more or less top fragged in every single top tier guild literally ever, having been in Man Up, Vexus, Cho Nation, Digital, Black Rose, Corrupt, Hamra, and even having a guest appearance within the powerful Havoc. I'm going to be completely honest, guys, this dude is just truly a legendary player through and through, and there is just without a doubt in my mind. And so with that being said, guys, we are going to be dropping the Kythar himself directly into the final. Wait, what the hell was that? Hey, do you guys hear that? Wait, something is wrong.
These swords. They look like the ones in old Lumiere.
Ah, so he's the one who felled the Axon.
Joey.
You know him.
He's an old friend of mine. We joined Expedition Zero together. He disappeared and I thought... Looks like you met Clea. I'll lay you to rest, my friend.
What the hell was that, guys? I swear I just had the weirdest vision ever. But anyway, like I was saying, The absolute final boss, guys, is going to be none other than Joey. Alrighty, fellas, so what can we say about the Joey? So honestly, this may not come as a surprise for many people, but if you know, you know. I do fully believe that this is the best large scale player in the game for quite some time now. I mean, the scores don't lie, as you guys have seen. I do think that this person is inarguably probably the best range player in the entire game. So that means Ranger and Archer, and previously Caster as well. They just go far, far beyond the normal performance quota, even compared to the other best-in-class S-tier players, literally getting double kills of some of the best people in the game. Again, you guys see the numbers, and numbers don't lie. So I think that that in and of itself is really, really particularly extraordinary. Being able to have always 1.5 to 2 times the kills of the best players in the game is really just incredibly ridiculous. I mean, again, we're not talking about plus 20 kills or plus 10 or whatever. We're talking about basically double. So, like I said, guys, this dude is either using some type of crazy cheats, or they are just simply the best player that I've seen in the game. And I think for now, we're going to go with the latter, of course, to be fair. And yeah, like I said, fellas, I have not seen or heard of anybody doing anything what this person has done, aside from maybe Ursinot, which is a little bit before my time, or maybe we'd be talking about them instead. And yeah, that being said, guys, that is going to round off the final entrance of the list, being the final boss himself, Joey of Black Rose. Okay guys, now that we are at the very end of the video, I'm pretty much going to just quickly run through the tiers one by one, and I'm either going to remove people from it that I think shouldn't be there, or put somebody in a tier a little bit higher than what they currently are. So with that being said, guys, we are going to be starting with the S tier, and I will say off the bat, I don't think that I'm going to be removing anybody from the S tier. I do think that pretty much everybody that is in S tier deserves it. Like, I'm relatively certain about that. But, however, we will be adding one person into the S tier. So I know I might have said earlier that Migs was the final S tier, and that I might add another person in. So, fellas, after some careful reconsideration, I do honestly think that we are going to be dropping CZane into the S tier for Archer. Now, like I said earlier, I did give it a little bit more thought, and I've got to say, I think that out of every single person in the A+ tier, I do think that from what I've personally seen, that CZane has pretty much made the most improvement, and honestly, a really, really good amount of time. And as someone that was also in that position too, it's really, really respectable seeing somebody improve so much over time as a player, and just proving that they can also be one of the best players on their class. So with that being said, guys, CZane is going to be probably the only person that I add into the S tier. I do honestly think that they deserve it, just for the raw amount of work that they put in to become a better player. And so yeah, I think that is going to be the actual final S tier, coming through with CZane. Coming through next, guys, we are going to be talking about the A+ tier now for the final rankings. And with that being said, I don't think that there are many changes that I'm going to be making to the A+ tier. I don't actually think that I'm going to be removing anybody. I think that everybody that's in A+ tier is a pretty extraordinary player, like I said, and at the beginning of the video I do mention that A+ is pretty interchangeable with S tier for the most part. But with that being said, guys, I am actually going to be adding a couple people into the A+ tier that I feel like deserve it, and I think are slightly a cut above A tier. So with that being said, guys, the first people that we're going to be adding into the A+ tier are going to be Popo and Swidex. So, to be honest, I do think that these two players are really extraordinary on the Awakening Valkyrie, and I don't think that I gave them that much credit earlier, especially considering the raw amount of people that are actually playing Awakening Valkyrie to begin with. I mean, it's not a very popular class, in case you couldn't tell. But with that being said, I do think that these two are just both really, really extraordinary players, and I think I just rated them a little bit too low before. So these two are going directly into the A+ tier, and that will be the final ranking for them for sure. And then with that being said, guys, I think that the only other person that I will be moving into the A+ tier for now is, in my opinion, going to be Nfract. So I think I'm going to move Nfract up to A+ tier. I do think that they are a really, really extraordinary ranger, and I do think that I rated them maybe just a little bit too low. I do feel like they are a small cut above the rest of the A tier rangers, and I do think that they can definitely easily contest a lot of people that are in S tier. So with that being said, guys, the final bump into A+ tier is going to be Nfract on the Succession Ranger. Finally, fellas, with that being said, we're going to reorganize the A+ tier really, really briefly, so I will be right back with you guys in about a minute. Okay, fellas, so here we have it. This is going to be the final reorganization of the A+ tier. Now, one thing, guys, that I want to note that is very important is that the A+ tier and the S tier are not necessarily strictly ordered by skill level. Definitely not the S tier. This is just pretty much organized by class. As you can see, we have all the sages here, the doses, archers, etc., etc. Relatively the same thing with the A+ tier, except for A+ tier, the people that are closer towards the top are the people that I believe are most likely able to pass for S tier, of course in accordance with class. Of course, you know, we have archers, rangers, and then basically everything else, because archer and ranger are the most likely to frag out of any class. So it's not in a super duper strict order, it's just mostly class related with a couple of exceptions for people that I think are really, really good. But yeah, that is going to be the final ranking for A+ tier. Coming up next, guys, we're going to be talking about the A tier, and we are going to be making a couple different changes to the A tier. Most notably, we're going to be adding a couple of people to start off with. So with that being said, guys, I think that right off the bat, I'm going to be adding Pog into the top of the A tier. We'll put him right next to Kiseo, and we'll also move Ada up here as well. So we'll have this nice little ranger stack here. I think I underrated Pog just a wee bit. I think he was one of the very, very first rankings, if I'm not mistaken. So as the tier list developed, I think that he needs to be in high A tier. I think that he's actually a pretty great player for sure, and I think that he deserves higher than A-. The next player that we're going to be moving into the A tier, guys, is going to be Vert. I'm going to drop Vert into A tier. I think that Vert is also a little bit better than A- for sure, even despite the fact that I haven't really seen too much of him due to the Throne and Liberty break. I do still think that he's a fantastic player, and I think most likely going to be better than A- tier. So, that being said, we are also going to be dropping Vert into the A tier. Next up, fellas, we're going to be making a little bit of a swap between A tier and A- tier. And right off the bat, guys, we're going to be dropping Slurs into the A tier, and we're going to replace that with Games in upper A- tier. And then finally, guys, the final person that we're going to be moving up from A- tier into the A tier is going to be Zandy on the Suck Ranger. I do think that I underrated Zandy just a little bit as well. I do think that they are a pretty great player for sure, and now that I've seen a little bit more of them, I do think that they pass for at least an A tier ranger, in my opinion. And then finally, guys, we are just going to reorganize the A tier a little bit more so that it makes a bit more sense. So I'll see you guys in a couple of seconds. Okay, fellas, and that's pretty much going to be it for the A tier. I do think that these are going to be the actual final rankings. Again, don't take the order of the tiering so seriously. Of course, it's going to be really, really hard to quantify so many different classes and so many different guilds. But these are the people that I think are going to be the final A tier listers. Next up, fellas, we're going to be talking about the A- tier. So the first thing that I want to do for A- guys is that we are going to be dropping Candice into the B tier, and we're going to actually move Nubs into the A- tier. We're also going to be moving our boy Block Jump right into the B tier for now as well, and we're going to move Moist Coitus up into the A- tier. I'm also going to move Corrupt Gargoyle into the high A- tier. I do think that this guy has been popping off a lot more lately on the Deadeye. Now, of course, Deadeye is quite powerful right now, but nonetheless, they do definitely put in a lot of work as of late. So I do think that they can be at least A- tier, if not higher, for sure. And then finally, I think that we're going to move the 2 Suckcasters up a little bit as well into the A- tier. I do think that I undervalued these 2 players a little bit too much. I think that A-, at least at minimum, is a little bit more realistic. And then finally, guys, we're just going to reorganize the A- tier a little bit so it makes a bit more sense. So I'll see you guys in a couple of seconds. Alrighty, guys, and I think that this is going to be the final rankings for the A- tier. Again, don't think of it in a super duper strict manner. Of course, there are so many different people and so many different guilds, but nonetheless, I do think that these are going to be the final rankings for the A- tier. Coming up second to last, guys, we have our B tier. Now, to be honest, I'm not going to be dropping anybody out of the B tier. However, we will be moving up 2 people from the C tier into B tier. So, starting off, guys, we are going to be moving Logical into the B tier. And we're also going to be moving 2 into the B tier as well. I think I undervalued these 2 players just a little bit too much as well early on. I think that they were both also initial rankings, and of course as the tier list grown, I think that they do need to be moved up into the B tier at a minimum. And honestly, same thing for Vils. And then finally, guys, I'm going to go ahead and quickly reorganize B tier so it makes a bit more sense. So I'll see you guys really soon. Alrighty, guys, that is going to be the final corrected ranking for B tier. And with that being said, let's move on to the final C tier. Coming up last, guys, we are going to be talking about none other than the C tier. And of course, guys, there is obviously nobody that I'm going to be moving into the C tier from honorable mentions. So, that being said, fellas, we're just going to reorganize C tier really quickly. And that is it, fellas. That is going to be the final corrected rankings for C tier, and essentially the final corrected rankings for the tier lists. Alrighty, guys, well, hey, we finally made it to the very end of this ridiculous journey and video. So, tell me, what did you guys think? Did you guys hate it? Do you guys like it? Is your GOAT not in S tier? Are you not in S tier? Let me know in the comments below. Hit me up. What do you guys think about the tier list? Should I make a part 2? Should there be a, I don't know, a shot caller tier list? You guys want to see a shot caller tier list? Anyway, fellas, thank y'all so much for watching if you've made it this far into the video. Of course, this is not a video that I expect anybody to watch from point A, you know, aka the beginning, all the way till now. But if you guys did enjoy it, please do let me know. And of course, guys, don't forget, this video is just mostly for fun. Of course, I tried to be as accurate as possible, where I could be with the scores that I did have. But nonetheless, please don't get offended or take it seriously if you landed in a position that is not super duper high tier or anything like that. It's just for fun. It's just for the content to give people something to laugh at and enjoy. And yeah, hope you guys did wind up enjoying that. And I'll see you guys for the next video. Bye bye.